Hello, VOD viewers. I almost forgot to say anything there. Um, they're pinned. That's what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, pin it. All right, that should make it a little easier to join the streams in the future from Discord. And then we bring up our cloud bot. All right, I'm gonna try to start fitting to my supposed new stream schedule, and as long as I feel like I'm doing fine with that, I will make it official and I'll post times and all that in a bit. Da, da, da. Giveaways, yes. Complete this one. Custom new one. Start. Behind the scenes audio casting here. All right, we are ready. Now, while we wait for people to show up, I'm gonna work on a drawing. This one's not viewer related though. I finished the one for Seth Daddy. Perhaps I'll show you all that here on the VODs because I don't think I finished it offline. Posted it in my Discord, but in case you're not there, I'll show you the end product real quick. Real quick. Real. Da-da. It's a cookie version of Snapfire and Mortimer making cookies of little Mortimers. Shh. All right. Anyways, done with this one. What we're going to work on while we wait for people is something you'll see in videos in the future, which is this. I will use this to post this stuff. It's pretty here. Oh. Oh, I know. Here, let's get rid of that. There we go. So, you know, like when you do a video and then at the end you get this screen. Okay, see? Oh, okay. Hold on. 1 second. Join the replays. All right, I'm back. Thermostat was making weird noises. I don't know what's wrong with it. I hope it doesn't get too hot in here. Whoa, no fear. This is wild. What are you doing here so early? You're usually not here so quick. It is a nice change. Whoa, Bhutan. I don't think anyone's ever dropped by from there. Rignor, thank you. Thanks for watching. Thank you for making it to the stream. I appreciate it. 3:30 a.m. Oh, you'll be going to sleep soon. Well, you might be able to go to sleep and wake up and then join the stream again. Hey, Sombra, Stevo. How's the transition going to full-time content creator? It is good, I would say. I'm definitely enjoying what I do. There's still this looming financial stress of gotta make it work and all of that. I think I would like to believe the channel will continue to grow. There'll be more opportunities. Eventually, we'll sucker in a sponsor or something like that, right? And then I think I will feel less financial stress, and it'll just be like the stress of a normal, quote, normal job, and I'll like it a lot more. So for now, it's like mixed, I guess. Like I am happy, but it is still like, okay, we got to make everything work. What can we add to this? Maybe more flowers. Maybe it's perfect as is. Should I even doubt something I drew? Maybe I shouldn't. Well, tell you what, actually, I'm not sure. I wanted to add to this, but now that I'm here, I don't even know what to do here. No worries. You don't need to try to like push anyone to like help me out. I mean, I'm totally down for collaboration, just to be clear, but my own current efforts are like, I think I can do it, even without help, Here, let's get started. Rignor, whoa, congrats. Made it in 4 a.m. and we're gonna do your game, and then you can go to sleep, maybe. I mean, you're free to stay up. No, yeah, I feel like I'm happy, kind of like grinding it out on my own right now, and definitely I look forward to getting to a point where I can collaborate more, both with people above and below me. I feel like you don't see too much of that in Dota, ironically, even though it's like a team game. The like individual mentality seems to have also made its way over to like content creation, where there's not usually a lot of content collaborations, I feel, aside from like tournaments, obviously. I mean, there's some, of course, but not too many. So I'd love to get a bit more of that. Oh, Zai's in this game? Damn. Okay, so Rignor, any thoughts and questions on this? Who are you playing here, by the way? Not sure. Let's load that up. Oh, let me, I almost forgot to throw this in there. I think this was Ancient. Ancient something. Let me check my fan. I can feel it is going to be hot in here. Alright, let's close this. Rignor. Who are you, my man? Are you lost? So the Dire? Maybe the Lich? Or are you a Pudge player? Well, you said you just got to Ancient. Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa. 10 chimpanzees, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. First one of the day, nice. All right, Lich support 5. Okay, perfect. All right, let's get into it.
Stay frosty.
Stay frosty. I'll be trying to do that. It's kind of warm here. Okay, Tangos, Mango, Stick. What are we against? Pango, maybe a Snapfire. You're with a Slark. I'm not fully sure if you need the Stick right now. And I'm not sure if you need 2 sets of Tangos at the beginning. I'd kind of be down for a few more Mangoes. Because you're the ranged hero against a melee offlaner. And then there's probably... Oh, actually Snap's here. Yo, is it going to be like 4 Invoker? Oh, it is! Well, either way, you're going to be doing a lot of poking and some spell casting, and I don't think you'll be the one like taking direct harass. I think 1 set of Tangos is okay for now, and then get like 2 extra Mangoes, or another Iron Branch and a Fairy Fire I'd also be open with to get more right-click damage. This game, let's give ourselves an idea of what to look for. It looks like it was a very, very slow creep up, and then finally fell apart here. I probably won't have time to dig through every moment, but let's zoom through the laning stage. We always like to start there, because I looked at it and then totally didn't process it. Yeah, it looks like the lane did not go great, so let's start with your laning stage, and depending what we need to improve on, or maybe it wasn't your fault, speed up further or not.
Straight to the bottom with you.
Comb, hello. Are you guys like sneaking for a first blood kill? You're going for a deny. You get it. Solid. Some harass. Slark being a little aggro, but you told me this is SEA, so I guess I'm not that surprised. Alright, Slark missing some last hits there. That's not really your fault, unless you're like in the mic being like, go get him, yeah, get him, get him. In which case, don't do that, but otherwise, you know, Slark just being a little too aggro. Really just needs some farm here. Yeah, we've been missing a lot of last hits. Hey, you're pretty solid so far from what I've seen. Some harass and going for some denies and secures. Picking up what the Slark's missing, you know. Almost. Okay, a lot of creeps. All right, so let's talk about some stuff real quick. I like what you're doing here so far. A lot of harassing, lots of poke. I guess the stick actually ended up being more value than I realized. So, okay, you know. I do think the second set of tangos still we could change out. You see now you're into the second set, but it's also 2 minutes. So if you drop the second set, you buy like 2 mangoes, let's say, or maybe just 1 mango, depending how much money you have, right? Maybe 1 mango. The whole time you're getting this extra 0.6 HP regen, and then with that starting gold, you buy your second set of tangos and maybe this salve, right? Then these are already here. You've already got your other set, you've already got your salve, and you've got some of this money going. So in the laning stage, this is definitely a large amount of money. I would try to spend it a little faster. Bounty runes, probably already buy something. Maybe you can wait a little bit, right? Oh, I need 50 more gold. That's fine, as long as it's not urgent. But yeah, I would say unless there's like some key urgent item you're saving for some reason, which in the laning stage, you know, it doesn't usually happen. Some other small items here with that initial gold would be nice. I think it would help you out. Whether that's like a sentry or 2. Sometimes it's the wand recipe and more iron branches. Sometimes it's just more consumables. Mangoes, salves. Okay, this part, I was about to say this is all fine. I think you're going on this a little too soon. Granted, the opportunity presents itself when it does, but I think this is fine for some poke. But he's level 3, and there's like some really valuable creeps here. There's a flag bearer creep, a range creep, and a melee creep. Again, Slark, not you, is kind of going and should be the one getting these last hits. But if you're communicating at all, waiting for these creeps and then going would be a lot better. Oh, there's a lot of gold. That was like 200 total gold we just like didn't get. This kill was worth less than those 3 creeps. You were just trying to harass. Okay, yeah. I mean, that'll happen, right? Honestly, up to this point then, like, it's not really your fault, but I would say, like, hey, let's just try to get a couple more last hits. Like, just focus on these last hits. Or sometimes you can set it ahead of time. Like, tell them, like, hey, when this creep wave dies, then we go. You know, you kind of, like, paint it ahead of time. That's about the most you can do. It's not too much beyond that. Carries kind of do what they want sometimes. Do a stack. I was thinking maybe you should do this pull instead of going for that rune. I mean, if that rune's there, it's probably still going to be there. If it's not there, it's not there. But stacking it is a good follow-up and then doing that pull there. I would stay with that pull. You see where this is? You don't want to be here. And actually, for a nice change of pace, the Slark is not up here like dying 2v1 while you're doing a pull, right? So I think you should stay here, get your denies, get your last hits. Pop and lock, hey, what's up? We're going over a Ancient One Lich game. Right now we're looking at the laning stage because the Slark ended up pretty poor. And it might mainly be the Slark's fault more than anything. Okay, some kills. Okay, so speaking of itemization, purchases, early game purchases, moving away from Slark and his very sad amount of last hits right now. So earlier I mentioned like a Tango, a Salve, all of that. Tried to buy this coming up pretty quickly, especially if the mid and the off lane take the first observers. Try to get like the one that comes up first. That's a good one to get. You don't have to place it right away, but hold it if need be. A sentry or two is definitely good because like this kind of kill is a fantastic time to start moving around. And then like, okay, we need to make sure they don't see us. So like if you're not sure, or if you had any suggestions that they had a ward down, you know, checking the cliff, checking this area real quick, and then you've got an observer. So maybe you place it here, maybe you place it out here, or maybe they have like some jungling mid hero. So this is a good time to like walk up. Again, maybe like check here for wards first, or check here. Depends how you're gonna path. Like if you get the kills here, you could then like walk this way without being spotted. But then you could place like a deep ward here. So like this is a good opportunity to do it, but you don't have them. But you could have them because they're here. So if you buy those a little sooner, then we can like really follow up on this kill here. In the meantime, like you're kind of just awkwardly doing nothing because like you're not sure what to do, and that's part of it. It's like you need to buy them ahead of time, and that gives you something to do. And then you just hold on to them and wait for these kind of like chances. This is a good pull. So right now I feel like your last hitting denies and your pull times and all that, so far looking better than mine. Mine are really bad lately. I would use a courier for this if you can, because it just... Oh no, yeah, yours is flying. It just delivered them, so have your courier up here, and then you can put your sentry on the low ground, left or right. Just cover more ground. And then unfortunately they de-warded it. That will happen sometimes, but that's also why I wouldn't usually recommend using this cliff too much. Because we want to be able to leave Slark alone actually soon. Potentially. I think Kunkka missed some stuff. Careful of when Pudge is here, always try to be aware of his like hooks. You throw that shield a little sooner too. Either as soon as the chrono comes out or after onto the Kunkka. Just a little bit of spell casting there. Okay, so having seen it now, I don't really think it's your fault Slark ended up so poor. I think you were generally doing the right stuff, and then Slark went over aggressive a couple times. The most you can do is kind of give him a heads up like, hey, I'm just harassing. You don't actually need to commit. Again, not really much you can do beyond that, though. So then let's see. Mid and off lane seem to be okay. So this is where you transition to like playing with them a bit more. Beat my Pete. Hey, yeah, we're doing replays today. I didn't like put it in the title as much because now that I have the VODs channel, I'm like, man, if every single week is just like... if every single week is just replay analysis giveaways, it's gonna get real boring on the like titles pretty quickly. So there we go, bruh. They see you. They see you. Ooh, a replay HUD. That's not a bad idea. I could make it myself. It'll look janky, but that's fine. I mean, we have a tiny thing in the corner, but that's probably not good enough. We can make one nicer, actually. Good idea. I like it. Oh, I got distracted by that. I was thinking about things we could do. Heck, we could paint it in between stuff. after this fight, you need to go get 6, wherever that may be. Sometimes you win this fight, and then you get to stay for it. Otherwise, the fight dies down. All right, let's go 6. Stay mid or go bottom. One or the other. Looks like we get to stay mid. Turn back around. You don't need to go home yet. Look, you get the raindrops. It'll heal up. You're under the tower. I would just like chill in the back and keep getting golden XP. Stack instead. And then come back and wait here again. I don't hate like eventually coming back. But I don't know. We're like a little under the level, right? So like any chance for golden XP, definitely want. And then make sure you're like throwing out the shield a little faster on some of these. Respawn.
This'll come in handy.
Here, this stuff going on. All right, so a little bit of lack of coordination on your team right now. So forget this, right? So Doom's dead, right? And then this happens. If you want to help, you're gonna TP and help like right now. It's not gonna happen though, right? Because you don't have one. So like this is how far Kunkka has to walk to get back. He will die or he will live in that time. And you have to walk all this way. So like whatever's happening mid is almost for sure decided by the time you get there. So it's too late, you know? So stay here, run down, and do something else. Because we see 2 heroes and a third one TPing in, and coincidentally, it's this hero. So there's not much reason to be scared here. You want to come down and help push this out while this is happening. You make Kunkka's death like meaningful, you know, he dies. But right now, you're already killing this creep wave, and we're already pushing in a catapult wave into the bottom tower. Instead, you're like walking in, right? We're halfway there, you know, so it's already decided or not. A little unfortunate here getting caught by the Invoker. Didn't know he was going to be there. So the death itself is a little unlucky, but I still think it's like the wrong thing, right? It's not like, oh, walk here and then turn away. Definitely you want to push this out instead. And sometimes it takes like a feel for it to know when it's like good to do something else instead. But I think you are probably near that level of like having to decide this more often, like when you're not going to join bad things. I mean, you have to do it at all points, but here's another case. Your shield, you gotta shield a little sooner. Carry some dust for the Invoker too. And then is Crystal Maiden building a Glimmer? She's building an Atos, lol. That's a little bit of a panic ult. It's okay to die and keep the cooldown. Just hang on to that and then you can go later. Okay, so technically you TP'd first, so I guess it's not your fault. Though if a core is about to respawn, frequently they're gonna TP to that stuff. If you could walk, that would be good. But that was a lot of creep, so if no one was gonna go, then I'm fine with that TP. But if you like predict, like are any of the cores gonna go, if you called out, anything's gonna happen. Right now I'm seeing a lot of cliff wards too. You might need to diversify your warding a bit. Sentries on the cliff are fine. Sentries plus courier, so you can cover more ground, even better. Some observers on cliffs, okay. Currently, I see you doing quite a lot. truly SEA. I don't think I've seen downtime yet. I mean, Lich is pretty good for that. He likes the fighting too. So close, so close.
This'll come in handy.
Yes, exclamation point replay. It will come up again soonish, probably the next 10-ish minutes. I see another TP out. Count it, 30 seconds. I mean, this is even less. This is like 25 seconds to walk out here. So let's see if you do anything critical. Another cliff ward. Wow, Slark recovered. I wasn't really paying attention. Holy shit. Slark went from 22 last hits at 10 minutes to 122. What a guy. How did he do it? We weren't watching, and I don't care to go back and find it, but talk about a recovery. Turns out he knew how to farm the whole time and was just choosing not to do it. Aether Lens, honestly, I don't even mind. It's a bit greedy. See, you're not even, you gotta shield him first. Shield him. The fear is good, don't get me wrong. We're definitely gonna like come and like pull them in, but the Frost Shield starts, you know? You could save him from like 3 extra hits there, or like, you know, reduce the damage. Yeah, and then you want Dust, so we don't have to keep using so many sentries for this. See, all our cliff wards gone. Ah, okay, this one's not on the cliff. I'm glad about that. But this one actually is also bad in its own way, because if they learned to stop also using cliff wards, and they put their sentries like right here, like this is a very good sentry spot right here, right? Easy check there. So this one should at least go up a little bit, or it should be on here, which this is another common sentry placement is over here to check here and here, which would also defeat this one, which also defeats this one, I guess. But like you take your bet, right? Like whether it's gonna be here or here. You can't have the perfect ward spot, of course. But I think this one's worse than up here, because this one is caught by both popular sentries, and this one's only caught by one. I am glad it's off a cliff, though. We're getting improvement. But since you're in, like, Ancient 1 now, I really do think you're already in that level where you should not be using so many cliff wards. I think you're going to keep losing vision if you keep up that habit. So if you take one thing from this, I would diversify your warding spots. We just released 2 videos on that if you would like to check it out if you haven't already. Johnny, yes. So looks like some other people also already answered a little bit. But the Flying Courier, here, perfect example. You see how the Flying Courier has a little vision around it? So the Sentry provides 150 flying vision when you place it for 12 seconds. So that's why you can place it on the cliff to check the cliff. But then it's around the cliff. So do we have, yeah, this one, right? So then you can only see this area around the cliff. But like, you know, is anyone going to put an observer here? Is anyone going to put an observer here? Like, these are really, the spots around the cliff itself are actually pretty useless to see in terms of true sight. So what's better is like you put the sentry like down here-ish, right? So it covers the cliff, which is what we wanted to see. And we're taking a very like calculated bet that no one's gonna put an observer like in here in these trees. It's not even possible unless you cut the trees. But other common courier places or observer places are like around here. So like by putting the sentry on the low ground, you're covering all of this. But the issue is when it's on the low ground, you can't see on the cliff. So you need a spell or the courier to check the cliff. And that way you can put the sentry on the low ground and cover more ground. Hopefully that made sense. It is in that video it was very recent, so I don't blame you if you haven't seen it. But if you want to see more like warding tricks like that. This cliff one's not as bad because like a fight's breaking out. I don't know if you knew a whole fight was about to break out though. I think you were just chasing a Snapfire, which I don't know if I would put on a cliff just for that. But it's going to work out now that there's like a whole team fight going on. Though I think we're just going to watch you guys lose from this cliff spot. Oh! Ah, too bad. I thought maybe with that vision we could get him. Okay, so honestly, we don't need to go too much further in this game, I feel. Now, at any point, your team could recover, but this is, like, currently SEA Classic, just endless fighting, and I think the main thing I want you to take away is the warding. You're doing way too many cliff spots. 2, the teleports. You're walking this time, but I think it's because your teleport's on cooldown. I want to know, like, would you have just TP'd out again if it wasn't? Because I've seen you do it a couple times now, so that's another good habit to break. Your laning stage itself looked pretty good. You were doing a lot of harass. Oh, yeah, perfect. This sentry's great, right? It should actually probably be a little lower, but compared to, like, a cliff sentry, it's really solid. Because you can see from this one, we're checking the whole cliff, but you're also checking this area, which is really common. And then you're supposed to also check this area. That's why this sentry's supposed to be a little lower. You see how it's going a bit beyond into here, and like you can't put a sentry in this area. So that's why you'd move it down just a little bit, and it would help you cover a lot of this area too. But yeah, and that's the kind of sentries you should be moving to for yourself on the Lich. Not so many cliff ones. A couple is obviously perfectly okay, but too many is too much. What are they just saying? Oh yeah, the laning stage itself looked fine. I think Slark kind of griefed himself going too aggro. So I think the only thing I really mentioned in the laning stage is like not buying enough items right away. So like with your starting gold, like whatever's left over plus the bounty gold, and then wait a little bit if you need to, but like have something come out pretty quickly. There's no reason to sit on like a couple hundred gold during a time when like you start with 600 gold. So sitting on like 300 gold is like 50% or 33% of your net worth not doing anything. You know, you might as well spend it really quickly at the beginning of the game to get some extra benefit to help you in your laning stage as much as possible. Yes. Okay, starting a new one. So, for the people who are just dropping by for the first time, all you have to do now is type in !replay, and you'll join the raffle. I'll pick someone from the raffle. The bot does it. And if you get picked, just send me a game, and then we will go over it, kind of like you just saw. No problem, Rignor. Thank you for dropping by. I know it's really late for you, so if you have to go to sleep now, totally understand. Thanks for taking some time to drop in. No problem, Johnny. It was a long video. If you missed like one little bit of it, I wouldn't blame you.
Can't do nothing.
All right, we can go a little further in this while you all join that replay. Or maybe we should use this time. All right, hold on. How quickly can I do this? Maybe I should be doing this later. Okay, what do I need to do? First. Who's that? Thank you. Who is that? Hey, Beat My Pete. 6 months in advance. Thank you. Thank you so much. I promise to continue to provide quality content for at least 6 months to make sure you get your money's worth. Thank you. Silverbird, yes. If you claim it, you will circumvent the entire raffle, and yours will just be the guaranteed next one. Since this one we have some new people here, I'll still pick this raffle, but I'll do yours next if you wanna use that points. Or if someone wants to beat Silverbird, go for it, because there is a cooldown on that. Hurry. Okay, real quick. What can we do here? Oh, wait, how come this isn't working? Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to get this, whoever just suggested it, great idea. We're gonna draw ourselves a little replay thing here, but I don't know what to do yet. So I thought I would start it up. Oh, that's true. I forgot about Thamada. I did mean to do that. I'll have to see where I can fit it in. Oh no, yeah, I think it's worth it. I watch carry content as well. I think it's useful to know all the roles in between stuff. Helps a lot. Okay, finish Seth Daddy's picture. Chicken item one's a scam. I need to add like a sound thing. Okay. Enter the raffle, everybody. Enter, enter, enter. Sombra, yes. It's not going through the window like it usually is. And I'm trying to like reset it, but it doesn't want to show up. But it's not terribly important because I'm about to pick the next replay anyways. But yeah, I was gonna start drawing something here. I'll figure it out later. It's not important. All right, next, Silverbird. Good thing you didn't renew that point. Saved you 20K right there. Yeah, Silverbird has pretty good luck on it. I mean, he is a subscriber, so he's got like marginally higher, but it's always cool to see statistics in the wild, which it's like when you have like truly random selection, you're more likely to get like 3, 4, 5 repeats of the same person before like some people get picked once, which sorry if you're those unlucky people, but it's simply statistics at work not wanting you to get your replay, and I'm just a measly human. I cannot go against the powers of statistics. Okay, LaGuardia 3. Okay, I need to make a Reddit post about this. I need Ice Frog to add soft support here. I can't stand that our titles are hard support and soft support, but then you come over here and it's just like support. We have to be consistent about this, please. All right, Hoodwink. Missed a lot of your spells. Trying to understand position 4 to get better at offlane. Nice, I like it. Is it possible to check your match ID somewhere else besides in-game? You can find them on Dota Buff, Open Dota, a lot of those like stat sites that you can check your like history. It'll all be there. Yeah, Mach. He apparently stole your luck. You have been on a dry streak a little bit lately. Sombra, that would be very kind of you. You don't have to, but I will. If you've got something that only... I really just want it to fit in this top right screen. Maybe not block this like KDA and last hit little info, and not block the like game stats. But I was thinking like just that top left would be a good place. Otherwise like top right maybe. And I was just going to have like a small little like, we're doing replays. Or something like that, I don't know. Okay, so you are Hoodwink with a Pango. We are against 3 supports, but I guess it's maybe Ogre offlane. So maybe it's Slark plus 1. This is Guardian, so it could be Sniper with like a Slark mid or something wild. But I would expect you to be able to do like some right click in here. So I might actually suggest slightly less mangoes, maybe pick up some extra iron branches. Slark, it's probably not worth getting a Blightstone, just in case like you do run into Ogre. Oh, maybe it is. Ooh. All right, this is where I've got a little inexperience playing Hoodwink. I'm not sure, but I do like the idea of like extra right click damage. I don't know if like full Blightstone, but like 1 extra iron branch You know, use these and then put that iron branch in. I like that idea. All right. You're here in the stream enough to see me get screwed, right? When I sometimes like mess up my sentry placement a little too high and then like I miss the corners. Try to put it in one of these corners, either bottom left or bottom right's good. And then like if you're gonna put in this top left, instead of like, well, actually in the corner itself is fine, but actually you can hug the tree line so that if you put it in this top left corner, right, someone walking from here will see it. But to get it like when it's like in the tree as close as it can be, you have to like actually walk past this point to see it. So for this left side, the extra hassle of like having to check right behind that tree, I think is worth rather than putting in this corner. I don't think this corner is as good as the other corners because if they block this camp, there's a decent chance to overlap. However, if that's what you want, then that's fine. Like if you're using it to your advantage, for example, since you're placing this so late, if they had blocked it, they've probably already done it. So you could put it in this top right corner, and then you would check this area, which is really common. And if you don't get it and this camp is blocked, then your next sentry can go somewhere on the right side, and it'll cover the rest of the box. But the middle, you know, like any old side will get it, and they'd have to be really bad to need 2 sentries at that point, right? Because it's, you know, you'd have to place the sentry really out of the box. I don't know. So just some minor value on that. Corner's the first place they check. Well, I mean, they're definitely going to get the middle, though. So that's why. The other place, if you don't want to use any of the corners, you can try to put it, like if you think that's the case, put it in this side. So this tree line loops up like this, so you can put it in the tree line here. And sometimes people will mess up where they like walk up here, don't see it, and then they peek down like through here and don't see this area. Or they see through this corner, but they're not actually in this box, so they then like walk all the way around. You waste a couple extra seconds, that's fine. But I think in here is just like guaranteed to be got. And yeah, they might like circle around a little longer, but I would prefer like up here then. Okay, enough of that. You mentioned you're gonna miss some skill shots getting used to this, so not gonna worry too much. I think that would have been an okay time to hit him too. So I think a double stun there would be okay. When Slark suddenly turned around and he was there, I think you could stun both of them. Just some value on the stun, right? See, he got it. Where's his sentry? Look at that. See? He would have missed the corner. You're just playing odds when you like put it in the corner. Like this small camp, there's actually no odds to play because if you just place it in the center, you will always cover the whole box. But like stuff like this happens, and then they miss corners. So that was actually a perfect example of what we were hoping to see. Cool. No, you can't walk in here. Okay, man, not because you were gonna die. Alright. Helping him is very kind of you. And one stun, that's fine. You're about to body block both of you in here with this massive creep wave, though. So you gotta be really careful that when creeps are following you, you're kind of dealing with it now, right? Which means he's also dealing with it, which is why you die. So be very careful of that when you've got creeps following you. Oh, beat the Slarkin? Darn. I think you could have stayed for this pull. I think that makes more sense. There's something you saw? Oh, maybe you just didn't realize it was being pulled. When this camp's empty, but it spawned because he killed your thing earlier, and then you just check the time, he's doing a pull right then. So maybe you just didn't realize what was happening there. You thought it didn't spawn again. But yeah, in the future, if you don't see it there, that's like That's what's currently happening. Okay, body block the next one. This is Guardian, so you probably don't have to worry too much about getting runes. Neither mid laner is probably going to make great use of it, but you can play it by feel, right? Sometimes, you know, your mid's a smurf. Sometimes they just seem better than others. In those cases, you can maybe prioritize it a bit more. Oh, I like it. Nice, nice. Yeah, and I think now that we're like 5 minutes into the lane, you can kind of see like you didn't end up using that many mangoes. In fact, I don't think you used any. And if you had like one extra Iron Branch for the amount of auto attacks you would have had, would add up. Ooh, we going. Would have been nice. I don't blame you though. Oh, okay, yeah, I was about to say try to hit the other ones. That Iron Branch would get this kill. Not quite. A couple kills maybe, every now and then. Times like this, you should go stand more aggressively. You just, you like got a lot of damage on that Slark, right? So you're not that worried about him being aggressive. It's time to like do something or go prevent something from being done. So you can either try to go on this Witch Doctor, or you can go make sure like Slark isn't doing a pull or something like that. Kind of just like standing behind here is, I mean, if you're an offlaner, you understand it, right? Like you kind of want solo XP here when possible. You're very safe right here. There's not much for you to do. So looking to like move further and hit that Witch Doctor a little bit could work too. But just like standing behind the Pango at that time doesn't make a ton of sense. It was a weird time, so it's not like runes are about to be up. And it's not like stacking time. But I think you can like, depending how dangerous it is. Sometimes you do have to do what you were doing. But other times I think it's okay to move out a little further, and I think since you got some solid damage on that Slark earlier, it's okay to move out. Uh-oh. Okay. We won't stress about a couple missed stuns here and there. I think it's okay to go home here. Lina bottle fill, depending on rank. Guardian, you don't have to worry about it, probably. You can offer. Again, just see how that mid laner seems. You're hoodwink. Drop that sentry on the low ground. Screw this Slark is gonna jungle. Put it in the box. Put it in the box. Acorn that cliff. If your team isn't gonna like invade the jungle anytime soon and hold it, I like to block that camp for lulz. You don't have to. You can put it outside the box so your sentry lives longer. That's fine too. But one or the other, if you have the option and you're a high ground checker. I also think since you're already here, I don't think there's more risk inherently to the either side. So I'd probably rather put this here to try to see more on their half than on your half. You've already got like one defensive one here anyways. So like a slightly more aggressive mid ward. I can't remember. Actually, if you found a sentry here, I probably wouldn't put it on either side, but I don't think you did. Be careful. Are you just at the edge? No way. Wow. The next level bait to pull them behind the tower so that your Lina could finish the gank. Absolutely next level. I'd be very careful with this because you have limited scurrying, and Slark already has his ult, so he's not going to be sitting there super low health. He's going to be healing as soon as he gets back there. I missed where his sentry was? Oh, it's in the middle. Okay, you're fine. But if you click him there, so even without clicking him, and we're kind of cheating too because we can hear the noise in the replay. Watch how he faces though. I mean, if you click him, you can clearly see he has one. But this is classic warding movement, right? Walk to face the direction you want to ward, and then turn around. And it didn't even make sense either, right? He was physically walking into the cliff. He can't walk that way. So people don't use directional movement for fun. Like, I'd say 99% of people don't, you know? So it's not like he accidentally walked in that exact direction. If it was a misclick, you would have seen him turn more along the walkable path and then turn around. But that was like into the cliff and then turn around. If you ever don't click him in time, you can... I would be willing to bet there's like there's an observer there, which I think you maybe saw. Maybe you clicked him, or maybe you just also read that. This is replay reviewer sentry review, bit of both. Ghost Scepter dodge. Yeah, it won't target you anymore. I don't know if you really need to have one. I would say Force Staff's a lot better. Aether Lens into Force Staff, or maybe even just straight up Force Staff, because it'll get you out of Slark bounce, it'll get you out of the Cask bounces, and the Witch Doctor ult. And not just you, but your teammates. Which is kind of the point of the support, right? Is to enable them a bit more, enable your teammates a bit more. Ghost Scepter's not bad to keep yourself alive, and sometimes if that's all you need, like you have the tools to help your team, then that's okay. But I think Force Staff is better because I think it serves a very similar function, and you can use it on yourself or your teammates. Diving pretty deep. I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. I don't know if you saw anything to make you leave bottom though, besides like wanting to defend mid. It turns out it was a good call because Ogre was actually there, but otherwise I'd say continuing to push bottom and let someone else TP mid, even if it ends up being you 2 TPs mid, I think would be better. Because there was a period of time where you were just like walking through here doing nothing, which in theory could be pushing this lane faster and then like jungling or like creep dragging. I may have missed it. I guess we could go back and look at that minimap a little further. If that's of interest, we could do that, but otherwise I'm just gonna keep going. Oh, something else we need to look for is more map reading examples while warding. Now's a good time to do it. Oh, there you go. Now you're doing it. I was about to say this is a good time to like go place deep wards, but taking the tower is also good. This is kind of why you don't usually drag it all the way far back. You usually use one of the jungle camps so that you can stay near here. This was a weak camp, so I kind of get it. I think you can still use it. It'll buy you like an extra second. If you just want to check high ground, use Acorn Shot to do it. You were mentioning you were worried that Slark would check your deep wards. I mean, he'll definitely get these first try. The cliff is going to be the most common spot. So when Slark see it, they're just like, they usually guess the cliff first. So ultimately, you will lose some observers to Slark, but I would try to put them in like weirder spots. Unless that was for the tower, which is like kind of okay, but it's also, I don't know if that's really what our team's gonna do at this stage. And if it was, you know, we probably shouldn't be leaving them. So. This is where, oops. This is where Force Staff would help. You end up getting sniped anyhow, but. Oh, a nice Lich ult. We're just in, huh? No ult, just dive. Oh, thank goodness Lena cleaned that up. That's pretty unnecessary, though. I might check mid for a ward before placing that one. Okay, let's go back. All right, so this is fine. Check out where your team is. 3 top. You see several heroes up here. You either have to decide now for your team and say it, like either you're doing something or you're not, right? Like, with this many heroes in one section of the map, like something is gonna happen. So for your team or for yourself, you have to choose, like, am I gonna be there or am I not gonna be there? And you're leaving, which to me is saying like, okay, we don't want to do anything top as a team, but I think you're winning, and it's not like there's other tier 1s to get, so this is not a bad tower to get. And it's not like you're gonna push a tier 2 on your own. Lena is strong to play with, but she also doesn't need anyone to play with her, and that's kind of the whole point. She has Boots of Travel, so you should actually stay with them top. Even though Anti-Mage is here, I know it's kind of funny, but Anti-Mage can do what he's doing and go jungle, and you can just like play with your team up here. If that's what you want. Again, if you think it's a really bad idea, then I don't mind leaving. But like, if a team fight is imminent, then you want to be in position for it. And you like team fights as Hoodwink. You're pretty good at them. Alright, like this is a weird teleport. Did I miss something? Oh, he was chasing someone. But it was just a lion, right? It doesn't matter. This is another case of like, here we are, 4 teammates doing things, and we're getting kills, right? And then you're like TPing backwards for like, it's not important. Lion's not like a bad kill, but like if this was a TP to kill like a core, that's fine. But this is a lion who's not going to threaten your anti-mage on his own, unless anti-mage is bad. But right, like anti-mage will be fine up here, so you leave this all to him and you continue like do things with these people up here. If you start falling back, then everyone's like, oh no, Hoodwink, you know, I guess we leave too. And now we're next to anti-mage. Yeah, we should be like over here helping this stuff out. Dead. What do we do in the meantime, right? Not too much, so.
Could use a hand. 3 down. Mid tower's getting banged up.
Double damage.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Let's open another one while we go a little further. Join in. Just follow these instructions in the top right. I still think Force Staff is a really good item this game. Yeah, your team's diving pretty hard there. It's pretty unnecessary. Look at your vision. It's a really good top. I would just like play top for Roche, but I know this is Guardian, so it's probably not gonna happen. So you can play with your team, but just don't dive against like Sniper. You don't need to teleport here. Just walk. Now if something happens anywhere else, you can't help. That's like the whole... This is why like having all your tier 1s is still really good. Is because you can play anywhere and suddenly like you TP to all the plays your opponents can make. Like, oh, fight's here, either tower's close. Like, oh, they're invading your jungle a little bit, like either tower's close. Like anywhere along the map you can be. So when there's nothing urgent and you TP, it's like... It like kind of completely defeats the point of like having all these towers. Even without those towers, it's still good not to like teleport, but... Okay, earlier I was okay with you like splitting... Why do they keep putting 2 sentries per cliff? Earlier I was okay with you like splitting away from your team a bit to farm up, but you like have your items, you have levels, like your team is really strong right now. You should be with them. You're like splitting too much now. The last like 5-ish minutes, I'd say. Granted, it's Guardian, so like some of the split push is still good, but I kind of think you don't need to anymore. I think it's okay. Surely my team can't screw up a 15k lead. But also, like, if you're not with them, then they're more likely to do it, right? Kind of like this. Whereas if you're here, you're more likely to be able to help out and prevent a lead being massively thrown. Yeah, like that.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
The shard, the decoy? No, the boomerang. See, if that's for Roche, and that's okay. Your team's pretty strong, though. Like, this is a good... I mean, if it's still for Roche, it's like, it's okay. But because your team's doing so well, I think it's easier to, like, push into their half of the map and then put, like, an observer here or over here and use aggressive vision for Roche rather than... this is, like, a defensive one, so, like, when the game's really close or you're losing, fight for Roche kind of ward. Teenage Mutant Ninja Taco, thank you. Hundreds of MMR. I've been stagnating. I feel like I'm helping you all more than myself. No, I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you so much for subscribing. We'll pull ourselves together eventually. Dang. Okay, I was like sucking up for the support, and then just threw a whole team fight. What happened here? Lina on her own, verse 3. BKB down. You get caught next. Still gonna commit. I actually didn't get any headshots after that. Alright, I mean, this is you all just not taking good fights into, like, their vision. Not that I knew they had vision there, but I mean, compared to where you guys do have vision, this is definitely a time to play in, like, the top half, control that area, get Roche. Just be careful. Silicon-based life. I think that's new. I don't feel like you've ever won before. I don't feel like I recognize this name. Congratulations.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business. Them Dire buildings are tough as nails for now.
Hey Zeku, thank you. Only works if we Roche fast. Yeah, I know. There's only gonna be that's why I'm not gonna like fret too much about when your team's taking like bad fights, but it's the usual, right? Try to say it. If they listen, they listen. If not, yo, put that on the low ground. And then for yourself, also try to like be with them a bit more on some of these. That would marginally help some bad team fights go your way. Yeah, so this ends up being like two very defensive observers when you're the team that's ahead. Scouting ult. You should carry a smoke. You trick your team. Smoke is like the power to fool people, you know? You just like smoke your team and they're like, whoa, okay, brainwashed. I'll follow you, sir. Silicon-based life. If you're there, you have won. Send in a match ID. What should the timer be? Sometimes people win and they have to go collect the game. That's fine. But a couple times we do end up waiting a bit. Should it be like within a minute? No, that's too short. I would do like 2 to 3 maybe. Or is it longer? How long do we mind waiting? I guess now that we have the drawings, that's usually what I did. And like we keep going through games like this. Why does my team go back? Because you're Guardian. that's just the case of it, right? Right here after you get Roche. Let's see. Everyone falls back. Okay, so here's my trick. And this will not work. And I've been kind of saying it throughout this, but like just to like really set in stone. You can't control your team. Over the course of 100 games, right? There's a very high chance many of them will go back like this, and sometimes you have teams that go forward. But you will boost your odds when you say things preemptively. So don't wait for Roshan to die and then say, like, we're going, okay? That's not enough time, and people can't process it in a pub game, and then they just go back to AFK farming. So you need to say it now. They're AFK now. So you tell them, hey, guys, when we finish Roshan, I have a smoke. Or maybe I don't have a smoke, but we see this person, like, or we want this tower. Let's go there. You need to tell them now so that they form that thought while Roshan is finishing, and then they finish it, and the cores go, I want that tier 2 tower. This is an original thought. I'm carrying this game. And then you're more likely to get teams to, like, do something you want. If you don't say anything until after the fact, then, like, this stuff is more likely to happen. Now, even communicating every single game, you will still get games like this where they all fall back, but you only need to push your odds forward like 5 or 10 games out of 100, right, to climb MMR. Literally just need like 51 out of 49 games to slowly grind your way up. So all these kind of like communications I recognize will not work every game, but we're literally just hoping it helps you with like 1 or 2 extra games or more. And that's where you got to work on your communication. You got to find the right style. Like, what's the right convincing, way to do it?
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
Flame light's the way you might be about to see, because someone won, but they haven't said anything yet. So, unlucky for them. At which point, last call, silicon-based life. We're about to move on. Are you there? Is life out there based on silicon? Silicone? What's the proper way to pronounce it? Silicone? Probably. Yeah, usually as long as someone says something, even if it takes like 5 minutes, I don't really mind. Silicon and silicone are 2 different things. You know what? You're not wrong. So is my pronunciation correct then? Silicon versus silicone for those 2 words? All right. Either pronunciation. We're going to have to pick a new one. All right, hop in. Exclamation point replay. I'm going to go refill my drink. And once I'm back, we'll go again. All right. Let's do it. Flight Risk has won. Your timer starts now. If you don't respond in time, you're banned. Dun dun. Immediate response. Safe for now. I'll get you next time, Flight Risk. Have I banned anyone from this channel? Oh no, I think I have. You know, the classic like trolls. What level of viewership do you think Power will start getting to my head? And I'll start like having mods and we have you know what I kind of want to do? I enjoy when I don't know, it's weird, but like, you know when there's like ban requests or unban requests and people like put forward their case, I kind of find that funny. But I don't feel like we'll ever get there because our community is kind of nice for now. So I guess at some point we will get there when we have more bans. But you know, when will we actually have to like regularly ban people? And if we ban enough people that they then like request like, please unban me. I was being unruly, you know, my bad. You know, I look forward to having that power hungry, you know, like, okay, all I said was this and Zach banned me, you know, it wasn't really fair, but I just want to be able to chat, you know, and tell him why he's wrong. What am I doing? Divine 1. Okay, Magnus 4. You know, I've been seeing more Magnus support. Was this happening in pro games? I mean, it's like an old, not that old, I guess. It's been done. It's not like brand new, but I didn't realize like people started pulling it up again. Oh, Mr. Matt, I forgot about that one. Yeah, and I even now actually, like the short I did recently, I tend to do like comedic stuff when I'm like testing new editing. Or like, okay, I'm not sure if like skewering this guy with Anchor Smash. Actually, does he have Anchor Smash or does he have Gush? No, he has Anchor Smash, yeah. Bringing this damage reduction into the team may not be the play. Though I get that you guys want this kill. but he's like the hardest one. A separate one might be better. What is happening? Oh my goodness. Oh! Yeah, get this guy next. Okay, everyone's gonna be super low after this. Yeah, just body block him. Get him, get him, get him. Body block, body block. Oh, kill steal reported. Oh, it looks like you're actually playing 5, maybe? You guys swapped roles. Just gotta get some mods who are trigger happy. My favorite unban request, I don't know guys, any StarCraft fans out there, Artosis' stream, I find very interesting. It's completely different energy from anything I could ever do, but I find his unbans usually funny because he doesn't mind when chat gets like toxic. So like then the unbans are really funny for like the people who get banned. They're like, oh come on, you were being a piece of shit. It was fair, and he's like, you know what? This isn't even that toxic. Unban. You know? I love those. No, you know, I forgot. I watched like the first 16 episodes, and then I forgot about it. And now I remembered. So I have yet to go through the rest of the requests. I should do that at some point. I'll do it while like editing stuff. Okay. I have not been like focused. Okay, let's give Flight Risk his money's worth. His completely free, absolutely no money paid's worth. All right, so we're playing Magnus 5, which you're kind of always just looking to like skewer people in. Your laning stage is not the strongest. Ooh, okay. Nice try. Yeah, that could have worked. Like skewering that Witch Doctor back could have been one. I don't blame you though, it's not easy. And then like you take Shockwave too. I honestly don't know the exact combo. I should probably play around with it to feel. But I do know you like Shockwave in once they're at a certain range and you can skewer them back. And then you just like bring people way out of position. And in the meantime, you just poke, pulls, all that jazz. Kind of like this. But Tidehunter is a hard one, so I would be careful of that. And same with like earlier, like he's just difficult. You know, 3 armor's not the world's most, but like heavy stat start, so very tanky. Hustles will get his passive soon enough. Witch Doctor is like far easier. 300 less health. What'd you buy? Why'd you get this? I'm not sure what you got this Quelling Blade. I think this Quelling Blade should definitely be like 2 sentries. Because I don't feel Magnus offers too much in the lane. So I do think it is important to get the camps open. Yeah, the watermelon's too powerful. I love StarCraft. Can't play it worth anything, but funny enough, I get doted out. You know, playing, streaming, content creation. So when I have time, I will watch StarCraft instead, usually. I pretty much just watch like Tasteless and Artosis cast stuff. I was watching it earlier while I took a nap before streaming. Just like put on a game and I'm like... See if we can do a stack. Maybe just returning. Stack small camp maybe? Oh, we haven't unblocked it yet. Alright, I think that's what you should be doing. Yeah, I feel like a stack, unblocking the small camp, something there should have happened. Right, because like look at where this lane is, and you like don't offer anything when the lane gets here. Because the play is like skewer them into the tower really, is ideal. So you need to be able to like control the camps. I say this without... Maybe I've played one Magnus support game. Magnus is not a hero I've played a lot. So I don't know that much, I guess. No, it's core Magnus. Yeah. So I've never played support Magnus, but I've seen it a good amount. And that's my feeling from it though. When I play against Magnus as others, I'm like, oh, cool, right? Like, as long as we don't get skewered in, we're fine. And then I get skewered in, you know, and it's like, oh, awesome. But it's kind of like Pudge support, right? You need the combo. Except I think Magnus offers way more than Pudge. Oh, this is why you did the Quelling Blade. Lol. Is it gonna pay off? We have the watermelon again. He's so hard. See? Thick rind on that watermelon. So I do think just like having the pull camps more available would make this a lot easier for you. You're gonna pop. Witch Doctor level 6? Uh-oh. Yeah. I mean, this is the first time you submitted a Magnus support game. I'm guessing it's something you're like trying out. So I do think that 8 minutes in, you probably want a little more emphasis on one, this small camp. I think this one's critical. If I were to give you anything, it's this. I think keeping the lane in a better spot is necessary to be able to then later, like, it's important for two, right? Oh, it's literally the first one. Nice. I think it's important for two reasons. One, because you don't offer that much, you need it to be near the tower. So your carry, who is, you know, hopefully somewhat self-sufficient, unfortunately ranged, but you want them to play near the tower because then they need you the least, which is good because we offer not that much. Except we do offer like that tower skewer. And I think you should have been looking for Witch Doctor more than the Tidehunter. Pick up some easy Witch Doctor kills, and then you can transition to the Tidehunter maybe. But in the meantime, like, the Witch Doctor's far easier. But then, along that line, like, after you do a pull, maybe you stack it, right? You have time, you can then go try to look to do, like, stacks in the jungle. Because, like, the selling point of Magnus support is this empower, right? Like, I do stacks, and then I give you the ability to farm stacks. This is why I said it's unfortunate you have a ranged hero, but Sniper will be able to do stacks with Shrapnel, even without you. Or, like, you'll empower Core Tusk or something, I don't know. And he'll, like, punch cleave. Does that work? It must work, right? It's just a regular auto attack. You know what they say, fourth time's the charm. I'm coming for that Tidehunter. Just steal it, just steal it. Okay, okay. Waiting for Shockwave. That's a good call. Okay, here's the follow-up. I know I was just joking about trying to kill Tidehunter so many times, but, like, truly, if you kill him a second time now, you are completely free of the bottom lane. That kind of works. Guess it's our lane now. Yo, pretty fast blink. 5 kills, I guess. You've been the one picking him up. Where's that put Sniper at? Yeah, kind of lower because of it. You're out leveling Sniper. That's not great. I mean, it's great for you, but you're gonna have to get stuff done. This is where the stacks help a lot too, right? Just let them like farm to catch up. There are some heroes that I always feel can just like, can always potentially win a game. Magnus is one of them. It kind of changes with the patch a little bit. For a while, I also felt Slardar was one of them. Just like the ability to pierce BKB so easily on bashes and then ramp up with attack speed. He was pretty busted for a while, I felt. And Magnus with RP and power, it's like always a threat, no matter how bad the game looks. I think 1 point in Empower is okay, right? I know you have a sniper, but it's still gonna be bonus damage, and then Tusk and Earthshaker, yourself and Omni. You know, you'll do a little farming. I think like 1 point's okay. Not on the Tide. Pick someone besides Tide. Look at that patience. Alright. That was still a little bit forced of a fight. Because when it comes down to it, Sniper's not online fully yet. I mean, this is his build, right? It's not really like where he quite wants to be. I do think playing with Tusk is good. But I don't think you want like the full team fights because they have this, and that's a little more powerful than the rest of what you have. Maybe this part was just too powerful though. Maybe that attempt overall was okay. I think you have good like, yeah, you got this one. I think that one was just recently placed, but I think you don't have to like wait and like try to force a fight here because the tier 2 doesn't matter that much right now. You know, like I think just controlling this area is good against Ursa. If you just like sit here and farm, Ursa can never do Roche. Womp. What's going on over there? A little too far up. Yeah, any level of jungling. The Empower helps. I don't know how I feel about this teleport. Could we have predicted this? Let's go back. So it's to give up the tower, which means it is gonna push it and someone's gonna have to deal with it. Omni's there, so is Omni gonna deal with it maybe? I see this. Trying to finish Shard. I guess it kind of looked like teammates could do it. I think you can just stay down here though, because like when the tower dies, like it means something's gonna come into the tier 2 and someone's gonna have to deal with it. So it's a question of whether like you can deal with it at the tier 2 or if like a teammate's gonna do it. Don't know if... That was scaring me a bit, pulling the Ursa back. I guess no one went on Sniper till now, though, so he was just whacking away. Yeah, Earthshaker core. Though I kind of like power treads on core Earthshaker for the tread toggling, but I don't play that much core Earthshaker, so I don't know what he usually does. FaZe is probably not bad against an Ursa Tidehunter though. Queen of Pain too, just like move around. You do just have to like slap people, so the extra movement speed is good for that.
Radiant's gone and fortified their structure. Do nothing about dire structures right now. Radiant's mid tower's getting better. Mid tower ain't doing so good.
I don't know if I like this. Oh, I guess you've used a lot of your alts. I'm pretty conflicted on this because it feels pretty bad to lose the mid tower without fighting at all, especially when you're ahead. Not a ton, but like Ursa's dead. 2.
Have fun trying to
And like I don't think you guys are gonna like.
the dire structures for now.
You're not like the fastest tower takers in the world. This tier 2 is gonna be slow. I don't know if this was worth it. I feel like defending your mid tower may have been better. Like one support goes first, maybe you, I guess, and then like the rest like following behind. I guess we do get this tower.
Top tower's gone.
I don't know. I'm a little conflicted. Have your courier. So for one, you already have a sentry down here. Omni placed it, so maybe you didn't notice it, but just have the courier go here. Even without this one, the courier was just here, so you should put the sentry like here and have it check here and here for you. You'd save 2 sentries like that. And then this one would be fine overall. Though if the courier's here and it's here, you might as well have it check here as the last place. Get him! Ah. Actually, I don't know. Does this doesn't cancel it, does it? I'm suddenly like doubting myself. I don't know if it does or not. I guess you need horn toss. And skewer, I think, does. Your build is overall fine. I don't know the support Magnus build that well, but I think what you're doing is pretty... that's a tough one. You're gonna pick it up anyway. Well, it's totally fine. I set that up. You know, I don't even need the ult. Whatever. It's just, you know, just... We got it. It's fine.
Dire's mid towers have difficulties.
We are online as support Magnus.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
I got wrecked by one earlier today. Actually, it really wasn't just him. It was more like a whole team thing, but felt pretty bad.
Top tower is in bad shape. Radiant's top tower is
I mean, sniper's gone. Oops. Okay. That worked out better than I thought, actually. I thought we were kind of pushing our luck without our sniper.
seen better days.
Echo kind of cleaned that up, though, in the end.
Ruin at Radiant's bottom tower.
That's a bit unlucky. Shards put him to the side. Okay, I mean your plays themselves I don't see major issues with. We're a little deep here, but I guess that's what we were in at. That was maybe a bit deep. I think in the end you should just be looking to like enable sniper, skewer people away from him. But I think the laning stage is what I would point out the most, prioritizing that small camp and some extra stacking. Okay, opening the next one. No problem, flight risk. Hopefully Australia servers are working today. It wasn't some weird like 5-minute download after 3 failed ones. Alright, tell you what I want to check real quick. I should know this for myself. Even though I don't plan on playing Magnus anytime soon, I should understand how skewer works a little better so I can not get skewered back as much. So if he's directly behind me, that's no good. If I'm like somewhat in him, okay, that also works. So this is too far. I see. That'll definitely get him. Oh, okay, that was close. I see. Okay, so then like when you're this close, you're in danger. Ooh, just at the edge. Ooh. Okay, yeah, it doesn't. Just confirming. Okay, so then how's Horn Toss? What's the range on this one? So it just works, right? Wait, if they're behind you, what happens? Oh, it just does damage. Interesting. Oh, too far. Oh, shorter than I thought. Okay. You know, I bet this is pretty satisfying. No, it doesn't change Horn Toss, right? But it changes Skewer and... I don't think Magnus is even considered strong right now. Maybe he'll get buffed in the next patch, and then we'll spend some time learning Magnus. Come into the tower, buddy. He's got some good sound effects, too. They're pretty satisfying.
Let them try and stop me.
Good luck, Mach. If he is touching your hitbox. Okay. Skewer search radius is 100 units. I probably have to do more research on it first. It's fast to Horn Toss, immediately move backwards, and then Skewer. Do I need to move backwards? I can't just like start Skewer or something? Rather than Skewer input after Horn Toss. Really? Is it because of backswings?
The thunder of hooves.
Hold on, I gotta test this. Now I gotta know. Okay, so.
Better get ready.
Who stands against me?
Mick Deichel, congratulations. I'll be honest, I don't know if my untrained eye can like really tell a difference. What if I like shift Q it? Okay, if you shift Q it, that's super noticeable. Oh yeah, so what's the like widest angle? Dang, it's wide. What about like directly? How does that make any sense?
Nature calls.
Yeah, it's like a slightly backwards cone. Okay, okay. We're understanding things a little better. I feel like as long as you cast Skewer so it's not shift clicked, I don't notice much of a difference. Well, I guess he turns around a little faster, maybe.
Stand aside.
I feel like as long as you're fast, it's the same, though. As long as it's not like shift Q. There's a massive backswing on this ability. What the heck? I guess he's literally pulling the earth back like that.
I'll trample them.
Core games are totally fine, McDykel. Tree game. Oh, that's not a core game, unless it is. I did in lane and itemization. Sounds good. Didn't have anything because you weren't ready. Let's see. Greaves and Force Staff, pretty normal items. Let's see. Who are we against? See, no one on my team gonna get the mech and Greaves, so I think that part's fine. I'm debating whether you need this Force Staff. Good generic item. You got the Pudge, so you can kind of hook, like, force people around. I'm thinking Blink or Yules might have a little more value. Blink to play around the Timber a bit more, and to like ult the Pudge to cancel channel. Same with like Spirit Breaker, interrupt his charge. Yules for a similar reason. Like if you're just sitting behind your sniper, then when he's getting charged, you can Yules him. Or if you're in range after Pudge ults him or something, you can interrupt that. Same with Timbersaw. He tries to chain away, you can pick him up. Oops, not that. How sad that would be if I just accidentally like instantly found a game. Well, let's see how it plays out. I can see some value on it for a sniper as well, but I kind of like the idea of Yules this game. Okay. Am I leaning with Sniper or Faceless Void? Okay, versus Timber and Spirit Breaker. Okay, so probably not going to play too aggressive. You do have a more defensive build. This is like less popular though. This is like very defensive. That's not so common anymore. Even though I used to do this, but I guess... well, the reason I stopped, I guess, is because it's not as good anymore. I think in the early levels, you can punch Timbersaw a good amount. Holy crap. It's Ogre here. Well, now don't I feel foolish? Could have gone Oov. Huh. Yeah, well, I mean, I thought it was going to be Timber. And Timber... Okay, well this... Okay, hold on. A couple different things. So first, against Timber, right... Oov drops off really quickly unless you have a very aggressive combo like Ursa, and you're literally going for like the level 1 kill snowball. Otherwise, you do want early punches before he really racks up levels, but because of Timber Chain, Oov tends to not be that useful. So I would have been okay not getting Oov, but getting like a stick or something, because he will cast a lot of spells. Didn't know he was going to be mid though. I guess this is a weird lineup to begin with, so I won't worry about it too much. I don't like that you spent so long not in lane toward mid. I'm guessing your Quap was throwing like a tantrum or something, or like what was happening? Are you in the party? You are in the party. Or are they throwing a tantrum? Because this is like a huge waste of your time, I feel. We're partied, lol. Then you're friends, but I'm not, I'm not going on my way for this. Look how much is happening already. You're going to miss the whole first wave. Right? So the first wave can dictate a lot of what's going to happen, and you just, like, miss the entire thing. Solux fee. Yeah, but, like, right, the denying, the last hit securing, body blocking camps, like, you've essentially done nothing for the first minute So if this needs to happen, I mean, it's like a one-off, right? I'm sure it doesn't happen all the time, but if they don't have the ward and I have it, screw them. I don't care. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna like tank my entire lane for them. Mid laners play without an observer. It happens all the time. I see, because your team has... Did you have this one too? Oh, maybe you didn't realize Faceless had it. Okay. Even still. Tell you what, buy an item. Put your observer on that courier. And then send your courier to the mid lane. I do not want to miss that much of the laning stage. And then this. So this is good, right? All the punching, all that stuff. And then when like the punching ends and we're like backing off, don't actually back off that much. So tango up, and then look, 2 creeps, you can just start punching. This is an all melee lane, baby. It's brawling time. So just stay here. You don't need to worry about like, oh, chill in the back, you know, get this angle. I don't even give a shit. For melee, we're all in here. We're all just punching creeps, punching each other. It's like the, what's that? It feels so silly to see, no offense to the people who do it, like those slap competitions, you know, where everyone just stands there and they slap and then the other person slaps back and forth. That is the 4-player melee experience, especially as Treant. So you're going to get Leech Seed. You're probably going to get Nature's Grasp. If you're on the losing end, I guess you could get Living Armor. But we're all just going to sit here and you're going to punch creeps. And when they walk up, you're going to punch them. And then only when we absolutely have to, we're going to do this stuff. That's what I wanted from like the very beginning, which is why I don't like that you have to like walk mid for all that. So all this like backwards looking for angles, no need to do any of that. Let me tell you exactly what the melee angle is. They have to come up for creeps and they have to come up to harass because we are all melee here. So it is brawl time. Just stand in those creep waves and punch and fight. Oh, and if you need to do a pull, that's okay. I don't think you have to, actually. This lane's fine. Oh, you're stacking. Even then, right, I don't think it's necessary. I think you just want to be here and, like, get the XP. Because you're actually behind now, right? So this, even though Faceless has the XP, he was here, right? He's level 2, you're level 1. It's very different from you also being level 2. And this all starts from that very first wave. Okay, you are going to have to do a pull here. So 247, get ready to use your stacked camp. Since you did it, that's going to be the follow-up. You got to go do it! This is too much, right? A 3rd stack is not necessary. 2 stack will kill the creep wave. Look where the creeps are. Well, not that you knew this was happening necessarily, but I mean, I guess you do know it's happening. But look at your creeps, right? There's only 1 left. And you can kind of predict that based on the stuff. Or like I did based on experience. The more you play, the more you get the feel for it. So this, I don't think you should be stacking again. I think you should have just pulled this whole wave. And then when they do a pull, you just like come up and fight. And it works out even better because like you're fighting over this camp and they can't get to the small camp that's killing all their stuff. It's brawl time! Yeah, baby, let's go! Get him, get him, get him! Punch, punch, punch! Brawl items. Stick. Tell you what, it's not even too late for the Orb of Venom. You can still get it. Buy more consumables if you need to. Make sure you can keep casting Leech Seed. That spell's going to be busted here. Yes, another point in Leech Seed. All we're doing is maintaining equilibrium here and punching each other in the face. I thought you were going to be against Timber, so I was kind of open to like the Sage's Mask. I don't blame you for trying it out. Though I think I would have done a stick instead, because it allows you to be a little more active in the beginning. See, the boots aren't going to be as necessary because you're already going to like slow all the melee heroes a ton between you and this time dilation and the bashes. So the boots won't actually help you get more like right-click survivability and damage in that much. It'll help you run after people, I guess. So in that sense, it's like, okay. But Faceless is like your real damage. So I think like the Orb of Venom's better if you are going to play aggressive. Well, then again, I don't hate it either. Yeah, just keep doing these pulls now. This is good. Buy an Observer Sentry. Oh, you have a Sentry. I'd still buy another one, actually. I don't think you're needed here. I would try to farm the small camps you've created. Faceless shouldn't die. It's his own mistake if he dies. Having said that, I mean, he might get like stunned, bashed, all that, but it shouldn't happen. Nice. Just go do a stack or do the pull. The small camp is loaded, so literally any chance you get, just pull it. Oops. Because Faceless probably won't die unless he gets unlucky with the 17%. The results of you doing a lot of pulls are that you'll keep denying creep waves and force the lane back all the time, which will allow you to then do the 4-man melee brawl that's really working for us. And if they contest it, well, there's just not a lot of time with a triple stack small camp. It is actually a bit of an issue, right? Where if like Faceless Void got stuck with the creep wave under the tower, and then they're like fighting you, that's unfortunate because they could steal the triple stack camp and the creep wave, and Faceless can't help you. But like you have 3 camps there, which means they have very small window to stop you before all the creeps are just straight up dead. Alright, turns out Timbersaw to a ton of melee heroes is pretty good though. So this is where we're gonna have to break down, just like dodge fights for a while now. Oh, I didn't see you saying we could skip. Oh well, we're at the end of the laning stage now. I think continuing to try to fight as 4 is going to be tough. That was a really good combo. This Timber is gonna be scary though, I think.
Mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Yeah, I think you guys have to be dodging this Timber. Pretty much wherever Timber goes, you will just try to like delay or dodge. So for the tier 1, it's pretty difficult nowadays for Tree. Honestly, while he's trying to take a tier 1 like mid or one of the side lanes, you probably let it go and you try to take the opposite side real quick. And then when he's pushing tier 2, then you cut creep waves behind him. When it's only tier 1s though, it's really difficult to do that. Like when he's taking the tier 1, there's not enough space to safely do so. Haha, nice. Last hit. Oh, it's a party down here. We're just like bringing everyone.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower's getting the what for.
Got baited into it, yeah.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Yeah, I don't mind this kind of observer because of everything happening here. But like one of the carries, you actually have a sniper and a Faceless, so like at least one of them should be somewhere else. Okay. Kind of doing it. To get rocked by this Timber. Ah, no, you were away. You were gonna live. Well, fortunately, these brawls are going for you. But I'd say, like, depending on execution, it could... I would lean towards it helping the enemy team more than yours. But, of course, there's room for, like, human error and all that. And that's kind of why I think the safer play is dodge. But I guess if it kind of keeps working out, you can do it. Though it is, like, 14-15, so it's not like it's really always working out. And, like, right there, you should just stay mid. Like, just keep pushing mid there. Don't even come down here yet. Yeah, Timber saw things. Yeah, there's a whole lot of map up here. Let's see, you can probably get a blink this game. Also okay with Yeah, you know, I am okay with the mech as well into Greaves. Oops, you're watching the Faceless there for a bit. Alright, got hooked while dewarding. You just have to be really careful of that. When Pudge is nearby, it's, yeah, you just kind of can't deward. You have to, like, wait it out. You know, I'm pretty bad about it as well, but try to use this living armor a little bit more. And then when you see heroes on the map, try to like go and click on them. I don't see you doing that too much. Maybe I'm missing it because we're like zooming ahead. Those are two of my biggest weaknesses right now. So it's a little hypocritical of me to say, but maybe you'll be better about it than I am. Woo! Go ward, go ward, go ward. Dewarding works too. Now we go ward. Okay, but come on, this is gonna be really bad, McDougall. It's in the sentry they just had. This one's not gonna live long. Or I wouldn't expect it to. Because they're just going to come by with another cliff one and they're going to accidentally pick that one. At least put it over here. That one's like, oh, I bet they'll just keep putting cliff ones. But I'd probably put it outside further. Maybe even out here or something. You don't see in the jungle. So if you really want the jungle, then maybe in your outpost, like somewhere here, or like somewhere in the outpost, depending how soon you think you'll lose a tier 2. The old disengaging Quapult. If possible, you actually want to use your punch first. Maybe you didn't feel you had time. You'd like to punch him first because this has a 10-second cooldown on punches, right? So you might as well get this one on cooldown and then ult, and then your punch is almost up again at that point. But maybe you saw him casting Timber Chain, so you're trying to interrupt that right away. That's fair then. Yeah, if you have the time, punch first. But if it's something, you know, urgent, then that's fine. Or you don't have the reach for the punch. I think Creeps took the top tower. All right, that time you also had the couriers. I think we saw this in the last one as well. Like the couriers delivering stuff. Try to have that in mind, and remember, like, okay, I can put the sentry on the low ground, and the courier's already here.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
I don't hate that ward if your team was like ready to play more over there. I kind of think that was a little bit risky. Drawing some diagrams here. I think that one's it's very exposed, right? And it's a common spot, which means they can come deward. This is very difficult to protect without already being there. So if your team's not actually going to play in that area, then it might just go. Oh, it's still here. Oh, there it is. Oh, where did Ogre put it? Yep, he found it. Although this should reveal to you that they have an observer as well. Maybe not right now, but when you see... Oh, it's bugged. We need to see the heroes for this to work. Okay, this, right? He shouldn't see this. So unless he put his sentry here, which is possible, but just really weird, you know, you're good. But the fact that you don't see the sentry because you have vision and your sentry's here, it means that he has vision of this area. So either the observer is also on this cliff, like he put both up here, or there's vision somewhere else. So even though you are going to lose this one, this should give you enough information to know like something's up. And you probably, like, I would fly a courier over here or have him astral right after this, check this, and if you don't see an observer, then like it's something over here. Okay, you know what, actually, real quick. There's another part of the warding video. So we have 2 warding videos, right? I need to add in a couple extra of like how to tell when the enemy has observers and stuff like that. So I need to start jotting down these examples because it's very hard to conceptualize this without like the visual representation. Actually, I guess I can probably create them myself in demo lobbies, but I think it helps if we have like real life examples. So give me 1 second. I need to open up like a Word document and start jotting these down. Where can I put this that I won't forget? I guess I should just use my Wednesday review one. You're gonna be in a video, McDykel. Maybe, if I remember. Sometimes I record these and I forget. What time are we at? 24:41. Revealing observer. Yes, there we go. All right. Well, keep an eye out. Don't let me forget to jot these down. McDykel! McDykel! Banned. Oh man. I'm sorry. Oh man. This is why I play core, fair enough. This is pretty risky, by the way. You know, this might be another example. This is like a reading the map example, actually. Don't worry, mate. This is gold mine. This will be anonymous mode. Don't worry. No one will know you made this mistake. You kind of bait this though, so let me show you. You don't have to wait for that video. Okay, so this is their vision, right? They don't know you have vision here. But like, let's watch what you do. And this is kind of why you can't do this right now. What is the treant doing? Right? If we go over and click him fast enough, okay, he's got an observer and a sentry. But if not, like, what's he doing here? It's kind of weird, you know? Like, of course they're gonna like, what is he doing here? And then he like accidentally finds this. So from your perspective, how to avoid this right now? Because like once you go in, they're gonna know you had something, right? You either need to make it look like by chance they didn't click you so they don't know you already have a sentry down, or you need there to be like more going on. So like right now, I see people in this area. So if you, as a slow melee hero, which I think is what you're like realizing, which is why you turned around, but it was already too late. So if you can just identify this ahead of time, then you'll avoid all this. But like you will need to walk all the way around up here to get this. So you need a lot of time. You need like 15 seconds that you feel safe under enemy vision. Like you need to feel safe knowing that they know exactly where you are and that you're by yourself to be able to get this observer. And if you don't have that time, you can't even like walk over here. Otherwise, it kind of like exposes what's going on. And that's why when you see heroes in this area, that's not 15 seconds, right? Ogre can stop you literally like this, right? And there's not enough time.
Invisibility.
Coincidence? I think not.
Is again like, do we have that 15 seconds to feel safe doing this? Kind of baited a lot, actually. It was, in the end, not actually that bad. But also didn't need to do that much. Or, like, you didn't need to take that risk. Just, like, know it's there and come back for it later. Ooh, I like this. Yeah, that's nice. Your team actually... Well, let's see this finish. Alright. I have the feeling you're strong enough to do stuff when you're all up. Like... Faceless doing pretty well, then Sniper... Okay, Sniper's actually much poorer than I thought, but... I think with good chronos and, like, overgrowth, you guys can, like, walk together down objectives. I mean, maybe that's about to start happening, in which case, great. If it's not, though, I do think that's what your next step should be.
Difficulties.
Goodbye. That's why Timber is the classic tree response. Move this one to the left side in the future. This area is good, but the left side will avoid Cliff Sentry a bit better. If they put it at the edge, I think they can, like, just get this. If they put it in, like, the middle to the right, I think it's, like, sometimes out of range, but if you can avoid all of that by just being on the left side. Okay, when Faces is up, you try to, like, group together. Smoke and go. You try to de-ward your part of the map before doing it, but if you don't, whatever. It's a pub game. Ah, you didn't get the Faceless. Oops. That's okay. Alright, I like this vision. That's all good. This is solid. Cool, cool, cool. Go do Roche. Roche.
Dire's top tower.
You guys can take this, but then I would do Roche. I suspect you guys are just gonna go high ground, which is also kind of okay.
Seen better days.
I think it's safer to do Roche.
Tower.
Wah, that was close. This is why it's safer to do Roche. Hey, Craxon! Thank you. Thanks for making time to drop by the stream as well. I don't know if you can hang around long, but you're just in time to potentially join the next replay. Oh, which I left that thing up this whole time, my bad. Okay, I know it was up the whole time, but here we go. Enter the next one if you want. Exclamation point, replay.
Ooh, thanks.
Yeah, and then we already mentioned it earlier, but I think Yule's here would be pretty good. Because I think the way you should play now is you kind of just, like, sit behind Sniper. Even though he's kind of poor, he'll bait the stuff in, right? So he'll hit towers while Faceless like waits for a good chrono, and all Sniper has to do is avoid Punch Hook, and otherwise for them to initiate, they're all gonna have to, like, run in, and that's when you get the good chronos, the good overgrowths, nice illusion bait. But that's kind of why Yules, I think, will work, because you get to sit behind Sniper, and when they start going on him, you can use Yules to interrupt any of these heroes, like a Pudge with Blink, or anyone charging, stuff like that. Who we got? Alex! Hey! I feel like you just... Did you just subscribe earlier? 24 months. Nice. How do we get a refund? Step 1, cancel the subscription. Step 2, I don't know, you're gonna need to give feedback. You can't just leave. I need to know why the products didn't work for you, and then I can improve the products, but I can't refund them. Ha 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 ha. You've been suckered in. Is it your birthday? What the heck, Alex? I didn't know it was your birthday. Can return this sub. A few days ago? What the heck? You didn't even tell me? Scammed. Happy birthday, dude. That's awesome. Ah. Excited. My birthday September 16th. The Mexican Day of Independence. My birthday's nowhere near here. Alright, who's next? Monch, it happened. It's time. The reign of Monch begins anew.
Pretty sight right now. Radiant lost one of them bottom towers.
What was I saying before Alex showed up and distracted me? Oh, I think I was talking about the Yules. Yeah, I think Yule is good because you get to sit behind Sniper, which is really the mentality to have. Like, Force Staff can be fine too, but just like ask yourself, like, okay, so they go on Sniper, how do I help? And depending on the heroes, it's just going to affect your options. So like Force Staff is really good if they have kiting issues, which Lena doesn't typically have because she usually has her own like mobility sometimes. But also she's just super fast and she's a ranged hero with long range. They have a Timber who's gonna like constantly Timber chain around. They got like the charge. They have like the hooks. So they don't really have like, oh no, he's been Force Staffed, we're screwed, right? That's like Ursa, Sven's, you know, those kind of heroes a bit more. Sometimes you have to like stand your ground and fight. That's when like Greaves, which you already have, Wraith Pact can be good. Things that like boost him up in the moment, stat wise. Otherwise, it's like, oh, we need to disengage from some of this, prevent him from being jumped. That's when like Yules is a little like can work too. It also depends on the heroes, but you don't want to have to ult to prevent charge, right? So then Yules is a much easier to use version of that. Oh, Monch was ready. Okay, but I'm not. So I'm gonna start this download and then I'll be right back and then we'll. Okay, I'll be right back. before I forget, let's turn that off. Oh, it's a slow download. Good thing I started it before leaving. Now we have time to read what Monch said. Okay, Ricky position 5. Felt difficult to lane against 2 tanky boys, which is who? You and Drow versus maybe Centaur. Since you said tanky boys, I'll guess the Omni. 17 objectives. My course went pushing other lanes and towers to force enemy reaction split up. Yeah, Ricky has no wave clear, so yeah, that'll feel awkward. That's fair. The team to only go for pound and split push. What could I have done better? Okay, great explanation. Love it, Monch. Yeah, this lane probably is awkward. I wouldn't expect you to do a ton. Well, at the start, you might have room to like fight the Centaur, because even though his stats are pretty high, his armor's really bad. So we can see what he built item-wise. And if he doesn't have the armor, you and Drow can probably right-click harass him a lot, which is probably reduced by this Omni. The good news here, though, is that Drow is ranged with 3 melees in her lane, so her threat of death is probably pretty low. So I would say this is a game where you prioritize the small camp, make sure it is open, make sure they aren't pulling the hard camp. You can probably body block that hard camp because Omni's not all that dangerous either, so you are probably safe to do that. Leave Drow alone. Get your small camp open, stack it, be able to pull and fix equilibrium, and that's probably your laning stage. You're probably not looking to kill a Centaur Omni as Ricky Drow. Ricky does have a bad laning stage, so if it feels bad, you're on the right track. It is bad. It just depends on matchup, I guess, but like I wouldn't expect too much. The other stuff, we'll have to open the game and see a bit more, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Gas Mask. Honestly, though, I like it. For this or for YouTube videos, when I like ask for you guys to submit stuff, honestly, the more explanation there is, full bias, more likely to be picked. Because I think it helps both parties. One, I understand what I'm getting into more, so it's less work on me to like review a whole game and sometimes review several games to pick like the best one for a video. But also, if you do some of the work yourself of like reviewing a game, then I think then the feedback is then more practical and like it's useful to you because you've thought about it yourself, and then it's easier. It doesn't always work. Sometimes I pick games with like very little explanation because it is a little bit random, but I think it's good. Guides in Dota. Oh, I saw that on Reddit, right? It's like
Stand aside.
down here. Well, maybe not. It's in the guide section only. I mean, it kind of makes sense if it's there even without it. But I suppose we've been mainly doing a 2-1-2 lane. Though maybe it's just comedic, right? You put in jungler and literally no one gets the role. And that's Dota saying like, stop jungling. We don't have any junglers. That would be funny. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? DJ Dally? I did it again where I pronounced it 3 ways, and I'm not going to know when you're like, that's the one. Thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub. I'll go with DJ Daily. Let's start there. Was that close? I mean, I wouldn't mind if jungling's back. I personally don't love 2-1-2 lanes. So whatever form it takes, I am open to a change. Frankly, I think you can, as long as you're willing to patch the game, I think you can put in stuff that's like, okay, we're going to be kind of heavy-handed with this and let's just see it, you know? You have to be a little careful with tournaments and stuff coming up, I guess. But like, here's jungling again. Let's see how it feels. And if it's bad, it's like, okay, guys, we'll just revert it, you know? Like, I'm down for that kind of stuff. I guess it's harder when you have a game more established like Dota. It's easier to do that if you're like a new game, smaller audience. But, you know, like, let's try it. Put fishing in the game. Yeah, you know? See if it works. And when it is, you full commit. You become a fishing game. I'm used to watching VODs. Thank you for watching the VODs. Ooh, good reminder. If it's easier to watch on YouTube, made the channel. You can find them there now. Well, welcome to the live version.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I sometimes mark, like, if you're being the 4 support, I think it's okay to mark the jungle, especially if it's a hero who, like, sometimes looks like an offlaner. It's like, oh, I'm not stealing your role, you know, I'm 4 support. I do that sometimes. Okay, item-wise, you have a lot of leftover gold here. Now, if you're playing 5, I think 2 sentries is good. Okay, you've used 1 for mid. That can be okay. Just buy another one coming up. The reason I'm saying 2 is because of what we said earlier while waiting. I think the small camp's pretty important. I really want... I mean, 1's good, but, like, you do it, they do it. Uh-oh, you know? Like, so might as well buy 2 because it's important to us. If it's not that important, you can do the 1 and, like, okay, they blocked it, whatever, I'll get it later. But... this is one where I don't think you'll offer much besides that. And then, oh, we talked about this earlier too, right? This is a lot of money. Like, what's your total net worth? You're at 939, you know? This is 30-ish%, a little higher. 30-ish% of your net worth just like sitting here at this point. So let's buy 3 mangoes, a tango. That's about it. You can actually... can you even fit a salve in there? If not, you could probably fit a stick in there. You can fit a lot in here. Or like a stick and then 2 mangoes. Or like a stick and 3 mangoes even. 2 sentries, 3 mangoes. Tango. There's a lot we can buy here that will help you play out this laning stage. You can use Blink Strike to secure the range creeps there. That's something you can do right now. Honestly, sometimes you need to distract supports, right? This is 2 melee heroes next to the tower. You really don't need to do much to them. You just need to help. You can distract them because it makes it easier to last hit, but like don't die for it, I guess. And if you can help secure stuff, that's also fine. Just like in that last lane, I was saying like it's 4 melee heroes, just chill here and hit things. You can do that too. You can be up here just hitting creeps, and if they hit you, you fight back a little bit. Although you're not as good as it as Trin is. This is okay too. I see the small camp open, so let's keep track of it. Let's make sure we get that stack in. Oh, there we go. Oh wait, I forgot to, this is unranked, right? Yeah, let's do, I don't remember if I changed this last time. The new game. It's possible if a game's big enough to pull player base away. I don't know if that's the case this time, but I'm sure it's happened before. It's stacking time, right? So far, pretty much what expected. There's really not much to go on. And yes, as a melee hero, he has the advantage here in last hits with high damage. It's a little hard for our ranged hero to deal with, but that's where like, let's get this stacked and let's start doing like pulls and half pulls and stuff. And like you can try to fight early, especially because this guy didn't buy armor that we were talking about. You can try to fight him early. Look how much damage you guys are doing, right? Just a couple auto attacks. It's because he has 3% physical resistance. He didn't buy any armor. He's going a very greedy, straight Vanguard build. So this is an option then, is to do a lot of right clicking, which if you bought some of those items we talked about earlier, you could probably do. Maybe you even can buy an Uv if you find out he has no armor. Yes! That was really close. We got first blood. Nice. I mean, either way, I think it's okay to go for that. I think tri-lanes could come back, though. I think with the way things have changed, it wouldn't feel as bad as supports to tri-lane. I don't know how it would feel as an off-laner, though. It's probably really bad. Ooh, we did get the stack in. Cool. I think supports would be okay. We'd have to change up the meta again, though, on like the types of offlaners and what they offer. And I don't know if that's where they want the game to go. That's why I think adding in roaming is probably better rather than have a tri-lane setup again. I think it would be easier to shift back to that compared to tri-lane. But if they want to do tri-lanes, I don't really care. I'll play whatever. Tri-lanes are tough, though. You really have to know what you're doing. I actually think it's much easier. Okay, the higher up you go, it's awful for the offlaner to deal with tri-lanes. But in lower ranks, it's actually really easy to climb, I think. Or at least that's how it was in the past. I don't know if it would be this way again. But to properly execute a tri-lane is a lot harder because you have 3 people who need to coordinate compared to like 1. So like as a pub player, 1 offlaner who knows what they're doing has a much easier time dealing with 3 people. In my opinion. It might be a hot take. I don't know. But like when I played offlane, that's how I felt. Or like when I played support back then, it was so hard. It's like, I'm trying to do this. Oh, you're trying to do that? Like, what the heck? Like, you're like, I'm trying to stand here and you didn't do this. Like, what are we doing then? You know? It happens nowadays. Now people have forgotten how to tri-lane because it's been duo lane so long. So that when you do try to tri-lane in a pub, it's like, what is going on? You know, like, everyone's so bad at it. It's too late now to like do much meaningful harass because he has the Ring of Health. That's why like earlier, especially once you check his items, which we didn't do at the start of this replay. But if you check his items and the lane begins and you see that, that's like, okay, bully this guy really hard because he's doing something greedy and he has no like armor. Now it's like a little too late. Now it's more about the pulls. Stacking's gonna be tough because they can just steal it as the centaur. So now you're just trying to get Drow what she needs. And then, what do we have? Legion, Zeus, Gyro. Is them taking a stack small camp worth interrupting? If your core is getting wave XP. Probably depends on the matchups and the heroes a little bit. If this is 2 camps or more, definitely 3 or more is totally fine. 2... It might depend a little bit on the matchup, but I would say it's generally okay to steal it as the off lane, even if you give like a wave over. It might depend more on the exact situation. There are probably some carries where it's like you really don't want to give them anything as much as possible. But yeah, what Kraxen's saying is like when you're splitting, that helps too. But the gold, the gold value, if the offlaners can easily steal it quickly, I guess that's actually something else I should throw in there, right? It needs to be quick enough. If it's a very slow steal, then that's not going to be worth it. But someone like Centaur who walks in and double edges it and the whole camp dies, right? That's worth his time, I would say, because it's like push, 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 do, boom, you know, like back. Sand King, Primal Beast, those kind of heroes who do it so fast is okay. If you're gonna do it super slow, then maybe not so worth.
The Dire went and fortified their structures.
Yeah, these are the kind of stuff you want to stop them from doing. All the pulls. So like coming up here, if the camp was open 7:17 and you didn't see Omni Knight, you'd be like making sure he's not pulling. I mean, this is a huge creep wave, so now you're actually here. But if the lane was like sitting here, you'd do what we just talked about. Rest in peace, Courier. Yeah, lane's very hard at this point now. Just kind of like wait until for it to end, honestly. Like, Trial's going to be moved to the jungle soon enough.
Nailed it.
And you'll just need a defensive ward for her. On the cliff is probably not good. Probably like out here or like out here to see them walking in. You can go ahead and buy boots and maybe a stick. If you want to save for the shard, you can, but I think you have enough time to get like boots, one small item, still pick up observer, sentries, smokes, and between passive gold, a little farming, and hopefully a kill or two assist wise. Let's still get the shard at 15 minutes. Yeah, so my worry for that cliff, right? I want to leave her If they take that, then I have to come back at some point to help her ward, because cores are really bad about doing it themselves. And to an extent, they shouldn't
Dyer's
have
mid-tower's
to
having
too much.
technical
You want them to
difficulties.
farm. Yeah, we're at the point where I think you can, like, let's go play with the others instead. Yeah, Craxton, that's usually a pretty good pub scenario. Blanc in the hard cam. I don't think that's worth it at this point, honestly. This is your mid, so I think you should have gone in there. I know it didn't look like the best fight, and now at this point I'm like getting out, but you can at least smoke screen for him. Worst case, you blink in, you smoke screen, and then you immediately leave with tricks of the trade, you know? Oh, I think that was a little bit of panic there. I think you were trying to be able to blink away, but I would be trying to die to that camp. And come play with these two. Get some duel kills. Scout out the duel for her. Add in what damage you can. This lane's like kind of over-ish. Look, her ult doesn't even do that much because he only has 1 armor. He's playing off the Vanguard, right? She should have left here sooner, which is why she's dying now. She should have already like transitioned to jungling in this area. Okay, you can now stay in the top lane to try to get XP. I see Zeus is here though. I think that's what should have happened. Is like, if you don't want to play with the others, but like this lane needs to end, you go to the others, Drow leaves, they take the tower, and then you eventually come back trying to just get what you can out of the lane, get your shard, hold the lane a bit against them. I mean, I know you don't have wave clear, but like they're probably not going to dive a Riki under tier 2, so you can at least get that kind of XP. So close. If you wait till you like come to the tower and do that, you might live, because the tier 2 tower gives better regen. Maybe. It was very close is all. That's why I say it's like it might be possible, but in the end, no big deal. Okay, we're almost at the shard. Or I guess we have it, we're just waiting for the time.
Just then, the Radiant disowned their mid-tower.
How punishing was that triple kill for Radiant? The one where like Gyro died first over here? Definitely not great. Starting to lose like early game momentum. Gyro's saving her. The follow-up here is like sealing it out. Multiple deaths in a row. This triple in the end is like, it sucks. It's a pub game though. It's not going to be the end of the world, but definitely not great. Doing it again though is where it's like, okay, now we're getting a lot of time. It's kind of like today's video, right? Like 1 death is not a big deal, but when a carry dies multiple times in a row, that's a lot of time spent not farming. Ooh, very close. Oh, we got it. Nice. Legion made it in time. All right, let's just go with Legion. She has duel, right? Just go find her the duels. Because of you, Legion actually could have gone Blade Mail. Actually, this is one of my pet peeves with Legion players. So many of them buy the wrong items. If you need to initiate because your team has damage, you buy Blink, maybe Shadowblade. If you have teams who initiate but don't have a lot of damage, you can get Blade Mail. You can get Armlet in some cases too. You'll see some pros do that. But like so many times, they're building Blade Mail when your team needs an initiator. They're building Blink when all your team has initiation, no damage. Think! Oh, it's not that hard. There's only 2 branching itemization paths. All right, I don't even know what happened there. I was molding at Legion players. Okay, we killed someone. Wait, let's go back further. I was saying, like, let's go find a dual kill. All right, see, this is a little too preemptive. So we gotta, like, take a peek at your mini-map. So we know where she is, that's great, but you're not gonna kill her on your own. So you need someone to come closer. Then Zeus is still a little ways away. And then Legion is, like, over here. So, like, why not just follow her right now? She doesn't know. You're invis. Wait for people to get closer, and then, like, do it. Turns out, this wasn't such a great place to be fighting anyways. So if you had just followed, you would have seen how many heroes were there, and then be like, whoa, okay, this is no good. You know, that's the invisible scout. This is, like, starting something where, like, they gotta walk through a sketchy area. This person's gotta walk through plague wards. It's tough for your team. So there you just, like, I know where she is, and that's good. And I follow her, and then if I die, that's okay. I'm just a position 5 dying. If no one's there, then I choose when to set up. Dominator Legion. Oh no. Would support freeing top. To an extent, yes, but if the enemy sees a drow farming that area, they're gonna kill her. Versus, like, seeing a position 5 farming, they maybe won't dedicate so much time trying to kill that position 5. Both could work, it kind of depends.
I could do with more of that.
Another stain on the battlefield. Radiant's bottom tower in pretty sight right now. Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
I would buy a wand just to, like, clear up your inventory. This is support classic. Gonna dodge the pounce with E. Got some fast reaction times. This? Hold on, let's go back. Pro player, right? They don't hit you. Now, if you click, you'll see it, but, like, that means they don't have detection of you, which means you're invincible right now. So there's actually no reason to, like, leave this far. You can actually now, like, stay in the area and keep your eye on them. Especially, like, in that time, you're like, they're not hitting me. You check real quick, and you're like, oh. Now you can just follow. Now, they have a sentry further out. Oops, right? But that's why we kind of, like, hug the edge, keep our distance a little bit. But you can, like, follow along. You don't actually need to move this far back. That way you, like, stay close to the action, continue that, like, invisible scouting. Right, you test all this, no one's hitting me, no sentries.
Mid tower's coming apart.
Yeah, we see 4 heroes here. That's okay, stay near Legion, stay near this XP when they start splitting off.
Radiant's mid
Okay, maybe we can do something. Okay, I see you drawing that top arrow. Agreed. And Jira's jungling their half, so actually that's not too bad. Your positioning right now is fine. We're gonna, like, intercept any ganks in this area. I'd move your smoke in. And that way you could, like, maybe make a smoke play. I would get a 4-staff this game because of Slark and because of Centaur and Veno, slows, and all that. The 4-staff helps, like, move around. And then it'll also break Pounce. You definitely don't need a Glimmer as Riki, even though the magic resistance can be good. And Pipe is, like, kind of an option, but it's pretty awkward compared to, like, 4-staff, I'd say. I would start with the 4-staff, which you'll get value out of immediately. I guess if you left it at a casual cloak into a 4-staff, that's also okay. Stuff the Centaur in. That seems reasonable. Oh, thanks for scouting out that sentry for me. Oh. Okay, okay. Little preemptive though, right? On that. So this cancels channels, right? There's no real need to control her right now. It's not like she's escaping. It's not like she's killing anyone, so this comes way too soon. You should save it for whoever is rotating in, or if she chooses to ultimate, then you use it. And until you know she has an ultimate or not, and if anyone else has a way to cancel it, you got to keep it. But we used Duel and we used Gust, so you have to hold on to yours until at least Smokescreen comes closer off cooldown, and then you could like maybe use this on a hero, and then like, okay, Smokescreen, she ults for like a second or two, but then you Smokescreen. This is like, oops. Oh, she almost got away too, actually. Awkward. Run away. Oh no. Dang, that was far. Max range, I guess.
Another stain on the battlefield.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Gyro farming up. What are these items? Lordy.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom.
Stopped.
You're gonna have to find a way to resist the callings of the void and stop the charges. It takes a lot of willpower, but I'd focus a lot on what I assume is probably your ring finger. If S is your stop command, right? Channel a lot of energy there.
Double damage.
Unless it's unranked, in which case you must complete every single one. There's no resisting that call. See an Aether queued up. Yeah, we already talked about it, but yeah, Force Staff I think
I'll take that.
sounds pretty good this game. You're just gonna be keeping Drow alive, really. This positioning is good, just like scout about. You're gonna need to carry Dust. Excuse me. Dust, even though you have a Zeus, he has a Shadow Blade. I know he has Dispels as well, which is pretty annoying, but Drow. I don't know about that. Yeah, you need your Force Staff so that when she Force Staffs herself in, you can Force Staff her back out. All right, let's zoot ahead. Yeah, Legion, that's who we want to like be doing stuff with. You said they throw. Which actually is something you can plan for, I guess. Their high ground's not very good. You have a Drow, you have a Zeus. Your high ground is good, and then there's you. You're pretty good at that stuff, the long range darts. So if this stuff isn't looking well, you can kind of wait out for later.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
It's a pretty tough one. Oh, but we did it. Solid.
Radiant's top tower's taking a hit. Trying to bust down Dire's structures now. The Dire are winning fortifying their structures.
Stain on the battlefield.
Shadow Blade with the Ricky. Not the best.
Beautiful. Nailed it.
It's pretty awkward to be back here because you might actually run into vision and you can't do anything about it. If your team's not really ready to like move in there, then you're kind of like, that's like unnecessary scouting because you kind of already know they're there, but you know you can't fight. Then you don't need to actually be like risking yourself because you already have what information you need. I thought you would have to like leap away. like they lost some focus.
Best do something about that bottom tower.
Another stain on the battlefield.
This is the case where you can probably just like walk around back to your base safely.
Dire just couldn't save that bottom tower. The dire best do something.
All right, you're telling me they throw.
Another stain on the battlefield.
All right. They throw from here.
Another stain on the battlefield.
Okay. CM kill, 500 gold plus. Four staff maybe saves her a bit there. Buys her some time at least. You do end up, it did go towards it. It was a bit of a roundabout way. Slark in deep.
Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Dire's mid-range ain't doing a lot. Radiant's top tower's hurting. Dire's mid-range.
The old gyro split push returning now instead of continuing to go. Ooh, four staff just in time. Alright, they throw from here. I thought is what you said. Maybe I'm wrong. No, it looks like the game's long enough. The other day, yesterday, I lost a mega creep game. It was very sad. We had mega creeps and we just dove too much. We got ratted too. I played so bad. I deserved to lose. Honestly, I could have won if I was better. But I stole Mars Arena to defend our own Ancient, and it was like 3 hits from surviving. We wipe them, and we start leaving. And then I needed to say, because there was a Visage on the enemy team with Invis, I needed to tell our offlane Undying to stay here with me, so to like try to kill them. But he like stepped out of the base, and Visage ran in and killed it. We couldn't stop him because we were just 2 supports. It was so sad. Four staff Drow, keeping her alive.
Bullseye.
I see. Hey, Drow's doing it. That's what I was saying in my last video. Drow's one of those heroes. Zeus, please check our base. We have an infestation of wards. I think I need to make... Well, it's already made. I need to heat up my dinner. I am hungry. I'm low energy. I'm losing focus. Oh. They sensed you. They were smoking and dusting.
Dire's top tower.
Money. Yeah, you need to be here. You need to preemptively be here for Smokescreen and Cloud and all that. I can't believe you guys just killed Slark like that. I would buy back. It's okay. This is probably an instant buyback for me. This is your last set of racks. If you lose it, it's really bad. They kind of just let Drow kill them all, though. Yeah, so your priority is just keeping Drow alive. I don't even know if you need this Aether Lens. Though, in a way, it might help you, like, cancel some of this stuff, which could be okay. But I would just be, like, doing whatever Drow needs. Which...
weird for the pipe now. Wreath Pact? I'd take that telescope if no one else does. I would just like follow Drow around. You're like doing some inventory management here. That's fair. Drow's being like chased though. You're like, oh shit. There's a Slark here? Why didn't anyone tell me? Greedy ass. Farming a cant while being chased to death. Oh my goodness. Oh, Yule's is actually also okay for you if you want to get it. Yule's into Wind Waker, another channel, but it's also a Centaur ult counter, and then it's also an Omni Knight counter. So actually now that I think about it, Yule's is your best item, I think. Yeah, it was 4 Zeus mid gyro. You know, just a very typical, very common trap, as one does. I would actually try to Sleeping Dart the Centaur and then just Blink Strike the Omni to slow him. Oh, way to take that pounce. He didn't even know. You need to be carrying Dust, by the way. I don't think you did that this game. We're doing it. Zeus should be the one to go back if you can organize that. If he has TP, he does. Zeus should be the one defending the base because he has Ags and Global Ult. Don't dive too hard. Just keep this Drow alive. Alright, I'm gonna open the thing for the next one. We did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray. I don't remember the lyrics after that. If I knew Spanish, I could probably make it up. Oh, reverse throw? Just a little. This is exciting!
Nailed it.
One barracks. I mean, here you should like pre-communicate as a team, like, hey, if we win a game or we win a fight, what are we doing, right? Are we roshing? Are we megaing? Or are we going for the throne? This is another one of those decisions that should come up ahead of time so that you're all on the same page when the opportunity is there. Just like earlier we were saying, like, as your team's doing rosh, tell them, like, hey, we should go top. Hey, we should look for a kill, right? Set it up ahead of time. You're more likely to get a coordinated effort. Bro, how did he die? What did he get? Was it the rocket? He didn't. But this guy used it to farm. Oh my goodness. Bruh. Whoever ulted him, that was pretty good though. Is it Zeus? Nice. Slark, if you watch this, you got some greedy farming tendencies. Just get out alive. All right. What? Oh, is that why you guys made it a comeback? Was this guy like AFK for a while? Well, well, I get the feeling. I don't know what Veno did in the game, but when someone's being toxic and then AFKs, man, I fight so hard to get them abandoned. All right. Join in, anyone who would like to get the next replay. Join. It's time for the dinner replay. This one, a little less focused. Sorry, you're getting a lesser quality product here. But, enter one, enter all. I'll pick the winner, and then I'll go microwave my food, and then I'll be back, and we'll do it. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Gas mask. You slipped in right there at the end. I see your name down here at the bottom. Woo! All right, congrats. I will now do what I just said I will. I'm gonna go heat up my food. Gas mask, send in the game, and then yeah. A techies game. Hey, Lemonelli. Yeah, sorry, we just picked one. But there'll be another one in probably about, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. All right, so you're playing techies. I think last time, I feel like we watched a techies game before. I don't know if it was yours, but Crusader 5, soft support, download. What do we got going on here? Oh, this is your first one? Must have been someone else watching Techies game. Ugh. Gonna be you and a Magnus versus Slark and an Ogre. But it could have been a Warlock. I guess you wouldn't have known either way. But I think you're just doing a lot of poking this game in the laning stage anyways. I would buy probably a lot of stats for that. I don't play too much techie support, I guess. But I could see a lot of poke here. I don't expect super aggressive play. I mean, Magnus is one of those heroes that can always catch people off guard. He does a bit more damage than people expect, especially if you get any like tower skewers. So it's possible. But I think you're overall pretty happy if you're farming up without feeding. Slark is a little hard, since he's typically good versus melee heroes. So he's be doing a lot of poking. More in the laning stage. Hey, Neville's. Yeah, we're just starting one. Or is there an L in there? Neville's. 2 eyes. Sorry, I thought it was the L's. We're just starting this one as I eat, so there'll be another one in about like 20-ish, 30-ish minutes. Okay, techies. All right, 1 second. Let me get my food.
Everybody get set.
My friends, I'm calling it.
Plain as the horn on my head. This one is in the bag. Thank you.
Okay, that's a decent amount of stats. Could maybe replace this with the Mantle of Intelligence so that you get that much extra damage. Because Techies is really long range. And since you know it's a melee core, it should be pretty free to auto attack a lot. So you can go a little bit more glass cannon.
And they're off.
This is fine overall. Yell, please. Man, I feel a sense of dread whenever I see something like that happen. Blocking this camp. Swapping that mango. Okay, turns out it's double melee, so this is where I would definitely just pick up any like right-clicking items you might be thinking about, like undecided. Start doing it. Oh, you should be keeping an eye out for this. You are playing with a Magnus, so you should stay on this side right now. So accidentally drawing the melee creep. Oops. Try to get rid of it really quickly. And the range creep is still here, so you could come in and drop it off there. You kind of like fall real far back, which means you're out of range for any possible secures like on this range creep, which is what you should be doing right now. When the creep split like this, you should be grabbing that XP and going for the last hit with your sticky bomb. And other than that, just poke, poke, poke. Ideally on the Slark. Since it's both melees, it doesn't really matter. Like, any free poke you'll take. But Ogre has more natural regen, so anything on Slark is extra meaningful because of the regen and because he's the carry. Get this mango in. Might need to body block that later if we want. It's not a huge deal if he pulls. So long as your camp's open too. Now you do body block it. Courier. Nice save. And let's get our camp open. So far, I think you can just be poking a little bit more. But other than that, nothing too crazy. Yeah, there could be like 5 auto attacks there. See what's happening right here? This is why this is not the best time to deward. 1, you drop this, and you don't know where their sentry is. You gotta look for it. Ogre comes over, stuns you, kills your sentry, because yours is in the open. 2, you get it, but they just harass you the whole time for free. 3, he sees this happening, he doesn't stop you in time, but he body blocks. The lane is not in a place that you need to pull anyways. I would just like harass right now. It's in a really good spot for you. They need to do the pull to fix it.
I almost body blocked that one. Swap this in. I think you can just be harassing that whole time, though. That was into me, Magnus. No. Oh, look at this guy. He had his ready. There was a bind to one-hit deny wards. It would be interesting. The fact that it's not 2 hits to kill, though, is like literally a balance thing, I feel. Well, part of it's quality of life, I guess. But they didn't need to make it like 6 hits. They could have made it like 3 hits for denies, right? I think adding that many is a level of balance for things like this. So it would be convenient, but it would affect balance to a degree. They should all be poking. Poke, poke, poke. Now you have to be a little more careful that he has pounce, but still. Poke, poke, poke. Poke, poke. Right? De-aggro here faster. And then poke, poke, poke. Poke, poke. Poke, poke. Alright. That's good. Do this pull, do this pull, do this pull, do this pull, do this pull. Pull, pull, pull. Excellent. Ah, that could have been another kill. Awesome. I feel like now you feel your power, so I see you playing a lot more aggressive. I think earlier, maybe you're not getting kills, but you had power earlier to like harass more and like be kind of aggressive. And I think you were just still like a little bit timid on that.
I thought that was you.
That's the main thing I would say right now. As the only ranged hero here, it should be like endless. Especially before he picks up Pounce. Once he has Pounce, it's a little scary. Techies player, let's go. Totally worth it. Too bad he got that ult though. But yeah, as the only ranged hero and a very long one at that, it should just be like constant fire.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
I think you could just walk down here. Maybe you guys were thinking about trying something since it was kind of close. Maybe you were hoping for a skewer. Oh. Nice. Maybe that's what you guys were hoping for. In which case, that's fine. Walk out this time, though, I think.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days.
I better see an aggressive play within 30 seconds. I guess that kind of counts. I mean, Pudge shouldn't have really gotten caught like that. But I'll allow that one. You did get involved in something right away.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
Is 1 point not worth it? Does no one do that?
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Well, I mean, yeah, you don't have to rotate to like the other lanes, but you want to keep it available if possible. A little bit mixed when people take it. I feel like 1 point in disarm could be really good against Slark and a Slardar. I'm guessing it can't be... Well, maybe it is dispellable. Oh no, they get a basic dispel. Wait, I'm not sure if they can dispel this disarm. Usually you can't.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
People get the shard first, because I could kind of see that being more value than the Aether Lens. I do see some... I think I see a lot more shard first. I mean, I don't play that much techies, but it makes sense to me. I think the stun's really good.
Tower's getting banged up.
He had good farm this game. They thought about it. Oh, fair enough. You are having pretty good farm. Yeah, I guess it'll only be a little delayed.
Mid tower won't last much longer.
I don't know how good the shard is exactly. If your farm is good, but you still want to get it at 15, you could maybe just like buy the arcane boots and then the void stone and then like just hold on to that recipe until you definitely have enough money. But you're right, you're doing really well. The shard's not that late. That makes sense. I kind of forgot to check the time while thinking about it. Team's going kind of deep. I like what you're doing though.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't pretty sight right now. Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. Somebody should know Radiant lost one of them bottom.
I think it's worth using this to... Wait, does this still hit the tower or no?
Good work.
I thought that was you.
Maybe not. Oh, no, yeah, 30% to buildings.
Breaking down the Radiant structures like Radiant's top tower.
I think using one charge to try to secure that is worth it.
Radiant's top tower's
I think he got scared and just TP'd straight out. I think if you could walk back and like bring out clarities and farm a camp, that would be better. Man, I was hungry. I wish I had more food. But I'll eat something else after the stream, I guess. I don't know. Actually, maybe if I get hungry, we'll just eat again.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Yeah, I think you just play with the team now. Sniper PL farm. A little boring in that sense. But you, Pudge, and Magnus can get some kills as long as they're a little split up.
Tower's hurting.
Swamp. Well, that's fine. You dying for this is totally okay.
Radiant's mid tower.
Oh, Magnus. I wish we had more heroes alive to follow that up. Okay, a little bit of a chain feed there. A bit too excited, I think, and everyone's just like going in one at a time. I think if you just die on the initial death and your team backs out, things will go a lot better there. But it's not like you really controlled the rest. You can just say, like, get out, don't fight this. But they brought everyone. Yeah, I know, it's like so tempting when you see so many, when you get like that big Magnus ult. But like, I think Magnus should also not do it, right? I think what should happen is you give up the tower, you respawn, and then you go together. Because they just use some abilities to kill you all. Not that many, actually. But like, you know, you have the Magnus ult. Let's go take a more controlled fight that we like. And we're all ready to like combo in on. Rather than like, Magnus got this incredible ult. And there's literally no one alive to do anything. Then here, like, I'm not sure what you're doing, but you have, like, active teammates here. You know, you should be close to them in case things like this happen. I mean, it's literally what he was looking for. So, that's where you gotta, like, be ready to help out.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
You can try to pick someone off who's, like, farming the creeps you just shoved in.
Tower's been disowned.
Map hacks. Man, that brought back some memories. You guys remember when this was just a regular ability and you would just mine up all these trees and then Magnus or Pudge would just like skewer you in? I did that a couple times with friends. Good times. You know, maybe I will become a Techies player again. I think you're doing a little bit too much on your own now. I think you're still thinking about like farming up a lot.
Radiant's mid tower's coming.
Yeah, the mine stacking. Those were the days. There were tricks to like get them all on top of each other, which of course I learned because I was an asshole. Yeah, like all this. Granted, it's a little more common in your bracket, but I think Techie's Shard, Techie's ult, all this stuff are like pretty powerful, especially in combination with like some of these like pick-off abilities you have now. So I feel like you should be with them a bit more than doing so much farming on your own. The earlier farming was okay, just to like try to give some more clarity on that. Like, when there's still a lot of tier 1s and
it's still like early in the game. Lost fights aren't such a huge deal, and there's a lot of like tier 1s and powering up to do. I feel like you've done that though. You have the shard, you have items, and like some of the tier 1s are like down, you know? We're at the point now where like death timers are up, and like a series of deaths, as you're kind of experiencing, right? They all like snowball into like more and more. Look how sick this is because we're like fighting as a group. Necro's so tanky. Literally full health. It's unexpected. This guy's so tanky. But yeah, once death timers reach a point where like every death is really significant, I think you should be like spending more time with them, trying to get those kills for yourself rather than do so much split farming. With his items and stuff. I mean, I think that was old techies. I think newer techies is much more team oriented. Like the fact that shard is an AoE stun, and like it's also this 7-second silence, and then this like disarms, right? I think he's a lot more active than he used to be. This build is a little funny, but I mean it's pretty good right now. It like just nukes someone, and you can use this as a save. So it's like it's also not as greedy as like old techies, I feel, or maybe selfish.
Radiant's mid tower's coming.
Wow! I can't believe you got out of that. Yeah, this feels feels like they did a little bit more together. Now we're struggling. Big mine hits. Oh, the reverse ravage. Oh, Sniper's dead now. Goodbye, Sniper. Oh, Sniper has a BKB though. I was just thinking when all you got ravaged, I was like, no one's got a BKB. I guess these are pretty normal items too, though. I think BKB wouldn't hurt. Buy one instead of like the Force Staff or the Aether, maybe. Maybe the Force.
Dire gave up bottom tower. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom?
Yeah, Necro's doing a lot of work this game. All right, enter the next one if you're interested.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
So this one, yeah, in the laning stage you could have poked a lot more. And then I know it's a little confusing, but like at earlier points when you were like split pushing, I liked it more because it was taking like tier 1 towers and there was still a lot of like powering up to do. But then I feel like the powering up phase happened, but you were still splitting a lot and should be helping out your team a bit more with like the items you powered up with, and you can now like contribute to like some burst pick off and stuff like that. You have a stun, you have silence, you have a disarm too. Your team seems pretty undecided there. I think you can contest if you all go, but I just think you're probably stronger around Roche. They have Warlock, but you have like Magnus and Pudge and techies. I guess not too bad to wait for high ground though. But I mean, it's got to be one or the other, you know, not like some of us are here, some of us are here. Private Vega, hey, what's up? Real Mabodo, good evening. Yes, yes. Everyone join in. This one looks like it's gonna end soon anyhow. Stun him, you can do it. Nice. Easy. Even here, I'd say you have a chance to come back, but you guys have to take much better fights than you were up to this point. You definitely need to play with your team. Aeon, I don't know if Aeon's the play. I would be looking to enable your team a little bit more at this point. I think a Force Staff is still good. I think a Lotus is okay. Honestly, Glimmer, it's a little weird at this stage. But Glimmer would have been really good this game against Necrophos. I guess it's not so good against Slark, but... I guess he could get a Greaves. Because it is a good Greaves game. Oh, I kind of like Yules as well. I think Yules is not bad. Into like the Wind Waker especially. What's your Axe now? Damage, just damage. Don't think that's... I think it's not amazing.
Dire's got one last top tower.
Alright. Last chance to enter. Yeah, I mean, if your lane goes a little better, it was not bad from the kills you guys ended up getting. But with like more poke early, maybe it goes like a little better. But more than that, I think if you just start grouping with your team sooner, some of these fights might be going in your way a little bit more, and it like snowballs a little better in your favor. Now here at the end, it's a little like all over the place. It's kind of hard to do anything from here. It would have to be earlier when, right, like this kind of stuff is more meaningful. Now at this stage, they're like too strong. But earlier, especially as you picked up your shard, I think you were really powerful. Okay. Trinkle. Congratulations. Last minute enter. Wins again. Let me go put my bowl away.
Coddle game. Misplayed the lane. Wasn't sure where to go after that to help make space. Sounds good. Let's take a look. Gas mask, no problem. Happy to help. Maybe I'll learn some techies and then I'll be able to provide more useful advice. Alter two-door, welcome. Thank you for following. What was I just doing? Oh yeah, we're downloading that game. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, so Coddle. Well, let's fix our stuff. Let's do hard support. Okay, so Legend 2, hard support. This pronunciation is much harder for me to understand. Algae Edge is what we'll go with. Thank you for following. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. Alright, let's go.
Places, everyone.
Coddle 5 is grief. I think it can be okay. It is maybe a little harder to do right now. There's better heroes, but I mean, in pub games, you play what you're good with. Slark Coddle does not sound great though.
Today, my friends.
Not fully your fault.
Clear that this one is in the bag.
30 seconds to go.
Ooh, the sneaky can't block.
The game is on.
Oh, scary. Yeah, I would be careful of that because you didn't see anyone for a while. You always got to suspect the pudge hook. Be very careful of that. Stick in a windlace. I guess I'm not sure who you're laning against. I don't know what's happening right now. Something going on there. Are you partied with this Slark? Oh no, you're partied with the Storm. Okay.
Get off my
Yeah, I mean, this will be a tough one. This is part of why Coddle's not really great right now. He's just overall not, like, amazing. I think you really need, like, a good lane combo, and Slark's not. It ain't it, you know? So this one's gonna be tough. To prioritize the stacking and the pulling. Gyro's gonna, like, out-harass you every time. Oh, he got that deny? That's so sad. But why do you hate me, Gyro? Damn. I mean, that's what Gyro's gonna do. So, I think the laning stage will be weird. But if you manage to do a lot of stacks,
Have fun trying to bust down
you could help the Storm recover. Or not recover. Get ahead and play tempo-wise. Or,
difficulties.
if Slark does have a rough lane, because you're not the best support right now, you can help him recover later. Though Slark's not going to be the best at doing stacks. That's why this lane combo, I mean, it's like, it's really awkward. Be careful of those. I know you're trying to harass, but anytime a creep's denied, you're going to have an issue. I like this. That's good. Oh no.
Well, I guess I should mention now, I don't think you need a stick this game. If you want to do a little bit more as Coddle, at the end of the day, you are a ranged hero. So every time you engage Gyro like this, I don't think it's really that useful for you. But Pudge will always be, you know, melee hero versus ranged. So wherever Gyro is, left or right, you just stand opposite and you poke the Pudge. The Windlace, I think, can be okay to help avoid Pudge, and if you get hooked, get away. But you would need a couple extra Iron Branches to poke like that. In the end, though, we're kind of just stretching what Coddle does, which is why he's not very popular right now. Like, this just isn't great with some of the carries.
Oh, that's how it's done, kids.
In the lane combo on Slark? Yeah, a bit. I'd say it's like 50-50, because when you pick a hero like Coddle, the level of responsibility you have is that, like, well, you're a Coddle, which isn't amazing right now, but works with, like, certain combos. So by picking Coddle first, you're kind of, like, demanding, like, you need to pick someone that matches me. So then it is on Slark for not picking someone, but at the same time, can't fully blame him either, because if he doesn't play any of the combos, would you rather him play, like, some hero he doesn't know, or play a hero he does know? That doesn't make any sense with Coddle, which, you know, in a pub game, you never know what you're getting. So that's why I personally do value, like, very flexible supports, just because it helps. A lot of, like, what I do in pubs is just to, like, get more consistency. So a lot of supports I play are just, like, generically very good in many matchups. But if you like a hero, like, I get it, right? Grandmaster, or maybe not Grandmaster, Master tier Coddle. You like Coddle, so if you want to play Coddle, I get it. Yeah, this is what I would be kind of looking for. Lots of, like, little pulls like this. And then maybe try for a stack. I'm gonna try to, like, run it down and then, like, blast this camp and run to the left. I don't think it really works anymore, though, actually. I do think 4 Coddle's a lot better than 5 Coddle right now. So although I don't want to say it's like a lane grief fight just picking Coddle, it is harder. It's much harder. Because you're kind of seeing you don't have, like, a fallback, you know? Like, 4 Coddle can, like, you blast in the wave and it's whatever, because, like, it just resets. And then you can, like, pull the hard camp, which is more meaningful, and you can, like, stack these. And if they have a small camp, you blast to steal it. As 5 Coddle, you don't get to do that. You know, if you shove out the lane, oops, like, we got issues. And then you have to either try to pull this camp, which isn't as impactful, or pull this camp, which actually this one's not too bad, because you can, like, illuminate fight it. Like, stand over here and illuminate this way. So maybe that's something to try in the future if you are playing Coddle 5 more. Like, actually leave the hard camp open and maybe place a ward out to, like, scout when they're using it. But, if you do shove the lane, you then do a pull and all that. This one's unavoidable once you accidentally run into them. So Slark is a bad hero? No, Slark's a good hero. Slark's really strong right now. He's just awkward with Coddle. Oh, almost. Coddle wants a lane partner who is self-sufficient so that you can do a lot of, like, stacking. Or you want someone who is going to make use of the mana you provide, and or someone who will set up your Chakra Blast. That way, you can play, like, very aggressive in lane, Chakra Blast to secure range creeps, harass, and your lane partner doesn't care that it's shoving because they're self-sufficient. And then, like, while it does shove, you either are playing aggressive or you're, like, doing pulls and stuff. That's, like, more ideal Coddle gameplay.
Dire's mid towers haven't been.
That's what you want to, like, be blasting around now, I think.
Dire's mid towers usable hell.
Okay, at this stage, the lane's weird. Ideally, you would have more stacks so that you can now like defend the lane while your carry does them. Or maybe the mid does them and the carry takes the mid lane. I think if the lane's looking really bad, that's something you have to think about more, is trying to like double stack these camps. That way you're adding value into the game. And that's how you're gonna like recover off a weak laning stage. TP top in the middle of the push. I guess this one's fine. I think it'd be safer to stay out of sight. I don't mind this teleport because your team was taking it. But ideally, you'd walk because you're really good at defending towers. So if you could teleport down here and defend, then it'd be a lot better. Which, if it doesn't fall for 40 seconds, you still can do. But anytime you can like walk away from a lane as Caudle, it helps because you have a lot of potential for defense. It's okay, but I mean, it will get dewarded pretty early, I feel like. It is blocking the camp. This one's like conflicting for a couple of reasons right now. It's like, one, it's going to be dewarded because you're blocking a camp with an observer. And then two, your team actually wants to play in this area right now. Like, you've taken both tier 1s. You, as a team, want to occupy this area. And you, as Caudle, are actually probably down here defending this tower with Blast. But that means you're blocking your own camp, actually. Now, will your team end up playing here? I'm not fully sure. But that would be like the ideal course of action going on right here. Ruh-roh. Save me! Mana them. Who'd you mana? Yourself or was it Storm? I'd use it on this guy so he gets the stun again sooner, maybe. Well, actually, Storm's good too for the mana. I missed who you did it there. How broken is Riki? Very. But he has a weakness, which is his like team tilting and awkward laning stage. But beyond that, Shard and Smokescreen are busted right now. That shit's way too good in pubs. And his laning stage is playable. It's better than Caudle's right now, I think. Like, for a reference, Caudle 5 versus like a Riki 5. I think Riki is overall like the better hero with the current heroes. All right, so we're looking for space, right? So then the space making play is like you play bottom while your team plays in this area. Yeah, so like I would be walking down here so you can TP out. And then you're just gonna like blast us out. And when they dive, hopefully you'd have ult to like be buying yourself time.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Into the Hellbears, they're killing him. Like if you die to like 3 heroes or more, but you delay a tower by like a minute, that's okay as Caudle. Or really any wave clear hero, but Caudle especially. So, like rather than have DK TP in here, you actually want everyone to be doing stuff somewhere else. So like now it's weird that we're bringing so many heroes. And I think he managed Slark there. I don't think Slark has a significant cooldown. I think the DK tail stun's much better. I don't know. They were right next to each other, so it's tough. Okay, we win the fight. Kind of pushing this in now. That's a little weird. Okay, Storm left. I think in this time after the fight, it's okay to like come ward here or something. This one's like okay, but a little overlapping with like the defensive value of this one. Okay, so see how you're like leaving now? Like, stuff was happening is leaving. Which, if Dragon Knight was going to stay down here, it's like, okay, I guess I'm going. As soon as you see him leave, though, I would, like, walk back down here right away. Let's jump forward. You're in the mid lane. I just think it's more valuable for like the core heroes to be mid than you. Especially like say you're Storm, then he has like the best rune control chances because he's in the middle. Plus, if he wants to gank left or right, also possible. I still like at any of these moments, just like walking bottom, I think would be good. Oh, you're all trying to smoke in. Okay, kind of working, but also kind of scary because you didn't have your Storm and they were just missing a support. Maybe Global is still down. I kind of lose sense of the timings when we're like zooming around. That seemed a little scary, but it worked out. An extra one too? Alright, we have to get out. We're so low. Go walk to a lane your team doesn't want to be in. Bottom is still like default best. Oh, they all went Lincolns. Yeah, in that case, you just have to like W and then W dart. But also, I mean, if 3 people are getting Lincolns just to counter dart, and you can still break Lincolns pretty easily with dart, it's not the end of the world. You just have to like keep doing it so they're always on edge. Okay, smoke play. I'm up for this. Top's a little better. Okay. Getting pretty deep. Okay, so fight kind of went okay. It felt a little forced. I like being top a bit better there in that fight, so that you have Roche control. Yeah, this is fine right now. You can like blast the small camp. I would try to do this from trees, by the way, where you are. Just kind of farming this. I don't think you needed to ult. I don't know if that was a misclick. You're getting a Ghost Scepter. Anyone in your team gonna get? I don't know what Coddle gets now. Force Staff feels a little awkward actually against a Bloodseeker. I kind of think Eul's is okay. The Ags might be fine too. I don't know. You're not usually a Greaves builder, but I don't think anyone on your team's gonna do it. I think Lotus is pretty good. I don't know about first item Lotus, but as an item, Lotus seems good. Very good this game. You all like coming here. I think it's easier to go to the top half. Okay. Warden time.
Stupendous.
Dire's mid tower.
Fresh meat.
I'll take that.
I do think it's good you were staying out of sight, but as a team, you shouldn't do this. Since you're parted, you actually have some control over Storm doing this. Alright, so I'm back a few seconds, right? You see Sven, you see Green in this area going top. Still see Sven down here. He's probably just farming, right? Okay, see Brown. Still see Sven. But like several heroes are missing, you know? In total, 4 heroes could be top. So that's why like setting up on this Pudge is not a good idea right now. You all should be more defensive. Well, I don't know what they're doing, but I know they're not down here, and I know they're not down here. So that means they're all up here. But you have 1 hero here and 1 hero dead. So if all heroes end up being top, which we think they are, then it's 3 versus 4, which is not good for us. We're not like so ahead that we can do that for free. So this positioning is like overall okay. I think actually being further back is even safer. And then same with like this kind of farming. Yeah, in front of your tower is like okay, I guess. But also keep in mind, we're at the stage of the game where they'll just dive tier 1. They don't care. This is not that meaningful anymore in terms of protection. So then like pushing up further with this is really risky because it's been like a really long time since we've seen this many heroes. So I think this was dodgeable just based on not seeing them on the map for so long. Oh, plus your coddle, so you can just blast the waves out safely. So your team doesn't need to like walk in face first.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Time to run.
Tower could use a little help. Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Oh, good.
Oh. It's kind of like blind face check. Also kind of risky. Hold on, maybe I missed it on the minimap. I guess like I just don't know why you're doing it. Essentially, let me see if I missed something. Okay, so kind of again, we don't see any heroes for quite a while. And this is even close to their base. You know, this one's close to the base. This one's close to the tower. It's getting kind of suspicious. I guess that does make me think, okay, maybe no one's in this area, but I'm not sure what you're doing here. Maybe dewarding. Okay, but once you see these heroes, it's kind of getting scary. Okay, you walk out. Okay, I think that was a bit risky. Oh, it's risky.
Guess what's happening?
Up until you started seeing heroes here, I think it was like calculated risk of like, okay, maybe I run into people, but at least it's me dying. But I think once you actually see the people here, you have to like run out of here right away. But it's also scary just because like I think they're doing something, you know? So even if you can safely be over here, but then your team gets like killed on your half of the map, it's kind of risky. As a team, you should be like in a defensive position waiting for information. Then once you see them like all show up here, then that's fine.
Radiant's mid tower's getting the what for?
I always forget to close this. Alright, let's start the next one. Now, I think the lane was awkward, but I mean, it was always going to be awkward. I don't think you need this stick, and I think you need to stop engaging with this gyro as much. Just try to poke Pudge a lot in the laning stage, then do the pulls when you can, stack them. Maybe get an observer somewhere in this area to scout out gyro, and then just use blast to try to secure the range creeps, because Slark doesn't have a way to do it. So like right now, instead of backing, I think you can continue to stand here and kind of like hit Pudge while his hook's down, because nothing really needs to happen now, unless you're gonna like pull right away. But I think the lane's actually in an okay spot. I think a lot of your blasts ended up being like just harassing gyro. So when gyro's spending all this time over here, I think you just stand in the lane and like hit the Pudge or hit your own creeps. Part of it as well though, it's just like, I know we already said it a lot, but like this is why this can just happen when you're playing someone who's like a little awkward, like a little lower on the. By a little lower, I mean he's probably at the pretty bottom end of like hard supports right now. So like, yeah, the lane will just be awkward. And here's like you know, like this needs to be like pulls, like a stack and a pull kind of thing. Oh yeah, you did stack this one. Could it have happened earlier? Could we have done the 2-minute one? That was when gyro is here. Oh no, wait. Oh, instead of using Q to harass, we could have used it to like stack this if gyro's in the way. So you could have maybe stacked it here at 2 minutes. And you keep like blasting here, trying to hit gyro, but I just don't know if it's worth your time. It's already like a bit of a random guess if he's gonna be there or not. But then too, I think it's like better to save him for the range creeps and the harass. You are getting him every single time though, actually. But then I feel like you go looking for him, and it's like you're never gonna win those. We can stack here at 3 minutes too. Yeah, the 3-minute one should have been a stack.
Have fun trying to bust that radiant structure. Dyer's mid tower could use a little help. The Dyer might want to find the top tower.
Bonk. I feel like that was so funny. Was it because it was in a replay? Why does that sound so like comedic? All right. Snuffles 221. Congratulations. Never lucky. Yeah. We'll see how long it takes. Good luck to you. I cannot control the statistics. No problem. Oh, that was very quick. All right, let's get this in. Anyone doing exciting yesterday or today? What's chat up to? It was a Megas comeback, nice. Mainly some itemization questions, okay. Mirana, okay, Mirana. So we're already soft support. Bump this up to 5. All right, let's do it. Continue with my perfect position for Ricky game. We'll see. We'll see if statistics decides, or probability, I guess. I shouldn't be saying statistics. If probability wants us to watch a Ricky game. All right, let's hop in here. So Marana 5.
Get ready.
Or was it the 4? 4. Okay, Marana 4.
Who said anything about
And we're laning with Centaur. Okay, so we might have some like stomp
Who's that? Thank you.
arrow combos. Hey, Real Mad Ferret, thank you, thank you. Add I can't emotes, got it.
my friend?
Lurking and working, fair. Keep up the hard work, Mr. Matt.
It's in the bag.
Yeah, we might get some like stomp combos, though we're against a Lina, it looks like, and a range support, so it'll be on you to do a lot of poking. So I don't know if you want this many mangoes. And
Calling it. It's in the bag.
let's see. I feel like this should be a little closer to this tree line.
Use mana, get killed.
That's crazy.
Dora is so easy actually.
The game is on.
You do have the arrow. You can probably use it to secure the range creep. Yeah, I kind of feel like, this is not at all what I expected. Okay, before we get into it then, though, I do think Marana tends to right-click a lot, whether you're 4 or 5, and you tend to take less harass. Your mana usage is also not super high because you're mostly right-clicking and only using spells as needed. So I don't think you need like 3 mangoes. 1 or 2, I guess, is probably okay. But I do think you should fill out with like branches and like maybe a fairy fire. I think those are all good. And if you think you're gonna get an urn, you can do like a circlet kind of stuff. Now that it's Axe, this actually changes things up. I thought it was gonna be Lina carry and like a Doom mid or something. Yeah, it looks like they're mixing it up a little bit. Which, I mean, it's fine. It'll actually work out for you. So now your job is just like poke Axe a ton, and it should actually make setting up a combo much easier. I didn't think we were really going to get a chance to use it too much with Marana, or with the Centaur against 2 ranged heroes, but now that it's a melee Axe, you know, you might actually get these kills. So yes, keeping this camp available. It looks like it's up. Look at you. Oops. That might have been a kill there, but you know, that's okay. It's just, you know, mistakes happen. No big deal. Don't sweat it, man. I played a game today earlier. I was Snapfire. First time in a while. Kind of messed up the cookie combo against a Ursa, but it was kind of weird, right? Because I was with the Primal Beast. He was like, Ursa ran at me in the jungle. This was in the laning stage. So Primal Beast was coming to me. So I was like, okay, do I cookie this guy? I was about to cookie Primal, and then he like charged in. So I was like, okay, can't cookie him. I'm about to die. So I was about to cookie myself. But then Ursa like used jump and like went down the cliff. So then I used the cookie on Primal Beast, but then he turned the wrong direction, and like Ursa ran back up the stairs as Primal jumped back down. It was just a disaster. And then the Primal Beast was so mad at me. He was like, I can't believe we lost this. I'm so angry. How could you mess up those skills? This was like the worst thing. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. Cookie mistake, very common though, right? Like, it was some weird turning patterns. I don't think it was like that crazy to happen. It's okay, guys. Dota's hard. I don't think you have to pull right now. I think you can just arrow this creep for farm. Oh, sick arrow. Yeah, but I don't think you need to do any of that, actually. I think this lane's in a perfectly good spot for you. So it's pushing out to you, right? They have more enemy creeps. So this is where, like, okay, now that they're down here, you can just arrow these creeps. They won't get any XP, but you'll get golden XP. And then you can, like, stack the camp at 3 minutes. Or if you do need to do a pull, it's a little weaker, but you can still pull, you know? It's like pulling a small camp if you like arrow the big creep already. Oh, you're also eating your iron branches way too soon. You still have like 3 tangos. The iron branches should be eaten with like the last set of tangos. Like if you have 2 branches you plan to eat them, it should be your 2 last tangos. If you have 3 branches but you're planning to keep 2, then like your last tango eats 1 branch. You shouldn't eat them before then. You could just eat 2 tangos, and then maybe in that time the situation changes and you get to keep your iron branches. Cookie never works in pubs. Yeah, it's one of the hard parts, the abilities. And I didn't mess up too many. That was like one of the few. That was a bigger mistake, I admit, but like, damn, you know, like, okay, dude. Everything else in this laning stage was going fine, you know. I too am disappointed we didn't kill him there and that I died. You know, if anyone's gonna be annoyed, I think it would be me. You can hang on to these arrows. You can also mango your buddy. He's not actually your buddy, I know, but the stomp combo, it will be like much easier to use than trying to like blind hit these arrows as they walk between creeps. So, I mean, I would just use arrow to like farm, and then when Centaur is like, when it looks like you've whittled down Axe and is within kill range, then it's like, okay, just go for a stomp wherever, and I will arrow. Then you don't have to like be firing these like chance arrows like that one, which would be a kill if you hit, but it's infinitely harder. That should be a stack there, by the way.
No breaking down the radiant structures like this.
Yeah, so I think if you poke more in the laning stage, change the way you eat your branches. I mean, the branch change is not like a massive thing, but poke more and then like save arrow for the combo. And then if you don't need it and it's not a good time, if you need to pull, you can pull. But if you don't need to pull, then you can just arrow. Yeah, look how easy that was. Bada bing, bada boom. Stomp into arrow. Classic combo. Almost as classic as Nightmare into arrow. Or as classic as Ricky Dart into arrow, or like Slardar Stomp into arrow, or Axe Call into arrow. All classic combos. I think Nightmare was probably the most classic combo, and now it might be Sleeping Dart. Oh, Shadow Demon arrow. You're right. That one's also very, very classic. Any others? Maybe Shadow Shaman. I don't think I see that one as much though, because that one puts Shadow Shaman at risk. Ah! You did it too. You like hovered. You're like, ah, I had it. You might have died anyways. Oh, Astral, another good one. I play Dota. I know these. Yes. Literally forgetting just all of them. This one, you killed a sentry right here. So they already show a history of putting sentries in this kind of area. So this is, and you killed it, right? So if you left that one up and put yours like just outside of it, probably never dies. But you killed one here, they're very likely to bring another one. And that means this is very likely to die. The time for the combo's gone now, by the way. He's got a Vanguard. Combo needs to happen much earlier. Level 1, level 2, then it's doable. Something else we didn't quite look for is the roaming potential. Let's start thinking about the game beyond this. Centaurs, some Centaurs have been building Greaves, but Phase is still really common, so see what he builds. If he doesn't get Greaves, Greaves is pretty good for your team. Lotus looks really good this game. Force Staff is okay, but may be countered by the Link. Soulbind, that's what it is. Yeah, yeah. I used to play a lot of Grimstroke. I couldn't remember what it was called there for a second, though. You gotta stop it. You gotta work together, guys. Like, as soon as this happens, if you're trying to run in opposite directions, you don't move. You have to, like, you gotta pick the same direction and go. If you both try to run the best way, you'll die. You should go towards him because you're the less important hero. Yule's first. Yule's isn't too bad either. It will give you some setup, but I don't know if you need it because you'll have like the blink stomp later on. Oh, he went phase, so yeah, you can go Greaves, I'd say. I think you need a little more patience with your arrows. I mean, it's one game, but I don't know how to describe it. It's like kind of the feeling I have. I feel like you're taking arrow shots that might hit, might not hit, you know? And there's like, you can wait for more like guaranteed ones or like more when they're likely to succeed. Good sentry placement though. That was a stack time. Probably could have done that. Less. Okay, sentry was good. Observer, not so good. Put it more to the edge. All right, there's no real value to this, right? Being slightly further back. It's not like you really need to see here versus like here. But in terms of like the enemies coming in with sentries, checking this whole area later on, right? This is more likely to get caught. So there's not much value to keep it not at the edge. The edge will just give you the best chance. So move it just a little further out. Okay, Centaur's got to finish the blink. Come attack this from inside the trees. They're all mostly top and now bottom, so it's probably not a huge deal. But good habit, stand in the trees as a support. Scout out teleports. Die for the team. Do we want to fight?
Shadows take us.
Maybe. By maybe, I mean maybe you guys want to fight. I don't know if you want to fight. They're really strong right now. Grim Lich combo, classic. Doom Grim combo, classic. This combo, properly executed, should win any team fight. First, level 10 or 10 minutes to 20 minutes. As long as they have that combo and execute properly, they should not lose a single fight. So, choosing to group into them is a little bit, you know, scary. You kind of want to split them up and get Grimstroke apart from Lich and apart from Doom. And when you see them separate a little bit, then you can like go for stuff. Right now, you should just be like mainly be splitting until Centaur gets blink, and then you can start going for pickoffs a little easier because you'll have like the blink stun combo. Do pickoffs. Once you get BKBs, you can you're much more likely to win fights because you can ignore the Lich ults. Or not you, but your team can.
Arms for the dead.
Yeah, have you ever... I mean, actually, he's not a good hero right now. But actually, it'll work in a... It'll have better chances of succeeding in a coordinated setting. But if you're ever on like an amateur team and you're like, oh, we need some like basic draft to execute, Lich Grim is very easy. It's just an on-off switch. Hit 6 as quickly as possible. And when you both have ults, you just group up and you force an objective. And if they don't stop you, you move to the next objective. And when they do stop you, you Grimstroke Lich ult. And then when it's off cooldown, you wait. And you chill. And then when it's on cooldown, you repeat. End game. There we go. Stun arrows, good stuff. Oh. Blink, yash. So now we can start doing stuff. Now I can start comboing. Oops, what happened there? Oh, the creeps aggroed backwards. That's all you have to be careful of. You and your teammates just tell them, like, hey, just be careful of creeps, you know? I don't really blame that for happening. He thought he had an open path, and it's hard to think of the moment that, like, attacking would draw aggro. I would probably do that. Not gonna lie. I guess it's easy to say in hindsight, obviously, just stun and double edge and don't attack, but you need good presence of mind. Yeah, and the lich shield's gonna be good. What?
All right, carry on.
Oh wait, why am I watching Centaur? Okay, you do go Greaves. Let's make sure we address your question. We can do that now. I mentioned it's a mega combat game. Alright, what items we got here? Greaves. I'm guessing this Mjolnir was after you got mega'd. I don't see the Lotus in there, and I do think Lotus would be good. Which, just to flesh out why, Lotus reflects a lot of single target spells they have, and then they want to use a lot of single target spells because of the Grim. So as soon as someone gets Grimstroke ulted, you just Lotus them, and there's a very high chance you're about to reflect several single target spells. Lotus is almost always a good response to Grimstroke. Of course, it depends on the draft a little bit. But okay, you got Greaves. Then you got Vlads. I don't think you need this Vlads at this time. If you were planning Wraith Pact, that's when you get it. But I don't know if this is it. Drow kind of likes Vlads, but the rest of your teammates don't really care. And then on the enemy side, it's really just this like Lina who does a lot of right click. The others don't care as much about the physical damage. So I don't think you need a Vlads this game. Gem as an item is fine. Force Staff. Conflicted on Force Staff because it's countered by Grimult, but it's still good against the other stuff they have. So I don't mind a Force Staff. I think a Lotus first might be better. I'm guessing it's the late game Mjolnir, yeah. And that's fine, I don't mind that. Ags might be good too. Good against Megas, good for scouting late game stuff.
That was hot.
I'm a YouTube frog. Hello. Aw, thank you. Sammy the Salmon King, that's a good name. I like that. Welcome, Salmon King. Thank you so much for the kind words. Hey, that fight went pretty well. I was kind of zooming through and not focused, so let's go look at it again. Okay, so you're approaching the Lina. Okay, prior to this though, isn't this strange? What is the value of approaching Lina? Also, oh no, he reconnected. Or maybe someone controlled him. It's like you see Lina. I feel like your gut reaction should be to like immediately turn around though. Not pursue. Because this is a mid Lina who has a Gleipnir. And you're a support. You're going to get Gleipnir'd, stunned, killed, I think, like instantly. So I think like pursuing further. Maybe you still get caught by Axe, but I don't think you want to pursue in. You do mech, and you like triple leap back. Arrow. Saved. Team's all coming in. Did mess this combo up? Oh no, okay. Oh, but they're like way in the back line instead of the front line. Okay. It did kind of work out, but that was like very close. I feel like a more coordinated effort might have been a little easier, you know, like the ult into like Centaur Blink Stomp. But yeah, it did work. He did respond with like the mech leap, got back in time.
That was kind of sus.
Yes, indeed. It was, you know, it worked, but I don't know if I would encourage it in the future. Cakes Island, yes. We are in the middle of a replay and will continue to do so for, what time is it? 8:25. How long will we go? We'll see. In my head, I was thinking about how long I would stream. What are you doing back here? Let's see. Okay, they're over there. That guy's over there. Maybe you're like coming back here trying to get him to smoke? No, because you're both going like way too far. You were thinking about mid maybe. Neither of you should be doing that, honestly. You and Dazzle are both with the team. Neither of you should deal with side lanes. Drow should not be here, or Leshrac should not be here. One of them. But this guy is like meant to grave and heal people, and you bought a mech. You can't spend too much time alone. So neither of you should be going mid. You should definitely be bottom already. Okay, and then here's the Lich ult combo. You are kind of baiting him out further, though. This Dazzle Graves are good, and the mech's good. Starting to deal with this combo a bit better. The problem is they're like overextending a little. Grimstroke needs to be like more careful with who he's ulting so that Lich doesn't have to extend so far either.
There goes Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant fortified.
The Leshrac Drow are pretty good targets. Or maybe it's just more like Doom wasn't there. You get the Greaves. I don't know if you saw that. This is a really good target though now. Okay. Oh, come on, replay bug. Minimap reading session. Lina mid. Lina bot. With bots. So this should tell you that was a teleport. This makes her a very good target for a gank now. To just like smoke or Mirana ult and run straight this way. If she backs up right away, you know, too bad, we don't get the gank. But it means she's not farming and she has nowhere to go because she used her teleport. She really wants to be able to push us out and like farm this stuff and then TP somewhere else. If you force her back because she senses the gank coming in, like you're forcing her back into nothing. There's nothing here to farm, and there's nothing like back here. She's gonna have to walk all the way out. So this is a really good gank target. Or you can try to fight the team if you want. Either's okay. But at this stage and in a pub game, it's usually easier to just coordinate with a couple people and like gank Alina. Like a blink stomp into arrow +1 should be a kill. I mean, you don't have to go for every opportunity you see, but at least hopefully that little mini-map session right there helps to understand like that chance is there to call out and try for. Now your team waited a little bit before this smoke, which means that your window's actually closing because bots are about to be back up. I think they're still down now when we start. You want to be a little careful of choosing a fight when you don't know where the Grimstroke and Lich are, though. You're way too deep, I think. Getting womboed here. Alright, so let's talk about why this was not working out. Now, I don't mind you fighting the team. However, the target of choice was not right. Also, DD flash top, so we should probably get that first. So, choosing an axe is very difficult. Let's imagine the enemy team fights gank, right? The enemy team fight, or the enemy gank goes like this. We smoke up, we group, and Axe initiates on a clump of people so that we can Grimstroke ult, Lich ult, Doom, and Lina gets to hit people. So if we initiate on the Axe and group around the Axe, it's like Axe initiated on us. And that's kind of what happened in this team fight. Which, if Axe is on his own, totally fine. Oh, we didn't even hit... he didn't even hit Axe. If Axe is on his own, it's okay. But you knew the whole team was here. So that's what makes this kind of questionable. And then... I think you were thinking to try to, like, get to the back. But as the Greaves builder and as a... by the way, this should tell you that they have some kind of vision in this area. As a Greaves arrow, I think you want to be more on like this side. You don't actually want to be like in deep. Now, actually, I don't know if you being better positioned would have actually changed this fight because this was nasty. You probably lose that fight no matter what. The bigger issue there is initiating on the Axe. What time was that? 24:40. Okay. I gotta remember to jot down these examples for a warding video.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Yules. I wouldn't mind Yules. I also think Lotus is really good. And I think I might prefer Lotus. But I'm also okay with the Yules. I already did it, guys. Okay, see here's another example, right? You're like initiating. Okay, you know what? This one was really close, so I get it. But you should really just let Centaur start. Right? Centaur's is far easier to land. And then you just follow up. And if he misses, then you just don't fire the arrow and you kind of like continue to wait and see it out. Or maybe you feel and fire. I think if you jump in, you're much squishier. You have 1,000 health. Centaur, 2,500 almost. You have the Greaves, which kind of helps make you tanky. But on the other side, you also need to use it to save people. And if you have to just pop it because you're dying and no one else is dead yet because you leapt in first, then it's not going to get as much value. Well, Lich ulted the wrong person. That helps a lot. I think you're going to win this fight now. By fight, I mean like this pick off, I guess. Also, we had that BKB in the pipe. That's another reason to let him go first. Centaur, let him tank that stuff. Can Centaur make Lotus? Por que no los dos? We can all have Lotuses on this blessed day. And when Grimstroke ults 2 people, 1 Lotus, 2 Lotus. It's perfect. Whichever one they use, you're good. I just think it's a really good Lotus game because there's so many like single target stuff. I think you can throw it on multiple people. I mean, I don't mind Lotus Yules either. So if Centaur is going to get Lotus, then you can get the Yules. But looks like Centaur's going BKB, and I think that's a pretty good choice too, to like bait the ults on him, and then he's a magic immune. So yeah, I mean, if he's doing that, then I think Lotus pretty good. Okay, something you can use your attack speed for is to like kill this Grimstroke shard. Your Drow wants to hit people. Your attacks do the same. Oh, actually, that's not true. It's now like a flat amount of health, isn't it? Oh, no. It is just 5 hits still. Yeah. So, like, your attacks and Drow attacks are the same to the Spire, but Drow attacks are clearly superior to yours on heroes. So you should kill the Spire as much as possible.
Radiant's top tower Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
Now see, this positioning is much better. The only thing I would say is don't fire that arrow to start. Let someone else do it. This arrow is better. Let's go back. Alright. So, no Lesh, but we do see them split up. So if you want to do something, that's fine. Looks like Lesh is up now, and we can go. Okay, but Doom has a BKB. Now he doesn't want to just use it, but he's also not going to face tank an arrow in the mid wave if he can help it, right? So like, an arrow this way, if he's like closer to the edge, it might work a little better. But I think this one's just a little hard. You don't have to do this either, I guess. So like in that sense, you can fire the arrow, see if it hits or not, and if it doesn't hit, just chill. Like that's okay. But I think because you have so many people here, you can do this. And so then at that point, you should choose like the most like guaranteed method of initiation, and that's either through like Dazzle Hex or let Centaur close the gap a little bit and then blink stun. Both of those will be like much more likely to succeed. I feel like this is now like kind of forced. I think actually once he BKBs, you guys are done. Like that's really good already. You don't need to commit further. I think this is pretty awkward. Do mech and then manage to like get out. And then this arrow is much easier to hit, right? This is like the patience I'm talking about. Like, let stuff happen. It's unfortunate it's on the Dazzle. But, like, when they're busy doing things, that's when it's much easier to hit arrows. Oh, you're killing the Spire now. That's good. Be a little careful. Stay near your team and or out of sight when possible because there's an Invis Lina in the area.
Swifter than ever.
Ah, she left. Okay. Scouting arrow. We got stuff happening top. We are leaping in, arrowing. I guess trying to use arrow to save Leshrack's okay. Otherwise you can like hold it longer and try to so this one was kind of forced to. This is the thing with like the Grimstroke Lich combo. You just need to be like very careful how you take fights, which I think your team is just a little gung-ho and like rushing into some fights, which I know is really hard in pubs, but it just needs to be like very carefully orchestrated. And that's why the Lotus is so important, because you put Centaur on front and you Lotus him. That's it. That's the whole combo. Counters. If Centaur's on front initiating and the Lotus, they don't want to use it on him, but like you'll kill whoever he goes on, so then they're gonna have to respond and they're gonna like combo themselves, or they wait and you kill the guy and you back up and you retreat. Yeah, high rank. To be fair, like high rank games will have a lot more coordination. Plus, the enemy is going to be much better at dodging YOLO arrows. So I think to an extent in pub games, YOLO arrows are totally fine, especially because you don't have to commit on an arrow, right? But it just comes down to being a little careful on like when you're doing it one way or the other. Like, am I YOLOing an arrow like as this team fight's breaking out? In which case I should be more careful. Or is it like, I'm gonna fire this, if I hit it, great, if not, you know, like look how easy this is. And if they want to respond, Centaur's on the front. That was a perfect execution, perfect example. Maybe he didn't need the BKB, but like the Centaur goes in, you guys are behind him, you guys do the follow-up, If they go on Centaur, that's when you're gonna like start throwing them. Like you'll see them like walking up, and then you like throw on the Lotus. Step back a little so you don't get Grimstroke ulted too. Oops, Drow got picked off by that Lina. Time for a scouting arrow into Roche. Roche, scouting arrow. Oh, you're too scared. Fair enough, fair enough.
Use mana, get
Shattered covenant.
Go ahead.
Immortality.
Done the deed.
Let's open the next one. You guys can join in anytime you want. Exclamation point replay. We'll go a little further on this one. The sentry and base too early. Yeah. If you saw someone in this area, it's fine. I would say you could maybe put it out here first since it's coming in for the tier 2 tower. This would be a good place to scout. I might put like a sentry here or here. You guys don't have to fight this tier 2. You can wait for the base, at which point this does become like fine to place. It's a little early. Yeah, this one, like if you swap this order, like place this one first and then later on place that one, that's probably a lot better. Let's slow down. He does have a Lotus. Who's that from? Dazzle. Alright. Arrow in between a bit. Grease, maybe a little sooner. He just went for it. Right. He actually went for it before what I was about to show you all, which is like when Drow does this and she's like farming top, you guys have to be very careful because they can initiate and win the fight before she gets here. She does have a teleport, so it could be like, okay, teleport in 3 seconds, but 3 seconds can decide it, right? Axe calls someone into Lina, like the fight's over. You've already won. So you guys have to be very careful when Drow's like showing top like that, and you want to position further back. Which is also kind of why I said like you don't really need to take this tower or like defend it. It's not the end of the world. I should probably just give it up for free. I think your positioning was very safe for that. I don't think you were ready for your team to actually initiate. I don't really blame you for throwing out this arrow since Centaur had already gone in and all this other stuff's hard. We can try to grieve sooner for the Dazzle, but I mean, I get it. I miss my spells and stuff all the time. That feels a little weird, but at least he killed some people, I guess. Only if you think you can win the fight, like, and it's not that hard. Like, if you're pretty ahead, even though they have Aegis, or like, hey, I know they're just gonna like screw up, or like, we have a good like way to fight this, you can do it. I kind of don't hate if you guys try it, as long as you position very carefully. That means it's like, you need to pick a side, and then play on that side. You guys are playing both sides, which is part of why it's such a hassle. But let's say you play this side. You have an observer over here. You have a sentry back here. Dazzle's like in these trees or behind this line. Drow is like here or like here. And then Centaur is like somewhere more in this area. Lesh is back here and you're like back there. Then you guys are much more like in position to fight around this tower. I would just give it up for like the difficulty of which it requires to like properly position and defend this tier 2, it's very hard in pubs. So it's easy to just do this. But depending on the game, is like you can or can't. Kind of depends.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Have fun trying to bust down Radiant structures being fortified. Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so.
This? Yeah, this is the gem active.
I'll take that.
You can farm this, just queue it. Right, time to start being careful again. Okay, this? No longer careful. He suddenly shows top. Great. Good to go. She's mid. You guys can all move up. But, okay, see, but this is scattered. So, if they jump, 3 of them jump Leshrac, 3v1 before any of you can, like, show up. Your team is just, like, very apart.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty.
Lina coming in. This should be, like, an easy kill right here. This is why your team should all be here, and this should be immediately, like, blink stun attempt. And your arrow should also be, like, waiting for that, right? Like, what were the odds of hitting this arrow? Very low. But it also kind of lets them know that you knew Lina was in that area. So you should just hold this arrow until your team is, like, ready to do it or not. If you see her about to, like, come up the stairs, then you can fire the arrow at her face. But if she's, like, backing in this way, that's going to be a very low chance arrow. And even if you hit, she's, like, way back here and your team's not really ready. I would hold that one. Yeah, kill that guy. Who is over here? Centaur, please run backwards for the drow. Good Hurricane Pike. Cool. Almost got caught there. All right. Mechanismo. Let's jump ahead.
Radiant structure.
Mjolnir. Do we need Mjolnir? Not bad. Oh, Force Staff actually does get better now. Now with this like Doom actives, I forgot about this. Or like the Doom ult with the AoE like that. Okay, in Mega Creep games, Crimson Guard can be good. Abyssal can be very good. You need to be able to deal with people BKB hitting Throne. So Abyssal and Crimson Guard are kind of responses to that. Hex is very good as a ranged hero because you're in the ultra late game by the time you get like megas like this, and at that stage, like just a few seconds of stun's enough to like kill someone. So that one's really good. You of course need something to clear the creep, so Mjolnir if required. I'm kind of thinking you may be okay enough with just like Starstorm and Arrow. I wonder if like would Ags be better? I don't know. Mjolnir's fine, I think.
There goes the Radiant mid.
Yeah, like hexing her as she walks up unprepared, and then you guys like chain stun and kill her. Creeps, get out my way! I'm trying to arrow. Yeah, and these kind of like BKB TP outs, like whoever can Abyssal kill, that's always huge. I think the Mjolnir is alright though, as I think about it. Having the damage to like fight in this stage is pretty good. It's okay to scale up. You should maybe switch to none of these good. I feel like this one's not bad for you since you're looking for damage. 25 agility adds up. You know, you don't need the Abyssal on Mirana, but well, maybe. It depends how much of an issue it really is. But you probably buy like the Hex. And now we run it down. Let's go. Woo! Crazy. Well, that was a weird closing scene there. All right, Rubik. Another Mega Creep comeback? No problem, Snuffles.
Uproot and after them.
Places, everyone.
Okay, what's going on over here?
We got this one in the bag.
Razor. Okay, so boots on Rubik, not very common anymore. Now if you need to creep drag, it's okay. But you're probably against Anti-Mage and then Ogre or
Seconds to showtime.
Ricky is what I would guess. Maybe you get something different. But in that case, there's 2 melee heroes. And you should be fine as double range to just be attacking all the time. So I would get lots of stats and just poke a lot. I don't think you need these boots. Jaws, no. Happy to do whatever. I will be a little less useful on core replays probably, but depending on your rank, I can still help out. You should Fade Bolt. This is a yeah. Reduce their damage. You need to do that a little sooner, and then yeah, instead of boots, you could probably buy like 7 damage. You could probably get like almost a Null Talisman, like the Null Talisman components. Fairy Fire and like 2 Iron Branches or something, and then like 1 Tango. And just right click the whole time. IDC mana. And then buy like a manga or 2. You don't want to get this close and fight him. What's Razor doing? No, go last hit. Okay. So the reason he gets to do that is because you're not near creeps and he's not screwing up equilibrium, right? Let's go back. So you want to be near where that Razor is right now. So you don't care to play this area, not when you see Ogre here. If Ogre's over here, then it's like, okay, you can try to hit Anti-Mage from here. But if Ogre's over here, we're not even interested in hitting him that much. Like, I'd rather hit Anti-Mage. But also, a direct fight when he's on top of me will never go in your favor because he's a melee hero and his stats. So you want to keep your distance. You want to be on this side. You want to force him to run through these creeps and fight. And that way, even though he's getting like the advantage of like being melee, he's now dealing with creeps and you have your offlaner ranged hero to help you. This, he did come help you, but it baited him out of the lane, right? If you're in the lane, and then Ogre walks up, okay, you both just like whack, hit Ogre in the face, you know? And if he keeps trying to do it, you both just keep whacking him. And then a last hit pops up, Razor turns, hits that creep, and then goes back to hitting Ogre in the face, right? Nothing missed. So you want to be like over here instead of trying to like cut your way through here. And then you want to get away from him as soon as possible. That is like the benefit of having boots. Is you should be able to keep your distance at all times. And because this guy went Link, your Fade Bolt should mainly be for like securing creeps, range creeps. It's like, oh, this? I don't even care. Let him do it. You should be here hitting anti-mage with your like 7 extra damage of stats if you change your starting at build. Every like 8 auto attacks is 1 free. Now I know it looks like they just like went in and killed him, but okay, hold on, we go back. All right. So one, he came into the laning stage low because you guys took a direct right-click trade next to each other, which is not what we want to do. We want pokes because we're the ranged heroes, they're the melee heroes. We want to keep our distance. I actually, I don't know. I kind of like Plasma Field to make him keep their distance. The other thing is he hit level 2 first because he's not splitting any XP, and then I don't know what's going on. I don't know why Razor's so behind as well. Maybe you did split some XP, and then Ogre's just been out of it the whole time. Oh no, I'll tell you why. It's because Razor walked away from all the creeps because of the Ogre thing earlier. So this is already due to like mess ups in the laning stage. If you're both just in the laning stage near your creeps, it's far easier for you two to harass than it is for them. And with that damage we were talking about, right? They don't get to commit like they just did if they're at like 50% health or like 60, you know, something like that. But he's coming in full health, level advantage, strong melee, Ogre. But if you're like in the lane poking more, then it... I know it looks like, oh, well, he just beat us, right? Now we can't do it. But I promise you it can be done. That is going to reveal your ward, by the way. Excellent. Another example for the future video. 230. Great. So be careful of that. If it is critical for you to stop a pull, it's fine. But just know what it means. Yeah, beat this guy. How dare he blink in like that? Okay, that one was really close. If you had a little bit more damage, though, it would have been... Oh, you know, it would have been fine. Does Ogre have Oov? No, just a lot of mangoes. He's a mango man. Oh, he got it. Which if you click him, you might have seen him have this stuff. These kind of movements also show that he has an observer. The way he did this. If that makes sense, because like...
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
See that like pause? I was going a little fast. Okay. This here? Oh, it went too fast again. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you this. Okay, Dota players are spam clickers. Any little pause is not usually because they decided to stop for fun. They can't help it. This? You see that little... Right? That like... And not a movement, it was a stationary turn, okay? Walking and turning as moving, that's spam clicking moving. Walking and then going, that is activating an item that turns you down. So that to me, like if you see that, you can see it placed potentially, and then you look at him and he's still like walking, and he's not immediately killing your observer, so his sentry's not up there, and then he like does that. That's like... I don't know. It's not like guaranteed maybe, like I know 100%, but I'm like very suspicious based off his movements. I will write that down. Yeah, so if you shift Q, it's really good. I'm not great about building that habit though, but in theory, it is really good, I feel. I've started to do it a little more.
Oh, I think you can lift him into the tower there. I kind of feel like both of you should have more stats. I feel like he should just go for a second Wraith Band and you should get the stats. And then between the two of you, you have an extra like 15 damage right there. 15 times more auto attacks, you know, or 15 per auto extra. Well, between the two of you, if you each auto attack once, you get like that extra 15 damage. It adds up. I think it all started by overestimating Razor's level 1 Link. It's not as good as it used to be. I think that's why you guys charged the bounty and then like didn't take a winning fight and then have been in an awkward laning stage since then. What do you do as 4 versus 5? So you just body block camps. Just start ignoring them. Just start hitting the carry. I mean, it depends. It really depends on the laning matchup. But body blocking a camp takes time, and it takes you out of the lane. So if they are consistently doing it, just be like, all right. Especially, okay, if you can fight, then you're right. That's like an important part you said. Like if you can fight them, just go fight them and punish them for body blocking and get them low enough that eventually they can't come out and do it. If you can't fight them because they're stronger, then you just hit the carry. And then the carry is going to ping them and like, what are you doing out of the lane? And you're like, I'm helping, I'm blocking the camp, just wait, right? But that is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to punish them for leaving the lane, which is to like hit the carry, get a couple denies while they're gone, and then they come back in. Which if you can get like 2 denies while they're gone, that's kind of what a pull would have done for you, right? Is deny 2 creeps from getting into the lane. Obviously, it's a little different, but like you kind of see a similar value there. Other things you can do are then like look to creep drag instead. In that case, not having camps could actually help you because they can't stop it. So if the lane's really bad, you could try that. That's kind of it, actually. It's kind of like those 3 options. You might need to get the offlaner to help you. That's another option. Is like, this guy keeps body blocking, help me out. Like, shove the lane in and like stand here with me. Keep him away from this camp. Because most carries or most supports won't be able to fight 2v1 at this stage. But, you know, sometimes, especially if the lane's gone poorly. Womp. That's not good. The Santi Mage is going to be rich. She's missing a lot of last hits, thank goodness. If this guy was better at last hitting, he'd be like 1,000 up right now. Like, he should have what... Okay, just for comparison, guys. Educational moment here. Anti-Mage has 2 kills. Spectre has 20 extra last hits on him, though. So net worth-wise, they are neck and neck. That makes each kill worth about 10 last hits. Which is kind of true, actually. I don't even remember bounty rune splits, but... Cool. Ho 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 ho. Ankles broken. Life taken. Get out of here, anti-mage. Oh, bottle refill? What rank was this again? Ancient. Right? Yeah. Incredible. Yeah, this is kind of up front, kind of close. You should probably be a little further back, behind the Lina, if your guys are doing that. We've brought a lot of people down here. Anti-Mage is gonna pull ahead.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
Ideally, that doesn't happen. The offlaner TPing out like that without taking the top tower never feels amazing. Especially if you're like leaving the carry alone now. Actually, I didn't realize anti-mage was also down here. This is not as bad as I thought. Although with the natures, it's eh. Oh, Spectre triple kill! No. It was almost awesome. Damn. That anti-mage just getting away.
Their structures. Dire's mid tower could use a little help. Dire's mid tower won't last.
Where is Zeus? I mean, I guess we had Spectre Haunt, but surprisingly, low-level Spectre Haunt was not that impressive. I try to leave her alone. Sometimes due to like the chain of events, like it happens, but you want to try to get out of here already. You need to go like mid and top. Leave Spectre alone. Draw attention away from her. Yeah, that's a good stun steal. Anti-mage. Keeps barely getting away. Oh, you're going Earn.
Dire's top tower. You know the drill.
I don't know if I would recommend Earn this game.
Dire might want to mine that.
I'm not seeing the value. Well, casual Earn is like kind of okay, but you don't really need it this game. And it's not going to cancel like Blink Daggers because they're not going to... These aren't like Blink people. I think you just want like an Aether Lens, a Force Staff, and or a Blink. Force Staff's really good this game. Ricky and Natures kite away from these blinking heroes, kite to these blinking heroes. Aether Lens, if you steal Sleeping Dart, your Sleeping Dart's way better than his Sleeping Dart. You can steal their blinks. Ogre Stun, yours are much better. This is really scary, by the way, right now. Okay, so here we are. Watching the minimap. They kill our Spectre. You see this happen. They're a little low, but they're still here. And you walk in. That's kind of scary. I know they are pretty low, but there's two of them. And there could be more. There's also like this Natures in the game who could always rotate. This is pretty scary. Messed up with that. Okay, so maybe an accidental Earn. Oh yeah, Shard is like a oh, excuse me. Also like a Force Staff for your teammates. Kind of for yourself as well, but like not gonna save you from Ricky Cloud. So Force for yourself, Shard for teammates, that could be really good too. You're a little close on some of these. You gotta be careful. I feel like I mean I do this too. I think you like want too many spells, or you're looking to be too aggressive, but you need to be really careful about getting too close as Rubik. Because suddenly they jump on Lina and you're way too close, right? Your positioning makes sense if you think like, oh, we're gonna go on them here, I'm like way back. But you need to keep in mind they're all like initiators and jumpers and stuff, so they're gonna come to the Lina and then you're like way too close, or they're gonna come to you because you're so close. Either way, that's too close for my preference. Oh. Okay, looks like you're going 4 staff first. I think that's fine.
Tis mine.
Any of the options we talked about, I think, would be good. Oh, look at you farming up that 4 staff money. Okay, but a TP home's pretty unnecessary. Just clarity out, right? Just buy like 2 clarities and have it come out with your 4 staff. Drop your Lance of Pursuit next time you arcane boots. You get to save your TP. Stay on the map. I got some replay bug there. Zach is tired. Did I miss something? I am tired, but can I zone out for a little bit there? Oh yeah, the yawning. Lately, I keep waking up early. I don't even have like a start time anymore in my life. You know, I could sleep as long as I wanted until this stream. I keep waking up at 6 a.m. the last couple nights. I tend to have a lot of sleep problems. I don't know if that's if that's the reason I'm always tired or there's other stuff, but on the last couple nights I wake up at 6 a.m. and I just cannot go back to sleep.
Is a great conductor.
The Dire best do something about that.
It's just Dota things. The annoying part, okay guys, chat, relate with me here, okay, Dota players. It gets late at night. Okay, responsible Dota players. Because the Dota degenerates, you just keep going. I get it. I've been there too, right? Okay, I lose or I win at the end of the day, right? I'm like reflecting on it. I'm like, man, I want to play. I want to win. I'm laying in bed and I can't sleep. And I'm like, I just want to play Dota. I know I'm not supposed to. I know I'm tired. I know I'm not even going to play well, but I cannot sleep because I just want to play. And then like sometimes I'll sleep and then I wake up in the middle of the night and it's like, should I get up and just play Dota at 6 a.m.? I'm pretty tired though. It doesn't make sense. I should just sleep, but I can't sleep. But I'm thinking about it because I want to play Dota. Yeah, or like watch replays and theorycraft, stuff like that. That's true. Like having a good routine. But like usually I'd say like 8's fine. You know, like that's what it was before. I'd wake up around like 8 to 9. But I don't know, 6 a.m. my body's like, yeah, let's go. I mean, if that's what it's gonna be, then I guess. But it is also kind of annoying because I don't stream till later. So being awake from like 6 till like midnight plus is kind of, I'm not at that stage. You know, I feel like as you get older and older, you need less and less sleep. I'm not ready for that. 6 hours is not enough.
No breaking down the radiant structures like this.
Quake and Dota. Mechanismo, sorry, I've been a little zoned out the last like 5 minutes. Talking about other things. I am getting tired, I guess. You're doing great. Keep it up. Oh, nice. Catch that guy. Get his dart. Oh, dart is such a good steal. I know this one's really fun too, but dart is so good. Dart is so good. It's so good on Ricky. It's even better on Rubik. Nice. Oh, just get out alive, Lena. Okay, okay. Am I going to play tonight? Probably not. Wednesdays, I typically just do the replays. And if I'm too tired to do replays, I'm probably too tired to be playing, like, serious Dota. That doesn't stop me sometimes, as any good Dota 2 player, right?
playing more than I should, but no fear, I'm sorry. Oh man. Oh, bait, nice. We baiting them.
Radiant's mid tower
Okay. We're going to give you useful feedback for the next minute or two here. Damn, what a hero this Lina is. Okay. Can I just TP out? Okay, first, walk. This is just your base. Like a 10-second walk. No need to teleport. Save that teleport for the rotations. Okay, this distance is good. I like how far back you are. Anti-Mage Blink is a great steal as well. Allows you to be even further back. So let's see if you do that. I mean, you can use it aggressively too, but right now you're like on the front lines against the Riki, you know? So like, look at this positioning from your team. If you got Riki slept into an anti-mage blinking on you, do you think your team can save you? Do you think you can save you? It's really tough. So like, this is kind of like far out.
'Tis mine.
And for what? For what? Oh, it's happening. Oh, barely out alive. But now you're too low to like help, right? And you might just get killed by like some stray attacks or something. So you should be like way in the back, waiting for them to do other stuff, and then you come in, especially with Blink.
Radiant's top tower is taken.
Lina, you have 5 seconds before I take this. Yeah, here's like the aggressive Blink. I'm down for this. Yeah. Mess that guy up. Sometimes I can't help from my own habits of playing Dota, right? Sometimes I look at your item slots and I think to myself, like, you need to put your items in the right spot. But I know everyone has their own spots, but it's just so funny. You know, you play Dota for thousands of games, like, the items have spots. And you guys use different spots. They're in the wrong spot. Put them in. Oh, that's good, no fear. I'm glad. I'm glad we helped at least with something. Oops, Lina just like straight up died. What happened there? Super aggro farming against a Riki. Alright, this is your carry, Lina, your most farmed hero. If she can be jumped and killed instantly, you can be jumped and killed instantly. So, you can't walk out like this just randomly. I love hotkeys. In hindsight, though, I mean, I've learned as a YouTuber, right? When I started, I really liked all-encompassing videos that had everything you could possibly need to know in that video, and I covered all topics. And now, in hindsight, I realize as a YouTuber, that's not successful on YouTube. You need like small sections of ideas, and I could have milked that hotkeys concept for like 8 different videos that would have all performed much better than one massive video. But it's too late to go back to it. I'm too lazy. And I think there's actually a lot of useful information in that hotkeys video that gets lost because people don't want to watch a 1-hour video, which I get. But funny enough, we'll watch like 8 10-minute videos. But I mean, that's just, I do it too, right? It's just the way things are. I think like, I don't know, this game's like 40 hours. I don't have a lot of time. You know, I'm a Dota 2 player and content creator. I don't have time. Should I just play like 5 games of Dota for 8 days? Yeah, okay, that seems reasonable. This is a save. Break it up into a hotkey series video. Maybe if they add enough new settings and it's worth like going back to. Okay, preemptively clear up a slot. Unless you're like really good on this stuff, when you see Roche and there's still time, if you have space, I would like clear something up. You don't, maybe this urn or maybe this point booster, but you like need detection. You need your other items. I heard the smoke. Okay, yours is good too. If you had buyback, sort of worth it. If it's we can win this fight. Eight days a week, you know it. Watched it twice. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you guys liked my feature-length movie. Carnage. It's pronounced Z Quixotics. You can just call me Zach, though. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Appreciate you reaching out to learn the name. I know I should have made it easier. I need to say it in more of my videos. I like did it for a couple and then I forgot, and then I like do it a couple more and then I forget. All right, we weren't distracted. You were dead. Okay, now you're alive. Time to be useful again for another minute before we get distracted and talk again. You're going for an Ags. It's not the most useful thing. I think Lotus is pretty good to deal with the sleep. You have your Force Staff. You have your Shard. I guess there are some good steals here. Ricky! I think a gem's good for your team too. Well, I don't know if you should be thinking about farming right now. You're like, there's still like too many heroes alive, including this Ricky. We have Wrath of Nature. Oh, I thought you were gonna lift the. Okay, that works too. Oh, I'd be careful. The creeps will see you. Oh, I think you have a better chance of surviving if you stay in the trees there. Right, you just have to like hope you like dodge around him by luck.
With me.
I accept Squix. That's good too. Really, whatever pronunciation people come up with is fine with me. I think it's pretty funny. Video on gem usage. I don't think I made one yet. Good old Gorp, yeah. Yeah, Zach's the easiest. He doesn't like saying it. Who says their own name that often? It's not that common. So it feels weird to like force myself to say it. But I guess it's important to. I guess that's the thing, right? But it's just different. It's just not something you usually need to do. Flying Rooster, the history. There's a. I think I still have the command actually. Okay, in that video I talk about it. If you wanna see it. Some real edgy stuff. Not edgy, drama. Melodramatic, not like real drama. You just ignited yourself. Lesson learned, slow projectiles not great against anti-mage. Oh, I also think a blink could be okay. Just because you have a lot of mobile heroes and your blink lift is one of the more effective ways to grab it. Oh, nice. The offensive tip. I'm down for it. I think blink could be good for that reason as well. The funny thing is, I was saying like who says their own name that much? I do. I jokingly use third person, I feel, more than would be normal. But third person for me is Zach, because that's, you know, that's me. I don't like, oh, ZQuixotics here going, you know. I mean, I guess I do now, but I do use third person talk, but it just isn't with ZQuixotics. It's with Zach. Alright, you should just be out of sight here. Don't even hit this tower. Your tower means your damage is nothing. Spectre has like all this like agility, attack speed, all that. She's tanky. Alright, you just sit in this tree right here. Just chill in this tree. Right here, right here. This spot exactly. This is the spot. Any of these spots will work because you have a force staff. But just anywhere in here is good. Out of sight, behind these trees is good. If you have like a gem, gem's also good. If I don't know if anyone has it. Oh, he's got it. It's fine then. Just be out of sight. Don't let anyone like find you. Ricky, Nature's Wrath. Like you'll die so easily. But if you're out of sight, they'll get restless and they'll commit on these people. And then you can go in and then you can lift and steal stuff and all that. You have to think of Rubik. Okay, like if you ever play Magnus and Enigma, you know you have to be careful with your positioning because like, oh, I need to like get the big steal and all, or the big ults. Rubik is similar because their big ults are your big ults, so you need to be out of sight as well. So they're baited into like using the spells you can steal. You take it, and then you can use those spells. But you're also like the squishy backline support like this, so you'll die really easily if they find you. So that's why it's important to like be really chilling in the back. I always forget to put this down. Alright, we begin the next one. Get in here. Let's see if Neville's really wants to share this Ricky game. You're gonna have to beg Cloudbot. Mechanismo, no problem. Thanks for bearing with the slightly out of it review. If you think about it though, yours is probably more focused than the next couple are gonna be. So, in that sense, perhaps you've won. You're nuts, hey. Aw, Aegis, thank you. That is good to hear, because that's what I want for this. I want it to just be like a day of the week. Everyone knows. Oh, where can I get my replay done? Wow, have you gone to ZQuixotics' streams on Wednesdays? It's like, oh, okay, I'll go, right? I want it to be that thing so that there's always like some education. People can always get their games reviewed for free. That's like one of the most common things on the subreddits, right? People posting their games and asking for help. But not everyone has time to do it, and typing it out is kind of a hassle. I guess streaming and then talking is also its own amount of effort, but I feel like it's like a never-ending request, so I want this to be somewhere where people can come for free. But unfortunately, there's not like a guaranteed system to get it, so now you have to just show up to all my streams and like hope you win, or get enough channel points to guarantee a spot. It's all self-service. Thank you, Bytorin. Do you miss the days when supports had to buy couriers? It was different Dota, and there are parts of that game that I enjoyed, and I kind of miss. And then there's parts of me that I'm like, I'm totally done with it. Thank God we're past it, right? But it was very, very satisfying to kill couriers back then. In fact, if you check my channel, there's an old video. I was a real tryhard, okay? I had a video on like the times, right? Knowing when to like show up for couriers because there was only one. And so like this is the time it takes to go down the mid lane. This is the time it takes to go down like a side lane. So like this is where you should show up and like this is when it respawns, so you should go back. Because it was so impactful back then to have one courier and have it die was so meaningful that it was worth having a roamer to kill it. That's another thing that killed roamers. The courier kill was so significant back then. Because, like, your mid laner's just screwed, right? They can win the lane, and then they get nothing. Because they can't spend their money. And if not, they have to, like, walk home and TP out. So, like, all that stuff was so... It felt more impactful. It felt more serious. I still kill couriers for fun now. But, like, I'm starting to cut down the habit. Like, I've mentioned this on stream, right? Where it's like, I feed because I'm just killing couriers for laughs because I can't help myself. But it's like it's not even that impactful. I mean, it is, but also like not as much as it used to be. So it's not worth dying for in most cases. It was also funny to see items on the floor because we had no backpack. So you're just playing the game and there's like TP here, TP there, Roach Pit filled with shit. You know, teleports, clarities, quelling blades. Like everyone just dropping their stuff in the Roach Pit to pick up Aegis and cheese. And then of course you use it, you fill up your slot again, you go back for another one, you just drop more junk on the floor. You used to get the bottles back then as supports. That was another fun thing because they run out of space for the bottle, so then they're like gonna drop it and you're like, please, please, give it to me, give it to me. I've only got boots. Give me that. Yes. Here, let me show you the end product. It's in the Discord. If you want to see other drawings I've done, there's a channel in my Discord if you want to see them. But I will share it here in just a moment once I find it. Oh, too big. Cookie Snapfire. Or the prompt was Snapfire baking cookies. Oh, habit. All right, let's see who's next. You're nuts. You're next. Time's at 9:33. Probably do another one or two maybe after this. We'll see how much focus we have. Okay, we're gonna need more water for this. He got an AFK for work. No problem. I mean, this is all recorded. You can come back for it. Who are you? Wait, come back. Guy. Who do we think he is? Oh no. Do we just start? Then he comes back, he's like, why the heck were you talking about that person? Think Ogre, you think Ricky. You're nuts, come back. Analyze all lanes, done. Let's do it. All right. I guess we'll do some generic advice here first to begin until your nuts returns from having to deal with boss aggro. What's going on here? Oh, okay. So who are the supports? Ricky and Clockwork, Core Phoenix, and then we have Mag support, Ogre support. Man, I must have missed it. Is Ogre or Mag support popping up? I keep seeing it lately. Okay, well, if you're Ricky, it's not too much different from what we usually see. This was Ricky 5, right? Ricky Sniper, maybe not the strongest lane. I guess I would have expected to be against Magnus Marana, which they are, but the roles are swapped. You're probably just trying to get farm out of that lane, get to your 15 like usual. Your dart will be really nice with egg later on. Protects Sniper a bit. For Clockwork and Phoenix against what? SF, Ogre. You're nuts. Who are you? We're about to do an analysis on every lane. Clockwork. Okay. Oh, you've been cliffed. Alright, what happened? Okay, you came out to ward, starting items, bunch of mangoes. Oh, so I guess you're Clock 5. For some reason I was thinking it was Ricky 5. Oh, it did, but maybe you guys swapped roles. Oops. Alright, I think you just forgot that that was possible. No big deal. I mean, it's not great to get cliffed, but you'll just TP down eventually.
Got a feeling this.
Now, it might be worth putting down a sentry. Oh, okay, they're gonna kill you. Yeah, that's fine. Because I was gonna say, if you try to TP and get that canceled as well, you're super screwed. You need to stand. Hold on, we'll wait for this to end. Stand in like this bottom right corner. Magnus is using that trick where you stand at the edge. If you stand in this bottom right corner, because of this cliff, I don't think they can see you. Let's go to their perspective just to double check. Or was it because the sentry? Don't you lose the vision once the sentry dies? Pretty sure you do, right? Alright, put the sentry down, you killed it. To be honest, I don't think I processed that the vision stays for 12, like the full time, even after you kill the sentry.
It was ours all along.
Was only a matter of time.
Honestly, it's fine. Your sniper should be okay. Cliff me, huh? Punk ass.
Okay, sniper kind of walked out a little far, but
Body block, body block. Okay, there was a window to body block there. Cogs, cogs. Cliff me, huh? You punk ass. Nice. Kind of a weird lane, but I'm sure it'll work out. Maybe do a stack at 150 on the small camp so you can try to like fix equilibrium from here. Sniper has so many creeps, you should be safe. Looks like you're gonna go for the hard camp pull instead. That's fine too. Ah, okay, changed my mind. Cogs, cogs, cogs. Oh, I think you have to cogs there to stop him. Stop him from stopping you, and you and sniper can get some good damage there. Okay, we try again. Ah, almost. Lane's weird. Well, it happens. He's pushing in. Hopefully sniper can get some. Last hits here. Small camp, half pull here maybe. Sniper should be fine under tower. I'd say he's being pressured kind of a lot, but I don't know. I think he just like pulls it back and whack. I think you can still use cogs like kind of like this effectively because you're at least forcing them to use an escape. But also you can use cogs to push back, and I think that's good too. And if you gank later, well, actually this time there's like an Ember mid who's also pretty excellent. Okay, sniper's not happy, but we're having a great game. Alright, forget this. Go like stack and pull now. We need to like fix this lane for sniper. God, sniper's so sad.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Okay, you were here a little early.
Dire's mid tower's
I think you know the time because you did it before. Rocket flare before you die for the harass. Oh, you're just waiting for the kill. I see you. No, okay. I mean,
there's not much you can do about that, you know, like him constantly getting like pulled in. I don't bother chasing. I think the most you can try to do is like an extra couple pull or two that we're talking about to try to like get the lane back for Sniper to like recover under tower. But I mean, he's getting like skewered and all that, you know. I think there's only like so much you can do to help him with that. And part of that is like keeping it here because Magnus like when the lane's up here, Magnus has a couple different paths to try to get this combo. But when it's like here, you know, it's pretty tough. I'd be pretty impressed actually with like a tree cut all the way back here and then a skewer out. That'd be pretty impressive. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't really call it like griefing. It's like, you know, like what am I supposed to do about that? Point blank arrowed, right? I don't really think, I'm not saying this biases a support player, I think, but like, what am I supposed to do about that? This is probably unnecessary. Oh shit, you got it, damn. I thought you were just feeding at that point. I mean, frankly, if Sniper is just gonna get arrowed all the time, he should have done this anyways. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know why Sniper doesn't chill more. Or like, it sucks, I get it, to die that many times, but you can recover. Honestly, I have this idea of the future of Dota, or something you might see more, because we've actually already seen teams touch on this, which is that like, who was it? Was it Team Secret? It might have been Secret, I don't fully remember. A couple teams have like kind of done this, where laning gets weird, right? Because they try to do lane swaps and everything, and the supports end up strong, well, the cores are all really weak, and then the cores eventually farm and catch up. And that's gonna happen, like, no matter what. Carries farm. Like, they have this period of time where all they do is farm. And I kind of have this idea that a couple things might have to change for this to be viable, but I kind of think supports should be given some priority at the start of the game to get stronger, like fast Ring of Basilius, fast, I don't know, boots or something, and they become so much stronger, and then they can make space, and the carry is poor for the first couple minutes, not really lasting, and then, like, starts farming, because now they just have a lot of space. And I kind of think it could work for like a couple different hero combos and stuff in drafts. There's a lot more there. It's not really something viable I can test on my own. But the reason I'm talking about it now is because, like, even though this Sniper's game kind of sucks right now, like, no matter what, even if he was having a good game, he was just going to farm for the next 10 minutes anyways. So, like, if you're down a couple hundred gold at this stage, even 1,000 gold, like, it sucks, but it's like, it is what it is. It's the game. What are we gonna do, you know? As long as you can, like, put the money to good use as a support and you don't, like, sit AFK with it, I think it's fine. Yeah, like an Undying getting super strong, and then you, like, worth. You know, like, watch. I mean, we'll see what Sniper does. He just queues up a Midas and he just starts jungling. You know? What's that worth? 2.5? Okay, by 10 minutes he's gonna be like 3k or something. It's not the end of the world to be 3k. 10 minutes? It's not great at this rank, but like, it happens. We got a clock at 3k getting kills around, you know? Maybe I'm just saying this because I'm a support player and I want this stuff. You know, like, hey, why don't you give me level 3 first, right? Oh, the carries always want solo XP? How about I get solo XP?
How about I be level 3 Treant first with level 2 Leech Seed, and I don't lose a single trade in this lane, and then you get space when I go and roam and do things. Like, what do you need the solo XP, bud? You're just jungling. That creep's not gonna stop you whether you're 6 or 7. I mean, there's more nuance to what I'm saying. Obviously, there are benefits to the carries getting gold and all that, but I would love for this idea to be explored more. And unfortunately, pub carries are just not the people to do it. And I don't know if pro carries are either, because pro carries are just pub carries who are now being paid. So I don't know if they're really gonna change. I would love that concept to be explored a bit more, though. It might require some more like meta changes, but I think it could be pretty interesting. All right, why are we watching Sniper just jungle? Oh, look at you ganking people while we're talking about random stuff. Net worth gold. Yeah, exactly. So that's the hard part, and that's why I would need more testing than just the theory. But I think there's also net worth being exponential only holds true so long as you can also farm without limits, you know? And when you're limited, okay, something unfortunate that I don't know you realize you just did, you actually body blocked this camp, which is fine, but you also then warded by the camp. So there's actually a chance they come and they go, it's blocked. This, someone warded it, and then they put a sentry down. I mean, they may just think you farmed it, or maybe they think like someone else farmed it, but just keep that in mind if you ever want to think about it. Others saying, oh yeah, the gold growth being exponential is true, but I think that only holds true so long as you can also like farm as much as you want. Where it's like, hey, I got the boot, so now I can go between camps faster. Hey, I got the maelstrom, so now I can like farm faster. If you don't have space, you don't get the farm, you know? So I kind of think like XP on support and some gold translates to potentially restricting space of the enemy or more space for your own heroes, if not both. Which then, even though you have like less farming potential because you have less net worth, you have more space, right? Like right now, you like farm, you like try really hard to farm, but you're against heroes, so you miss like one last hit every wave, let's say, even at the highest level. But what if like the support's just strong enough to like zone them out and then you get every wave? Like you were behind, but now you're picking up an extra creep. Again, I don't know. I think it would require more changes. You guys are putting so many observers up here. Oh my gosh. You have one here, here, and here now. This is a lot. Distribute them a little. I kind of like it, but it's also a lot. Like, your sniper probably could use one in here, like in this area. Probably like right here would be good even. What are you at now, buddy? Yeah, Puppy's doing it. Versus Natures and Hoodwinks. Natures, I think it's good. Hoodwink, it becomes pretty difficult to do, realistically speaking. Oh, look at you. I would have missed that hook shot for sure. See? Look at this Clockwork. This absolute Chad of a Clockwork, who's level 8, almost level 9. He's now killed SF twice solo, right? This is the idea like happening before our eyes, which is that the supports get a lot of space and do stuff. And Sniper, even if you gave him 5 levels over the offlaner, he would be doing the exact same thing he is right now, which is just AFK jungling, which doesn't help the team in terms of map movements. Which is why I've been thinking, like, as the game pushes more towards active play, which maybe it changes next patch, who knows. But, like, it's been pushing towards more active play, and supports are classically the stronger heroes in the early game. Like, supports, mid lane, off lane, right? They, like, have more of an upfront value compared to, like, carries who scale. Like, how much space, like, what is the net worth value of that? Of, like, 2 SF kills, you know? I mean, how many times has Sniper died? If you cut one of these Sniper deaths out while he was jungling and still got killed, and Clockwork was getting these, like, solo kills, like, Sniper is now on par with SF. Even though I think SF had maybe slightly better lane, maybe not. Actually, by the time you came in, you were already kind of getting him too. Oh yeah, get this guy. Look, our Chad Clockwork on the hunt for a... Oh, face your death. Pause all you want. There's no getting out of this. God, I'm spamming the F9 button, waiting for her to die. Yeah, Yapzor and Zai kind of did something like that. Ooh, we getting that courier. Get that courier. Get that courier. I don't think you have hookshot anymore. I think this is a really hard kill. You'll have to tower dive, which maybe it's kind of scary though. I just feel like, you know, like a level 6 Clockwork at this stage does not get these same like team fights. Especially when it's level 5 at this stage, right? That happens sometimes to supports. You know, these kills that could potentially happen. Obviously, one game is not a huge sample size, and there's a lot more. This might be a little greedy. Okay, that was a little much. All right, Sniper, calm down. You got like 6 deaths. You have incredible vision up here, and they are not up there. So they're all in here, and you have Rocket Flare, so you should just pew, pop Rocket Flare in there. AUC too, you just can't help yourself. You're like, yes, I need it. I need it. But that's a little much. They're all gonna be there.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Spirit Vessel.
Dire might want to mine that top tower. Dire's top tower.
Nice. The Phoenix has a vessel. Blade Mail. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna be like. There is some uncontrollable damage. I don't know if it's like strictly needed. Oh yeah. Ah, you weren't gonna go for it? I believe in you. You could do it. 1600 health? That's nothing. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to think about like what he should buy.
Someone took out the Radiant's courier.
I do like armor because I think between SF and then yeah, this Orb of Corrosion on Ember is really common, and then Magnus is amping physical damage too with his bonus damage. I do like armor. I don't know. I haven't played enough Clockwork. I don't know like how good this Ags is. In terms of like, could you have just been like Super Chad, get Ags, kill everyone with Ags? You're kind of already doing it. You know, would that have like helped? I don't know. This is where like I don't play enough or I'm not even looking at the right one. Don't play enough Clockwork, but I kind of think it'd be kind of interesting. I'm just not sure. I do think Mech. It feels kind of awkward because you have Tranquil Boots though. Lotus isn't amazing. Shrums? Maybe. Shard? Shard could eventually be okay, but I just don't know, because Clock is having an amazing game right now. Admittedly, a bit at the cost of snipers. So we kind of need to like do things early with it. And I'm not sure if Shard will be the answer to that. Like, it helps you get extra kills. Yo, what about Orchid? What if you had gotten a fast Orchid? I know that used to be a build. Would that have been sick? I mean, it pretty much guarantees the kill on like Ember, Mirana, Mag. Your team's kind of awkward for it. I guess you have Ricky too. I'm undecided. I think someone who plays Clockwork more might be able to like boom tell you like right away. But I'm not fully sure. It's a pretty like unique situation to be in. I think someone more experienced in Clockwork will be able to like come up with it. Because I agree, your items are fine as Clockwork in general, but I don't really know the like take over the game Clockwork build. You know. Subagoth, hello, welcome. Yes, I can try to help, especially if you're new. I'm sure I can still help. I'm usually more of a support player, so the higher up you go as you play this game more, maybe I can help less and less. But, yeah, happy to... Well, we're still in the middle of this one, but when we start the next one, you're free to join. And I will, if you win it, I'll be happy to take a look at one of your games, no matter what role you play. Went for Yules, because Magus on all the buffs. Honestly, I kind of like that. Core Clockwork here to 1v1 you, Ember.
The Dire best do something about that.
Oh, you're doing it! Let's get him! Oh, get him, get him, get him! We have to. No backing down. Let's go. I love it. See, look. Sniper's recovered. It's fine. All you had to do, pick up a Midas, sit in the jungle. If he had bought a normal item, like, come on. He'd be in a perfectly fine game. So you need the mental strength to get past tough games. Ooh, Octarine. You have no fear of towers anymore, man. You're just going in. I think that one's a little too deep. I'm not just saying that because of hindsight, but to an extent, right? You are doing as well as a core, so like it's a little less okay to like just die now. Gotta be a bit more careful. In the end, it was 2v3, so maybe it was okay. But I think that's like a little forced. I think you can find like easier fights.
No breaking through the Dire structures for now.
Man, do so much damage. If Phoenix hadn't gotten Spirit Vessel, you'd probably be racking up charges, just killing heroes.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged.
Maelstrom. Guess there's a good chunk of magic. I was just wondering if you did need this hood. You have Dota Plus, was it telling you lots of magic damage? I would have thought like armor maybe is a little better.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, I might have stayed a little long. Oh, the Great Escape? Hood versus Blade Mail. I guess if I had to pick between the two, Blade Mail does sound a little better. I'm still down for like the straight Ags or Orchid. I think those could be kind of sick. But I don't play enough. I don't really know. I think you can just be with your team though. We're at that point where they're all really strong. Let's go a little slower and break down this fight. This is like an actual immortal fight, so gotta be more careful. Okay, so no sniper. Magnus killed pretty easily. Okay. No deeper vision. And then OD killed pretty fast. Sniper kind of on his way now. I don't know. I think I'm conflicted about this Mirana ult because I don't think you kill her because she's just gonna leap away. And then like OD's not gonna damage her because she's in this either. But I guess you're doing it to like keep him alive. Actually, we did have egg. Why didn't we egg like on the cliff? Actually, I think if that like egg had been going on, did he not have it yet? Egged now. I feel like you could have egged on like the Aegis. Or here sooner. I mean, we also have a sniper without any damage, so maybe it's not worth thinking that hard on this fight. Because actually, if sniper just had regular right-click items, sniper might clean up this fight for us. Yeah, it's Mirana 3. Yeah, that fight did feel a little forced. Or like OD being too far up gets caught. It should be like Ricky on the front and you, but ideally Ricky. OD's like a save. Actually, I kind of agree with that. Whoa! That was close. That was like the last second before arrow hits. Wish my sniper didn't tickle like a wet noodle. Midas is ironically the best item he bought. What a world to be in. Oh man. I feel when your carry's best item is Midas. Oh, you're alive. No way. There's no way he gets Kaya Yasha. This has to become an E-Blade. Oh no! I can't believe it. Sniper, where's your commitment to the build? How is this not E-Blade? Oh! Immortal brain right here. Oh, let's see if he actually commits. Maybe he switches it back. Oh man. That sucks. I feel like you could have won this. I don't feel you griefed your lane. I mean, the lane was weird, and I think you could have done more for like the pole camps. It's not like we haven't screwed up lanes all the time. It was still recoverable. It's clearly recoverable, right? I mean, he's at the highest, well, was. Now he's, you know, dropped a little, but he's near the top net worth. So if you just had normal games, you would have a carry sniper right now. Yeah, I agree with that, honestly. With the sniper doing what he's doing, I would take this farm too. But to an extent, like, supports are supposed to farm up. This is one of my weaknesses. I'm still overly self-sacrificial. The current meta, I think, supports helping to farm. Right? Like, as a team, you shouldn't leave farm behind. But if you have one guy spending time to farm all of it, it's going to take more time than two people farming it. Which, to an extent, like, there are pros and cons to that. One guy farming it all gets more net worth, right? But two people farming this stuff faster means you're both done and you can start doing other things. So I think it actually is really good for supports to understand a level of, like, how much farm they can take. And this is something I got to work on myself, so I don't know how much advice I can give you all. But I think, you know, maybe it also affects the higher levels. But actually, maybe it's even better at lower ranks too, where people are just jungling too long and you have to wait for them to do something, right? It's like, well, I farmed this camp. If you want another camp to farm, we got to go over here. And now I'm tricking you into the enemy's half of the map. I do think that it's, like, good. Plus, you get items for yourself, and that's important, right? Like, you can make more plays when you have enough items. A lot of times, I'm, like, still finishing my first or second item way too late. I find that, like, reduces my own impact. He's still even net worth at this stage, you know? So, darn, you could have won.
There it goes.
Alright, that's you're a little too far here. Yeah. Alright, you see them all coming in, right? You have to, like, aggro this wave back if you want to keep farming it. But they're still, like, coming in. The tier 2 doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, you know, at this stage. I mean, it means something, but, like, not so much that you can't be killed under your own tier 2 pretty easily. Alright, looks like your team kind of, like, loses this fight off the back of that. Oh yeah, 6 sniper stun. Quick, E-blade yourself. He's getting kills. Oh man. Sick. Buff up this damage to 28 with that Kaya. Oh man. All right. Hop in. Oh, you have no items to drop. You have to drop, like, your bracer in the pit. Oh, you're about to go for it and have no space. Oh, you were ready, though. You were ready to, like, drop something. I saw that. Doesn't the enemy team eventually outscale Radiant? I would actually probably rate Sniper as the strongest carry here. SF has been, like, doing really well for himself. And there's also something to be said about late game Ember being very mobile and maybe controlling the Sniper. But I kind of think in, like, a straight 1v1, Sniper can kill anyone. So I don't know if it strictly outscales one way or the other. I think it'll still come down a bit to execution. Magnus is really good in the late game, though. But they've also got Phoenix. Phoenix is also pretty good. a really good egg. But it's harder without the setup. I'm kind of flip-flopping now. Huh? I have Empower Ember too. That's pretty good. I forgot about that. I think it's still close. I think like in the one-on-one, Sniper is the best, but as a team, Dyer's is a little easier to execute. What time is it? 10:16. All right, we'll definitely do this next one, and then I'll see how I feel. Snarge, I think I agree. I think I'm sure there's still like context to it, right? Like, hey, core's close to 200, should probably let him get it, or sorry, like 200 from an item, let him get it. But I do think to an extent it's more about like playing the game versus like I get the farm because I'm the carry, and it's like we need this kind of team fight, we need this kind of like map control. And I think pro teams are a lot better about that, right? Like you'll see games where like Snake King Mirana is the one farming the top half of the map for 20 minutes. And it's because he's taking up that space while the cores are actively doing something. But those kind of concepts are harder for pubs. But I do think I agree, like to an extent, without tilting out your team. Some things need to be done, and it's kind of urgent at times, whether it's a support or a core. All right, last chance to enter in. Real Maboto, I get it. Yo, Suagoth showing up. Getting there. That happened a lot today, actually. Did I? No, the odds are the same as usual. All right, new player. So we'll probably see some like funny stuff. But no worries. That's what happens. Who are you playing? Roast me, I'm Ember. All right, sounds good. Massive Pitus. Nice name. All right, you said you're pretty new. How new are we talking here? I mean, I can break it down as like simple as I can, but I don't know like how much experience you have or any of that. I'll be right back, but then yeah, we're gonna get going. $80 hours. All right. Admitting you have a problem is step one. I definitely keep working on that. We're gonna see. I hope getting frustrated about the game, that's fine. Hopefully we're not gonna see any racism or anything like that. Otherwise, we might have to stop at a principle. At the least, I'm gonna have to give you a stern warning. Okay, Ember. As it so turns out, I watched like 3 Ember games the other day. Kind of see how they're playing the lane. Nothing like that? Great. No way, guys. I'm happy to be a Dota player. Though, if I had played League, or I did play League. Okay, hold on. Write it down. Okay, this is a very obvious example, but you cannot attack uphill like this. What? This 100% reveals observer words. Arshvol action. Hey. Aw, thank you. From Germany, nice. I hope to visit Germany one day. I have a friend there. I hear it's nice. I think it'd be cool to go. I imagine I can get around with just English, right? I think most of Europe you can, but I don't think it should be too hard just doing English. Yeah, I hope to visit sometime. Thank you so much for a Prime Summon. Happy you could drop by live. What was I just saying before that? Oh yeah, if I did play League. If I had stayed in League and I was a content creator there, there's probably more money because it's a bigger game. But then I'd be a League content creator. I don't know. I think Dota's pretty cool, guys. I think it's really complicated. There's a lot of frustrations and stuff, but I think it's like that because it's a really complex game, which means I feel like it's very rewarding to play. That's why I enjoy like really difficult games too. Okay, build-wise, I don't know if you need to start Blightstone. I see a lot of people. I'm trying to think about the builds I saw yesterday. You do have at least 2 Iron Branches. That's good. The Tangos, the Quelling Blade, that's all good. I think I'm trying to remember what I saw in those games yesterday, or whatever day it was. I was watching some Ember matchups, some Centaur, trying to improve my core knowledge. And looks like it's paying off, except I can't remember off the top of my head, so I'm going to look it up anyways. I think many people were just keeping it to like a couple Iron Branches and a fast bottle. And then sometimes a Fairy Fire. Yeah, I think it's pretty rare to start with the Blightstone. You get an Orb of Corrosion pretty quickly, but I think the faster bottle is more important. Yeah, I think well, there's definitely other games that I think would be cool to be in and be part of, but I'm happy to be in the Dota community. Actually, nothing says I can't be in other communities as well. Okay, so, sorry, let's focus up. Focus! Okay. So, what a lot of people will do on Ember, level 1, is... Oh, and then I don't know if this was your sentry, but you see how your sentry, or whoever sentry... Oh, it's not yours, because you just placed this. Whoever placed this sentry only sees this. But earlier when Nature's attacked you, the ward's either on this half or on this half. So usually a sentry in the river's a lot better. You didn't place that one, though, so not worried. What a lot of Embers will do is immediately pop Flame Guard and then just, like, push in the first wave. And they'll, like, fight the Slark. Yeah, so you're kind of doing it here. You waited for the creep. I think that's okay. And then, yeah, they're just, like, killing the creep wave. And then try to... Okay, so see how, like, he backs away and you let him back away? Follow up. Like, try to keep him in your Flame Guard as much as possible. And, of course, come back for, like, the last hits, which is maybe what you're doing. And I'm not going to be too, like, harsh on it because you're, like, new. And, frankly, I'd be bad at it, too, because I'm a terrible mid player. But, I mean, it's already going. It's free damage if you, like, stay near him. So as much as you can do that, I think that's good. And then here... You want this last hit. It's okay to take a little bit of harass here to get this last hit. So position like on this side of the creep, and that way Slark has to like go through you to get the last hit. And at that point, a couple scenarios. One, he just hits you, but he's not hitting the creep, so you get the range creep. That's probably pretty worth it. Depends on the situation, you know, but you're healthy, you can afford to do it, you're good. 2, he goes for the ranged hit, and you also go for the ranged hit. However it plays out, maybe you get it, maybe he gets it. But then, now there's none of his creeps, and you still have 3. And this one's actually low. So now you get to hit him while he waits for this creep to fall low. He's going to have to hit it twice. So he hits it once, then you go for the deny. Or he just backs away, and you're hitting him a couple times for free. So that would be a good time to like stand there and like physically push him off the creep, like make him choose. And then you can stay on this cliff, so you can go for that range creep better. Another flame guard use. Okay, I'm not gonna worry too much about the last hitting missing or not. That's a matter of practice. I think you know that it's important.
Careful what you claim.
Denies are great. Did you come from another game? You're 80 hours in, right? What else did you play? Ooh, this is weird though. I think you should just keep going Flame Guard, probably. Ooh, and if there's 2 bounty runes and you don't think anyone's gonna get it and you're really close to your bottle, this is really greedy to do, but sometimes you can wait for the bottle and then go to a water rune. And if you see Slark start to go bottom, then you go top and pick it up. But you do want to watch your minimap and make sure like no supports are coming to steal them, though it's 2 minutes. Oh, you played Dota 1? Okay, because the denies and losses are great for being new to Dota, I guess, which you're new to Dota 2, but sounds like you played Dota 1. I don't know how much, but I guess that explains it, because I was like, this is really good. That's not usually what you see for this. To explain this more, though, you're not really looking to kill Slark, and you also don't really have the mana to spam all 3 spells. So Embers take root when they start going for kills. Oh, I guess you have a Spirit Breaker ganking. Maybe 1 point was fine. Iron Branch, backpack these if you can. Max efficiency. Okay, with that series of events, that's fine. Maybe that was part of the plan. Otherwise, getting more points in Flame Guard, I think, is good. Keep shoving the lane. I don't think you really need it at level 3 either. I think taking, like, Searing Chain at level 4 sounds better, because that way Searing or Flame Guard can be level 2 as soon as possible, which is just going to have more value. So I do think you should take that, but Searing Chain can be, like, level 4. But I guess it does depend on the situation, and we did use it for a kill, so that's good. I do see, like, sometimes people will skip Searing Chains for quite a while. Eating my snack. What do we do here? I don't know if you should be fighting here like this. Creep aggro. Yeah, you could do creep aggro here to pull the creeps back. That's true. So like just to make it easier to last it, like either attack this Slark, go here, right? Aggro the creeps, pull it back further. That's just going to be safer for you as a melee hero. And then 2 heroes here, you're higher level than them. This also, by the way, reveals. Excellent. We're getting so many examples. Another case of high ground vision. They're in river. They shouldn't see up here, but she's still attacking up. Towers don't see that far. So that is enemy ward somewhere. But yeah, I just think this is a little aggressive. You're really close to 6. That's its own power spike, you know? And then you kind of get like baited into this fight by the Spirit Breaker maybe. But you should just tell him like, I don't want to do this yet. I'm really close to 6. Okay, nice. Use our level advantage, get that kill. This is a really good time to do the sentry.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. No breaking down the Radiant structures like this. Tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Snatched from your grasp.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom.
You're gonna swap the branch in, swap the Uvin.
Mid tower. Radiant's bottom tower seems better days. Dire's mid tower is having technical difficulties. Dire's top tower is getting beat down. The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
This is where you like remnant. Put the remnant bottom, and then you walk top. Or vice versa. But I think it's safer to put it bottom because you have a ward here, so you can see if it's like 3 heroes waiting for you. You can choose not to remnant. That way you can cover both runes because you don't have any bottle charges, so it's pretty important to get that one. And if you use one remnant to get the bottle, I mean, you'll still break more than even, right? Especially depending on the rune. I think that was a regen rune, which you activated like right away. I would try to save that until you can start farming like some jungle. So like shove in the lane, go to a jungle area, and then like spam your spells, because the regen will just keep going as long as there's like stuff to regen. But once you hit full, it'll stop going. Wow, look at this Enchantress. What a pro. Came with the Purge creep. I mean, you didn't even have Flame Guard going, but...
Dire's mid tower using the Dire when in fortifying their structure.
I'm not fully sure. I think a lot of Embers get phase boots before Maelstrom. I mean, you're probably playing in a rank where the extra farm speed's probably better. So maybe it's fine. Something to work on. Build the habit to like look at other parts of the map. Right now, maybe you're just looking at the minimap. I mean, that would be fine. But I do think if you can like click to the different parts so you can take a look and see what's going on, whether it's good to gank, whether the like how it is, that would be good. Now's a good time to do it too. Enchantress is going to be a little hard to kill for now. Kind of getting baited into some stuff. I think you've started to fight too much. The early levels were pretty good. But now for the last couple minutes, I feel like you keep getting involved in fights, which to an extent can be okay. But several times you have to like walk home, and that's no good. And to me, that tells me like that's too much fighting. I mean, I don't play enough Ember, but like I don't think that's what should be happening. I think you can clear creeps under your tower very safely and then go jungle, right? And at this rank, which I don't know, you're new, so you don't have one, but like I'm assuming Herald to like Crusader, something in that area probably for now. Like just getting a certain amount of farm is kind of the way to go. And so like balancing like protecting your tower and then doing a camp or two, I think is plenty. And just because like the creep wave is here, you don't need to like start fighting heroes in this area. Or like you can, but maybe do it safer. Maybe we'd have to go back and look at those a bit more. Scrumful Nuts. I changed it because they were taking longer than expected. So I've added a new option. There's a low cost option, which will be a little stick figure-y, very casual, not very good. And then I did make a more expensive one. The same one essentially, but increased the price a lot. So I don't have to do them too often. But also, I'm gonna make them better. Actually, I shouldn't say that, but I will put time to make them nice. As nice as someone without much artistic ability can do. But yeah, sorry, they went up.
Radiant's top towers and barricade structures must have been fortified.
Oh, I thought that was like a pro trying to stack while farming kind of thing. Okay, so this, be careful about searing chains, right? It can only hit 2 targets. So do your best to like clear out the creeps before using it, or just hold it for him to like move out further. We're diving kind of hard. All right, I think you're getting too excited about kills there. All right, just getting someone low is already good. It means they can't farm. You don't have to like chase for more. It's kind of a tough call because Ember is actually really good at diving out of like heroes that can do it. And if you learn to do it, it'll be great. But for now, if you're diving because you think you can do it, that's fine. To understand your limits, and like you'll do some stupid dives, you'll feed, it's okay, it's a learning process. But then eventually, you know, you'll fine tune this, and then as part of that, understand when it's like, I might kill him, but the risk of me dying is not worth it. And the fact that he's so low means he can't do much right now, and so now I'm free to farm as much as I want. And that's enough, right? I don't need the upfront value of the kill, the gold, the like conceptual space value, which is much harder to like understand and grasp, but it's like it's there, right? That is like enough. So it will take time to like figure out what you can and can't dive, but I don't know if that helps provide any like insight into it. And some of this will also be remnant usage. You use them quite a lot, quite freely. Rip. Alright, gonna need to start carrying dust once you've seen that.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
I will polish it as much as I can. Oh, for sure. And look, it's totally fine to be doing that right now, you know? But I just want you to not... just make sure it's like it's a learning process, right? It's not just like, I'm just always gonna like dive and feed. Because that's what happens to a lot of people. They just like never get past that stage. They always like to go for kills, over commit all the time, and then like thousands of games later, they're like, you know, still in the same spot. It is not like fully anything wrong with that. No offense to anyone, you know, but like it is a very common mistake of like when I watch Herald games, just seeing like all these dives and stuff, and then just people never learn to like cut it down. So as long as it's a learning process, it's fine. If you've got nothing to do urgently, I think you should just walk out here rather than TP. That way you can TP respond to other stuff. And you frequently want a safety remnant as Ember. So like, what do we got? Like Blink jumped right now. It's pretty scary. So you kind of put a remnant like back here, or more like you put it in a jungle camp. So as you leave, you can like start farming. Or if you want to be really careful, like outside the jungle camp. Inside will be the fastest farming speed. Outside safer in case you get real low, jump to the camp, and then get killed by the camp. But it's better than dying to the enemy, so either way it's fine. But that safety remnant is what allows you to play like super aggressive. You need to be careful this game because there's several heroes that control that, but that's a good practice for Ember in general.
Give me that gold, creep. Oh, there we go. There's the safety remnant. Safety remnant, safety remnant. All right, we're good, we're good. All right, what are you saving for? So yeah, phase boots is really common. I've seen Ags. I don't think people get it till a little later. I could be wrong. Gleipnir's been pretty busted. BKB is really good, actually. That's what you see a high level game probably. I don't know if you need to do it right now. Just knowing the bracket. This, you should spam this. Yeah, the sleight of fish, you should spam that out a little more. It's only 6 seconds. So when they're like right in front of you, just like poke a couple. Yeah, like look how much health you took off of her. You just do that a couple times and then you like commit the kills. Earlier you like walked up and used Searing Chains, but you should probably just like sleight a fist. And if she stays past like a certain point, whoa, that didn't hit you. Ah! What are they just saying? I don't remember. But using sleight of chains to whittle them down. Yeah. Gleipnir this game probably is not bad considering all the summons. You can use it to control them. And you have a troll as well. Troll and PA. So they're gonna do more damage. So if you lean towards control, that would be probably pretty good. It's also a pub though, so if you just went full damage, I mean, you know. Hey, you're gonna need to carry Dust. 2 Invis heroes now. Maybe more, I haven't been clicking around myself. Oh, you're gonna go E-Blade. Okay. I'm kind of down for it. You'll just have to be careful. E-Blade can screw your own team over. Oh, now we wait. Sit here with me for this tree. Oh, he screwed up. Messed this guy up. How many stacks are we at? 4 stacks on... Yeah, you know, don't hold this. Throw it out as much as possible. Doesn't get affected by her ultimate. Does bonus damage against heroes. 6 seconds. Shit's sick. A future habit to work on will be to swap out your bottle when it gets empty. Oh, you're just gonna go home and come back. Fair enough. You can sell these tangos too. If you don't build a one, you can sell the iron branches as you get slotted. I don't expect you to have to do it now, but just in the future you can work on it.
Guess what's happening? The Dire gave up bottom tower. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Hey, Mr. Matt. No, it's a mid-ember. Oh, because of Lion ult. You know what? I'm down. That's pretty funny. You don't really need to do that typically, but I'm kind of down for it. It's going to mess with you a bit, though, because, like, your damage is, like, mixed, you know? So when you E-Blade people, you're not going to get to, like, deal the same kind of damage to them. See, like right here, you know, none of you can damage her. So you're gonna have to be really careful with the E-Blade usage. I wouldn't generally recommend it. You can play around with it. I think SNY is probably good enough. Or sorry, Sanj and Kaya, good enough for you.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
Nice.
One last top tower.
Anything else fun? I do think phase boots are worth getting. Uh-oh. Oh, there, you're back. Bots can be good in pubs as well if you know what you're doing. I think phase are like a little easier to utilize though. Rest in peace, our safety remnant.
Radiant's bottom tower. There goes.
Now you're thinking about the Gleipnir, yeah. I think instead of E-Blade, you could probably go Gleipnir. It's probably smoother. About San and Kaya earlier because of all the stuff that goes through BKB. I mean, the tree ult is like mixed, right? Where you BKB first, he'll get you, but if you save it, it's a response to his ult. And then Magnus ult, yeah. I don't know though. There's also like Orchid though, I think. Yeah, Orchid from him and then Pounce from Slark, which if you have BKB, it won't affect you. I think you still kind of need a BKB.
This should make my life easier.
And then you just have to play around Mag ult. Kind of like Gleipnir BKB. I'm okay with delaying the BKB for the bracket. Especially until you learn how to like properly utilize it. That's where the BKB comes in. You can also E-Blade yourself. That would have also kept you alive there. Just enough. 7 stacks. Let's go. Slark starting to do Slark things. Slark doing Slark things. Okay, so here you kill Slark. Actually, 2 are dead, right? Your team should push into their stuff. Rather than farm your own jungle, you want to steal their farm right now. So try to, like, push in. See how your team is, like, just chilling on your own half? Even though, like, 2 people are dead? When you're scared, you should farm your own half, in general. But Ember with this Remnant is like typically a very good candidate for aggressive farming. Lion, he is picking up kills. He's got 52 last hits, which is not that bad for this rank. Or for this time, sorry. I don't think he did anything like crazy to get super farmed. This is just like a bracket where there's a lot of like split farming. I think the troll couldn't attack anyone because you E-bladed him. Though actually, I think that just means he like moves on, doesn't it? So maybe, I don't know, maybe he was just stuck there. Maybe I missed it.
All right, carry on.
There's a neutral item. What is it? That was scary. Okay, let's see what else you get. Radiance. Radiance isn't very popular anymore, as far as I know. Late game Radiance, early game Radiance either. Both have dropped off a lot from my understanding. Blade Mail. I guess you pick up a late Blade Mail. That's not very common, I think. Early Blade Mail sometimes picked up as like a very, very heavy fighting item, but I don't think that's popular either. I think Maelstrom, Corrosion, KNY, or sorry, SNK, BKB, Gleipnir, these are all really common. Ags. I don't know what's your shard. Is this worth it? I've seen some shard pickups. I don't know when to get it. I'll be honest. I'd probably also just follow some like Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I bet it's pretty good against Blink heroes, which actually Magnus does have a Blink. Yeah, I like the idea of Ashivas this game. Pretty good against their heroes. Reduces the healing. Scotty's good this game, though. I don't think that's an Ember item. I think that's Troll or PA. Oh yeah, Refresher Octarine for like crazy spell game stuff. I'm guessing you're still kind of getting the hang of Ember, so that's probably a little overwhelming to add in Refresher Octarine, but I have seen that, and it's pretty wild. Yeah, so we gotta be a little careful on these. Gotta keep up a certain amount of charges. And I think you should be playing with your team right now. Well, now it's a little late, but either have the Remnant near them, or I guess now you picked up the bot, so now you're able to like join. Typically when you get to this point, okay, another thing, start to save buyback. That's also really important. But typically you reach this point, you can like, when you get trapped like this, you can defensive E-Blade. Again, I know it's probably a lot of things all at once, but when the death timers start getting really long, 95 seconds. So when you stand here and you walk down, the creep wave no longer matters because it's so late you obliterate creep waves. So it pretty much takes about 30, 40 seconds to walk from base to base. So that means like no matter where you are on the map, you get wiped in, like you wipe them in your fountain. You can be in their front door within like 45 seconds. With the creep wave probably. The creep wave might be a little slow depending. So essentially at that point, that is when you have to start being really careful about team fights. And it's really important to win team fights because if you win the team fight here, you win the team fight here, you win the team fight here, any major winning team fight can lead to any objective in the game. It can be Roshan, and it can be like towers if there's not Fortify. So split pushing early, totally fine, very good to do. Split pushing late will also be good to an extent, but you just got to know. And if you're ever unsure, you do want to be careful. Play somewhat with your team, because if you lose a major fight, it could be the end of the game. And in the same way, if you win a major fight, that could also lead to significant progress in ending the game. Okay, we're gonna do one last one. I'm probably gonna keep it a little quicker, but hop in if you'd like. Oops. Who had it? Yeah, he's got it. It's time for some BKBs. The old 50-minute BKB. Instead of Blade Mail, BKB. I think that would be good.
spots is fine at this stage. I would recommend trying out that phase boots build earlier. It gives you a lot of upfront damage. Phase, Orb of Corrosion, and Maelstrom. All of those lead to a lot of damage. Because, like, this is... you have a talent, I think, right? Yeah, you have a talent. This is usually 150 bonus hero damage, plus your phase boots, plus this orb, plus the Maelstrom procs, right? That's why the 6-second poke from Sleight of Fist is so good in the early game, because you buy all those cheap items, and then like every 6 seconds you're dealing like over 200 damage per attack, kind of depending on armor and like what procs and stuff. It's usually closer to like 300 or something, but then reduced. So then you're just like spamming it out, jumping around in the fight. Right, Flame Guard goes for what, 20 seconds? So that's like 3 Sleight of Fist plus the Flame Guard damage. So you can kind of see how you just like run people down with that. And the phase helps you like keep up and stuff. Extra armor for tankiness, the damage. Sounds good, no fear. Yeah, like, it's at this stage of the game, right, where there's people who can solo kill you. You don't want to just be alone, just running stuff down, you know? You want to be with the team, so when they jump and kill you, like, your teammates are killing them. When they're killing your teammates, you're killing them. If you're, like, always by yourself, you're gonna, like, die, like, just to, like, Hex and stuff, potentially. Or, like, your teammates are gonna die to Hex. Or they're gonna die diving and, like, you're not there to help, right? So that's where you want to be. This is like the stage of the game, which like really should be like grouping. You kind of need to explain why you're not grouping, right? It's like, well, I needed to be here because they were ratting the barracks. Oh, that's fair, you know. If not, probably should have been like walking with them, drop the remnant, TP back, push out, remnant back. Like here, straight down, run it down. Don't get distracted. No side lane shit. You can pick up a bottle, that's fine. It should just be like straight down. Roshan's also okay. Okay, if you run this lane straight down, okay, also okay. I currently see teammates on two opposite ends. Okay, now we're like back to mid a little, you know? Okay, see, forget mid, go bottom where PA is. And now maybe they're killing you, but PA is killing them. Maybe they're killing PA, and you're killing them.
This should make my life easier.
It's kind of what happened here, right? Troll went wacko, and you took the racks. And then you bought back, so now you have to be like really careful. You have to have like a safety remnant in your base at like all times. Like this kind of movement out, no need, right? 2v5, just sit in the base, just waiting. Okay. Last one, Mr. Matt. Congratulations. Apologies to anyone who did not get picked. I cannot control probability. But I'll be here next Wednesday. The odds here are not so rigged that you'll never win, probably. But it's possible. It's in theory possible. Sorry, Nevils. Alright, we got like 3 warding examples this video, this game. That was pretty good. Do they win? You know, that was probably a good question. Let's see. No.
Unfortunate. Whoop. Okay. All right, Mr. Matt, let's see. Earlier we had an Australia game and it downloaded. Looks like it's working again here too. All right, Jakiro game. Suagath, no problem.
Time to put this thing in the bag and drown it in the river.
All right. Got a PA in your lane. Against him. I guess we don't know. Could be a Mars, could be a Centaur. Heck, could be Bloodseeker, who knows? Well, if it was Mars, I was gonna say get a stick. Centaur does not cast as many spells, neither does Bounty Hunter and Silencer can be okay. Cause PA will use a lot of daggers, which means they'll get a lot of stick charges, so they should buy sticks. And if they buy sticks, they're gonna have a lot of mana to use more spells. So it's rough, buddy. Happens to the best of us. So in that sense, like, it could be good to get your own stick, but this guy really does not cast too many. I think it would be okay though. I think if you got a stick, it would be all right. Careful of this many early game dual breaths without like a full team coming in to do stuff, because you will not have mana in the laning stage as Jakiro. You got a lot of hoof stomps in return though, at least, and his mana is even worse than yours.
I'm really freaking out.
Might have baited them a bit too much. Got it. Okay. No fear. Happy to have you here in the morning and at the end. Or at the start and at the end. Have a good day at work. Yeah, you can kind of see no real mana much left anymore. Lane's barely begun, right? Okay. You can try to harass this guy really heavily. He has no armor, 2% physical resistance. It went a very greedy build. He has like nothing here. And actually, he's even buying boots, we can see. I guess you don't know this yet, but super greedy, very harassable. So you can do that. But if it's ever like too far, just feel free to hit the creeps. Yeah, look, you can actually, I think you can straight up fight him with dual breath. Bounty Hunter's gonna be harder. Bounty Hunter's armor is much better, and he's not the offlaner. So like, he's kind of happy when focus is put on him. And what were his items? Actually, also not that great, but his base stats are just better, right? With 8 armor, this guy has 0. So compare that to Bounty Hunter, 33% physical reduction to his 3%. Why did it go up? Oh, he leveled up. So yeah. Hey, Voltrox. Well, this is probably the last one, which I think I'll end before midnight. I'll probably do this one a little fast. Oh, nice. By the way, that's why you guys shouldn't put observers there if you block the camp as well. Oh, look at you. You were about to get that, but then you saw that. It was fine. Oh. Okay, I think you were going there and you just like mistimed it. Not gonna worry about it. Oh, okay. If you extend too far, easy kill. You can mango fight this guy. Mango fight this guy. Pop it. Pop it. Fight him. I'm telling you, his stats are so bad. Okay, guys. Centaur's pretty popular now, so this is the counter. With Lisa, of course. Feel free to type it, and I will try my response. Sometimes I miss the questions, but you guys can just ping me if I miss a question. I'm not usually ignoring things. I just miss them. Centaur's base stats are really good in terms of HP regen, but really bad in terms of armor. So anytime you can like physically right-click harass this guy a lot, it's really good. And you do have to be careful because his burst damage is really good when he gets hoof stomp and double edge levels. But that's why in the early levels it's really important to whittle him down. And you have to kind of be consistent with it because his HP regen is pretty high naturally. If he goes for the passive, it's still fine. You just have to buy like extra tangos, and then you can like heal through retaliate. And so for you as Jakiro, because you even have an attack slow, like his base damage is solid, but you're slowing his damage and you're just going to hit him. And you at least have 20% physical reduction, right? So in terms of a right click war, you probably have like 1,000 health effectively, and he has about 900. So you're actually ahead. But of course, hopefully PA is going to help you too. Well, that was a really good time to fight because you killed Bounty Hunter.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
As a position 5, when's the best time to block the enemy camp to prevent the pull? Ooh. Complicated. I would say if it's really urgent and also really scary, like, that's a good example. A Clockwork plus, I don't know, Venomancer, right? You step out, you die. It's really scary. And if you wait for the laning stage and then try to come through here, they like catch you and they kill you super easily. So when it's going to be that scary, I would block the camp when the game starts. Run out here as fast as you can, drop a sentry, go back. Probably have another sentry in case they undo it. But if it's that urgent and it's that scary, you got to do it at the start. If it's not so urgent, or like if it's not so scary but it's urgent, you can wait for the laning stage and see how it feels. Like if it's not that scary and I have time, I'll go body block it, save a sentry. Or maybe I will use a sentry anyways, but I'll do it in the laning stage. The value of that is that, one, in case they try to check ahead of time because they really want the camp, you're waiting to the last possible second, so you're going to block it. And then 2, sometimes you want the camp as the hard support, right? When you're the carry just shoves the lane first thing straight out here. You actually want this camp to spawn. So if you can wait, it is good. It just means you have to remember to do it, and that's my problem. I always forget, but it's good. Yeah, it'll depend a little bit on the lineup. But if you're really scared, it's totally fine to do at the start of the game. But right now, a lot of popular hard supports, I mean, I don't know who you play, but a lot of popular hard supports can just body block because they're kind of stronger than they used to be, or at least right now in the meta, right? Like Mr. Matt on Jakiro here could body block against Bounty Hunter. It wouldn't really be a big deal. In the past, matchups like Dazzle to Clockwork were a lot more common, or like Crystal Maiden versus Tusk. You just like lose and die, and you don't want to walk out. Earth Spirit when he's good. Here's another good time to fight, Mr. Matt. Use it. Yes. Fight him, fight him, fight him. You got so many creeps. Look at that. Right? He looks scary because of how much health he has, but it's all a sham. It is a facade. If he doesn't buy Rings of Protection, his health pool is really easy to go through. But you see how quickly it like heals up? So that's why it's like kind of have to keep the harass consistent. And why you got to be a little careful of the double edge stomp harass. Because if he keeps the fights like sparse enough, then he gets to do this and kill you. And then heal up from it while you're like burning through tangos. I think PA can just kill him actually. Oh, she doesn't have the mana. That's true. If you can use the hard camp, you don't have to block it. Well, sometimes you might still block the first one, but then leave it open later. I smell bad, really bad. Thank you for the Prime sub. I'm sorry for your odor issues. Thank you so much. Where'd our oh, there she is. I was like, hello, PA?
The dire structures for now.
Oh, sorry, we're on the wrong items. Okay, let's go to yours. Warrior died. Okay, it's getting harder and harder. Harder and harder. Now, he still has no actual resistances, so if you get into like a straight up fight, you're actually still in a good spot. But early levels are the best. Past that, it's getting harder and harder and harder. I would try to use Dual Breath instead of Ice Path. It's more mana efficient. It's okay. This is 100 mana, that's 160, right? Kind of hard to do. Let's say like 2 casts of Dual Breath versus 3 casts of Ice Path. Dual Breath, because you've leveled it up, is kind of worth more. Ah, there you go, right? The 3 Ice Paths you've cast have now prevented you from using Dual Breath. So if you're choosing one to try to get a teammate out of a situation, or you're harassing, whatever, try to use Dual Breath. I do understand the first one, it looked like she was dying, so you're trying to stun them. Even then, though, like, the level 1 Ice Path's pretty weak. If they're chasing, especially through trees, Dual Breath is kind of good enough. All right, excellent. It's farming time, Mr. Matt. Buy up a couple clarities, get your arcane boots. Yeah, that's okay. Go arcane boots now. Oh, this is a good Ice Path. Okay, arcane boots. Get your boots, get your boots. Get them booties. Okay, well, actually get that creep first. That creep was worth a lot. Come on, Mr. Matt, keep up. Okay, go get them boots now. Boots, boots. Courier over to the secret shop. And then, this is a game you could argue for Tranquils, but I think Arcanes are just really solid. Okay, here's another one. It's easier to land Ice Path when you slow him first. So, not just in terms of like cost efficiency. I want to kill this guy. Dual Breath, wider, easier to hit. And when you hit him, he's slowed. Way easier to land the stun. So, yeah, if you can follow up. Unless you like, you know, Storms, Weavers. Yeah, you probably have to lead with Ice Path and try to hit them. But besides them, the slow people who just run, Dual Breath. Well, actually, I guess Centaur's probably a unique hero in that regard with Stampede, but Stampede's down, you know. Yeah, and you can just stay top. That's fine this game, because your PA left, your team's kind of making space. I don't want them to have this. And as long as you have mana, you can Dual Breath the waves. It'll help you push them out faster, keep you safe. You can then do like small camp pulls. And yeah, you don't have to do anything like too crazy here. You can just go back top, honestly. And if needed, then you can like TP out to like help them. Kind of defending mid now. But see, all this time like spent walking between lanes. I think you did a little warding, so like that's okay. Oh, look at this courier usage, Mr. Matt. Love it. In the future, though, if you don't have to do it, then you know, you can spend time like farming a small camp or something. Nice, nice. Got him. Never dive me under my tier 2 again. Oh, you have a Treant. Yeah, I totally don't need triangles. Oh, you can swap with Treant too. I kind of just processed. Dagon Treant. Maybe I do want you to stay up here then. I was about to say Treant can do this and then, you know, heal your team from afar. You're better in fights. But maybe Dagon Treant needs to be in the fights to make use of the Dagon. I'm not sure anymore. Dagon him! Dagon him! Dagon! 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 Ah, why'd you buy it? Dagon him! Ah, yes! Yo, I bet he can kill this bounty too if he just ults and fights.
train. You can do it. I believe in you. Gotta believe in yourself as well. Oh, that stomp into blink. You clutch. Walking, TPing to help. Respect it. The ice paths are tricky. You'll get there. Oh, much easier when they're rooted first. Ruh-roh. I think you can go Greaves this game. Get him, get him, get him. Yeah, Mr. Matt, try to dual breath. Make it your goal next time you play Jakiro. Try to like dual breath first as much as you can. I mean, there's absolutely times to ice path first, but it's a good general habit. Dual breath into the ice path. I guess it depends which you've leveled. If you ever maxed ice path first, then that's fine, I guess. They're both maxed now, but like just for the sake of casting, it's easier. Oh, cool! You're getting mech. Nice. I love it. Okay. Nothing better for you. I mean, there's better things, but other people are using it. Actually, you should ask PA to swap. PA with Broom Handle is actually way better for herself and for you. Mech your team. Get ready. Nice. You get a little excited here. Okay, you want to keep up the angles, right? The angles to line up your spells the most. So like, okay, Ice Path, and then like, you gotta back off, right? You don't want to like get in there. You want your spells, like if we Macropyre now, it's going the wrong way. If you step back and then Macropyre this way, we're gonna hit like all the other ones. It's gonna be a lot easier. Yeah, there you go. Easy. What's a good item later? Let's see. I've got issues. Lotus will be pretty decent, actually. Even if you have the Greaves for a Dispel for yourself, you can then use the Dispel for your allies, and then you can reflect Rupture, remove the silences, and remove track. Oh yeah, get him, dagging him. Level 1 Dagged into Ags. Is that the play? Surely you commit one way or the other. Like you either just go straight Ags or you go into Dagon levels. He could finish a full Dagon for the cost of this Ags. Well, when I say it like that, I'd probably rather have Ags, actually. But I don't know if I would have gotten a Dagon than level 1.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Bristle and Kunkka are probably your go-to people to play with. Bristle seems like he's doing a little better. But Kunkka actually has control for your Macropyre. But I'm okay either way. Be a little careful of this. You're like kind of far out. Yeah. You just want to be careful of the positioning there. Make sure you wait for like the actual heroes that you want to play with to show up. I think you were still waiting for Kunkka and Bristle back there. Like, if you were there to enable him a bit better, wow, that was a sick series of spells right there. Damn.
Damn. Look at this guy. That's pretty sick. Can a Dagon tree next time? I'll think about it. Now we gotta like chill. We're scared again. Oh, never mind. Kunkka's here. Not that scared. Okay, a little scared. A little scared. Mr. Matt, well played. Well played, well played. Now we can get our Greaves. Take your bets. Does he get sniped by a bounty hunter? I think he's gonna be okay.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
Okay, it kind of worked out in the end, actually. But, yeah, because you have the Kunkka X, you can let him start. Silencer, chill, no. Oh. When he starts hitting you and you're healthier, you can try just TPing home. Silencer doesn't have a way to cancel those. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, I think try to Q first a little more. Itemization, pretty good this game. Maybe get the stick a little earlier. But I like the Greaves, and we'll check out what else you build in a little bit before we stop. We'll see what else you build. Actually, let's just do it right now. Force Staff, Lotus. Okay, you do get the Lotus eventually. I think you want this sooner. Force Staff is a bit countered this game by Rupture and Arena. And then to an extent, Stampede, it kind of works both ways. It helps you chase. It kind of helps you get away, but also because of Stampede, right? It's kind of like, kind of awkward to call it, I don't know. Euls is good to counter Stampede because you just lift them. Also good against all these dispels, or these silences. If you didn't get Greaves, I would say Euls into Lotus would be really good. Say a different teammate bought Greaves. I'm just checking out this Treant build here. Wow. Incredible. I wish I had the... I wish I could play Treant like that. What else? The laning stage. Mainly talked about Centaur. Which I guess is like kind of specific. It's like one hero. But it is good to know. But of course, it applies to other heroes besides Centaur. Just anyone with low armor, you know. Who's another example? Pudge is fairly low. Who else? Who else? Off the top of my head, I'm blanking. Phoenix is low. They have different things that are like go their ways. It's not like always the same as what we were talking about for Centaur, but that's the kind of idea, right? Gotcha. See, you need a Lotus for that guy ASAP. Lotus is really good when you can't like be near your teammates because they're just like in it. Okay, okay. Who shall we raid? Because I think we're gonna stop. Pretty tired. Thank you so much, all of you, for dropping by. If you ever can't make it to these and you want to see the VODs, there's a VOD channel. Next stream will be Friday. Join the Discord if you want notifications. You can like a message in the welcome page, and then you will, I'll ping Twitch, and it's usually there. And then, doing a little secret event Friday morning. Details are that in the Discord. Join if you can, if you want. It's about 2 hours. They'll start 10 a.m. Central. Who are we gonna raid? I am scrolling down here. I like to mix it up. I feel like we raided some of these several times recently. Maybe we go further down. We go find someone. I don't know what is happening. I hear a lot of action. Do I have any other announcements to make? I don't think so.
What sort of prize is this?
Okay, who is this? What are they playing?
Playing Ogre. Maybe a support player? Shall we go there? Neville's, thank you. Better luck next time. Sorry you didn't get picked by Cloudbot. But maybe next time. Okay, found a random channel. Hopefully they're nice. You all be nice. Not a valid. What? Oh, I see. Wrong. Let's try this again. There we go. All right, send you all over. Be nice. Be polite. I mean, kind of do whatever you want, but like, you know, be nice. Yeah, next stream will be Friday. I will see you all there if you can make it. Goodbye.